Chapter 1940 Surprisingly not dead. No matter which one of the three secret treasures in Yongkai's body can be easily shown to others, even if they are placed in the star realm, they can still cause a bloodbath. Needless to say, the second jewel of the Emperor's treasure is something inherited by Yongyan and another emperor. I'm afraid I will salivate too. Although the Dragon Bone Sword Dikyui is not high grade, it is because Yongkai has not completely refined it into a real secret treasure, and the Dragon Bone Sword is basically a semi-finished product now. And its main material is the real dragon spine and dragon ball. This is the body secret treasure of the ancient true dragon, and the dragon scale fused with Yongkai's body is of the same grade. In terms of value, even if it is not as good as the top emperor treasure, it is not far behind. So as soon as the looting snake entered his body, Yongkai felt bad. No matter which one of these three secret treasures is taken away, he cannot bear it, but now that all his strength is imprisoned, he can only silently bear the pain caused by the looting snake in his body, and he is powerless to resist. What's more, even if he returns to his prime, he may not be the opponent of Yan Shiren. Yan Shiren sneered at the side, his eyes filled with cold anticipation. Obviously it was not the first time he did such a thing, he said with a sneer. It's still too late for you to regret it now. If you don't want to suffer, just cooperate obediently. You have to know, secret treasure, although it is precious, it is still dead. No matter how many secret treasures there are, it cannot be used. Yongkai looked at him coldly, without saying a word. The resentment in his eyes seemed to want to carve the appearance of the person in front of him deep into his bones. Yan Shiren curled his lips and said, "You are stubborn. If that's the case, then you can't blame me." While speaking, he stretched out his hand and pinched a magic bullet. The treasure-looting snake that was already looting in Yongkai's body became even more ferocious. Yongkai's screams suddenly came out. He can clearly feel the trajectory of the treasure-looting snake in his body. This monster does not know what kind of innate ability it has. It has an unimaginable sense of smell and tracking ability to find the secret treasure sacrificed in the warrior's body. None of the secret treasures can escape its detection. It unexpectedly found the position of the Dragon Bone Sword very quickly, and burrowed straight there. Yongkai endured the pain by force. Beads of sweat slipped from his forehead. He wanted to control the Dragon Bone Sword to avoid moving, but he couldn't do it at all. The looting snake soon came to the Dragon Bone Sword. Without even looking at it, it opened its mouth, as if it was about to swallow the Dragon Bone Sword into its belly, and forcibly plundered it. If it succeeds, Yongkai's loss will be great. But something unexpected happened. The treasure-looting snake had just completed half of its devouring action, and suddenly, it seemed to be frightened by something, and it retreated hastily. The straight line avoids the position of the Dragon Bone Sword. At that moment, Yongkai clearly felt a faint dragon's prestige in the Dragon Bone Sword, and embedded in the Dragon Ball on the Dragon Bone Sword, the Dragon Soul leisurely opened his eyes, and glanced at the treasure-looting lightly. Snake glance. And it was this swipe of dragon power and dragon soul that scared the precious snake back. Yongkai was overjoyed, and after a little thought, he understood why such a thing happened. It's not that the Dragon Bone Sword is too high grade, but that the Dragon Bone Sword itself has the dragon power and the remaining dragon soul, which has a natural restraint and deterrent ability against the treasure-looting snake. It's not surprising to think about it, the real dragon is the ancient Holy Spirit. According to the rumors, the Jiao, python, and snake are all transformed from the blood of the real dragon after countless generations of dilution. The existence of the real dragon naturally has a natural restraint on these three kinds of creatures' power. The treasure-looting snake is also a kind of snake, so it would not dare to act presumptuously in front of the prestige of its ancestors, so it immediately avoided it. Yan Shiren, who had been observing all this time, couldn't help but let out a slight gasp, and frowned. He didn't know what happened to his treasure-looting snake, and he couldn't snatch the opponent's secret treasure from his body in the first place. In the past, as long as my treasure-looting snake was mobilized, it took only 10 breaths of time to snatch other people's secret treasures, but today, it seems a little unexpected. He couldn't help but glanced at Yongkai meaningfully, but didn't care too much, but continued to wait. The treasure-looting snake didn't dare to devour the Dragon Bone Sword, so it could only look for other secret treasures. And its next target is the Nirvana Thunder Bead. The Nirvana Lightning Bead naturally doesn't have the dragon power that can deter it, but the Nirvana God Thunder in this thing is not something that the treasure snake dares to provoke, so it just circled around the Nirvana Thunder Bead, and then walked away dejectedly. With the ability to plunder precious snakes, he dare not get his hands on such an emperor treasure as the Nirvana Thunder Orb. The only end of forcibly plundering it is to be blasted into flying ash by the Nirvana God Thunder. It is also somewhat spiritual, knowing how to seek benefits and avoid disasters. Soon, it came to the mysterious boundary bead again. It seemed that it was because of the experience given to it by the dragon bone sword and the nirvana thunder bead before, so this time the precious snake was not in a hurry to devour the mysterious boundary bead, but wandered around nearby. Observe carefully. After confirming that the mysterious boundary orb didn't feel the slightest danger, it opened its mouth, swallowed the mysterious boundary orb into its stomach, and then wanted to withdraw from Yonkai's body. But it was too late. The moment the mysterious boundary pearl entered its belly, there was a surge of world power that exploded in its belly. In just a split second, a big hole was blown out of the belly of the precious snake, hissing and screaming, and fled in a panic. Inside the mysterious boundary bead, there is a world of its own, and Yonkai was able to absorb it into his body because he had refined it. Swallowing the precious snake in such a mouthful is equivalent to swallowing a whole world. With its ability, how can it bear it? It was good luck not to be blasted on the spot. It has discovered that everything in Yonkai's body is not so easy to plunder, and it is somewhat spiritual. After being hit hard by this, how can it dare to stay? At the same time, Yan Xiren couldn't help but change his face, and said in a low voice, "What's going on?" He has some connection with the precious snake, so the moment the snake was injured, he was aware of it, and in panic, he quickly made a tactic with both hands, trying to urge the snake to come out. Yonkai endured the unbearable pain, and suddenly stepped back a few steps. Call out. From somewhere in his chest, a blood-stained little snake shot out, its core hesitating, as if it had been wronged. It shot towards Yan Xiren, and the abdomen of the little snake was impressively a bloody hole. The internal organs were exposed to the air, which made Yan Xiren's heart ache to death. And at this moment, Yonkai made a move that neither Yan Xiren nor Lu Shanyan could believe. He stepped forward, took a quick step forward, stretched out his hand, grabbed the precious snake in the palm of his hand, pinched the snake's head, and then with a little force with his thumb and index finger, the neck bone of the little snake was crushed. It is true that Yonkai's strength was imprisoned, but his physical strength could not be imprisoned at all, and the swiftness of his shots was as fast as thunder. By the time Yan Xiren reacted, Bao Bao snake had already died. Yonkai grinned at him, then stuffed the little snake into his mouth, crunching and biting. The mouth was full of blood, which made people feel intimidated, like a furry beast drinking blood, with a frightening light shining in the scarlet eyes. Yan Xiren was stunned. He didn't expect things to develop to this point, because Yonkai was imprisoned, so he didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so fast. When he wanted to rescue him, there's still no time. The treasure snake has already become Yonkai's food. Lu Shanyan couldn't help her delicate body trembling. She and Yonkai are now grasshoppers on the same rope. In her view, Yonkai's actions are simply pushing the two of them into a fire pit. Doesn't he know what it means to be under the eaves and have to bow your head? This is miserable, miserable. I really shouldn't be cooperating with this person. How could a person who looked stable before him make such a crazy move? Lu Shanyan regretted that his intestines were turning green, and his face was so ugly that he was dying. You're courting death. Yan Xiren was furious as expected. She made a wrong step. Her red eyes were red. She came to Yonkai's face, and slapped him hard. Boom. Void King 3-layer powerhouse violently strikes. With Yonkai's current state, how can he stop it? So he immediately flew out like a rag sack, and directly hit the mountain wall more than 10 meters behind, knocking the mountain wall out of a big herringbone pit. There was the sound of bones breaking. Yonkai slipped from the mountain wall. Brother Yang, Lu Shanyan exclaimed in amazement, although he couldn't understand why Yonkai suddenly made such a crazy move, but seeing him being slapped, he couldn't help shouting nervously. After all, no matter what, she and Yonkai are both from low-level star fields, and they have some common language. On the other hand, the behavior style of the disciples of the Jade Feather sect is not a good bird. If Yonkai dies like this, if she was left alone, her fate would be ill-fated. She subconsciously didn't want Yonkai to die like this. But she also knew that Yonkai had little hope of survival. Just now Yan Xiren showed no mercy when he was furious. Even if he took that blow now, he would be killed, not to mention Yonkai was a Void King 2-layer. Cough cough. A violent cough came from the mountain wall. Yonkai struggled to stand up, spit out the flesh and blood of the precious snake from his mouth, and swallowed the snake gall alone. Lu Shanyan's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Yonkai, who looked like a monster in a mess, but looked rebellious, and her heart was shocked. Actually, survived. How did he do that? He didn't die. Yan Xiren was also stunned. His angry and berserk attack just now was intended to take Yonkai's life directly to avenge his own treasure snake. After all, although the treasure snake cannot be used for battle, but just plundering the innate supernatural powers of other people's internal sacrifices and refining secret treasures is a kind of strange thing. he also spent a lot of money to buy it from others, and now he died tragically in the hands of Yang Kai. How could he let it go? So after seeing that Yang Kai didn't die, Yan Xiren's eyes suddenly became icy cold, and he walked towards Yang Kai step by step, like an erupting volcano, squeezing towards Yang Kai with anger and powerful might. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at 87,453,198. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1941. Get lost if you don't want to die. Yang Kai was not afraid, instead he grinned and said, "Kill me, I'm afraid you won't be able to do business. A mere prisoner, what qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Kill you, and no one will care." Really? Yang Kai spat blood. Senior brother Ko said that he is going to ask Bian Hufa for instructions on how to deal with us. You said, if Bian Hufa found out that you killed me, what would you do? And hearing the words Bian Hufa, Yan Xiren's eyes flashed a trace of fear, and his furious mood suddenly cooled down as if a basin of cold water had been poured on it. Bet right. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai was determined. Judging from the behavior style of the few disciples of the Bu sect that I met, it seems that this sect is not a good sect, and the fighters in it are not good people. I am afraid that the rules are extremely strict. Severe punishment. That's why Yang Kai would use the name of Bian Hufa, whom he had never met, as a banner. Yan Xiren was really shocked. Just like what Yang Kai said, if he killed Yang Kai before Bian Hufa's order was issued, that would be arrogance. So he didn't dare to kill again. But the looting snake was bitten to death by Yang Kai, so it is impossible to stop like this, so Yan Xiren just hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Yang Kai ferociously, and said, "You can speak well, don't worry, if Bian Hufa wants you to die, I will send you on my way with my own hands, and let you live for a few days first." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard the words. But now, the death penalty can be avoided, and the living penalty cannot be escaped. Your physical quality seems to be unusual. I hope you can accept this trick. After saying those words, Yan Xiren had already rushed in front of Yang Kai, his fist was condensed with burning anger and violent source force, and he slammed down on Yang Kai's abdomen. Boom! Yang Kai suddenly felt like being struck by lightning, his whole body bent into a shrimp shape, and twitched in pain, but before that, he had already spurted out a mouthful of blood, spraying towards Yan Xiren like a gust of wind and rain. The latter didn't notice for a while, and was sprayed with dirt all over his face. Being provoked like this again and again, he couldn't bear it anymore, he almost instinctively raised his leg and swept across Yang Kai's neck. The next moment, Yang Kai flew out and fell to the ground, motionless. Looking at it like that, it seems that he passed out. It's cheap for you. Yan Xiren snorted coldly, turned his head and gave Lu Shanyan a fierce look, and said in a low voice, "Drag him here, follow me." Now that the looting snake is dead, even if Yan Xiren wants to snatch Lu Shanyan's secret treasure, it is impossible, so he can only imprison the two in the bone prison first, and then find a way to torture them. Hearing this, Lu Shanyan quickly ran to Yang Kai's side, stretched out his fingers to test his pulse, and after confirming that he was still alive, he couldn't help but let out a soft breath. After thinking about it, Lu Shanyan stretched out his hand and lifted Yang Kai up, then carried it on his back. Following closely behind Yan Xiren, he walked into the cave at the bottom of the mountain in front of him. Immediately, a sinister feeling lingered all over his body, causing Lu Shanyan to shrink his neck subconsciously. In the belly of the mountain, there were indistinct echoes of horrific cries, which made one's hair stand on end. Yan Xiren led the way, and sneered as he walked. After entering the bone prison, there are not many people who can come out alive. If you don't want to suffer any inhuman treatment, you can give the secret treasure to me as soon as possible. You can ask them to give you a good time, otherwise, you will know what life is worse than death. Lu Shanyan's pretty face turned pale, her delicate body trembled slightly, she bit her thin, bloodless lips lightly, and said nothing. The deeper it went, the darker and more humid the environment became, and an unpleasant smell filled the entire air, making Lu Shanyan frown. All the way down, it seems to have penetrated 1,000 feet before arriving at a dungeon-like place. The prison cells were separated one by one, and the cell fences seemed to be made of the bones of some monsters, which seemed extremely strong. In the dark prison cell, there were scarlet eyes, like beasts, staring at Yan Xiren and the others, which made Lu Shanyan feel hairy. Kill me, please kill me. A howling sound came from somewhere. It was an extreme desire for death. Lu Shanyan couldn't imagine what that man had endured. The torture made him just want to die. But here, death has obviously become an extravagant hope, and the voice over there quickly turned into an extremely mournful howl. Lu Shanyan's cheeks were already pale and bloodless, and she just felt that this might be her future destiny, and she suddenly felt sad from her heart. Get out! Yan Xiren suddenly stopped in front of a cell, opened the door, and motioned to Lu Shanyan. Lu Shanyan didn't dare to disobey, so he could only walk into the cell with Yongkai on his back. Yan Xiren locked the cell tightly again, then sneered, stretched out his hand to pat the bone fence, and said sinisterly, "Two newcomers have come, please entertain them well." After the words fell, he turned and left. At the same time, several scarlet eyes suddenly lit up in the originally silent cell. Lu Shanyan was taken aback. It wasn't until this time that she realized that there were actually 4 people imprisoned in this cell, and she didn't realize it when she first came in. "Huh, woman!" Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised shout came out, and the martial artist who was originally imprisoned here sniffed his nose, apparently smelling the faint body fragrance from Lu Shanyan's body, and immediately became excited. "A woman came here, ha 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 ha, blessed are the brothers." Someone immediately laughed. When the word spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the cell next to it. Countless prisoners crowded to the fence, looked at the place where Lu Shanyan was with interest, and kept laughing lewdly, as if they were expecting something. What? Lu Shanyan's complexion sank, and she quickly stepped back to the innermost position, leaning against the wall behind her, staring ahead vigilantly. In the prison cell, a burly man stood up slowly. This man was at least 2 feet tall. His huge size gave people a strong sense of oppression. Although he was also imprisoned in his body, but there was still a ferocious aura like a wild beast exuding from all over his body. "I want this woman," the burly man said lightly, but with an irresistible majesty. The other 3 men hesitated for a while, and one of them said flatteringly, "Since Boss Zongqi has spoken, the brothers naturally have to show some face, but after Boss Zongqi finishes enjoying it, isn't it, he. I'll follow you from now on," Zongqi said coldly. "Thank you, Boss Zongqi." The 3 of them quickly thanked them, and took the initiative to take a step back, with obscene smiles on their faces, waiting for the good show to start. The burly man named Zongqi stared at Lu Shanyan closely. It seemed that he could not see Lu Shanyan's appearance clearly with the help of the dim light until this time. He couldn't help but nodded and said, "That's right, it's still the best." The grandchildren of the Bu sect finally did something good. "What do you want to do?" Lu Shanyan asked with a sullen face. Her phoenix eyes were full of power, staring at Zongqi. She didn't panic because she knew that in this kind of place, reasoning is useless, and only strength is the dominant voice. Now everyone's strength is imprisoned, and they can only rely on their bodies. Looking at that iron body, Lu Shanyan feels like a mountain of pressure. "Don't you know what I want to do?" Zongqi snorted coldly, not paying attention to the petite Lu Shanyan at all. "If you don't want to suffer, just enjoy it obediently." Ha 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 ha, Boss Zongqi's words are really interesting. Yes, little girl, I advise you not to provoke Boss Zongqi. He has a very high attainment in body training. It is impossible for your small body to belong to him. Opponents, if you can't resist, just enjoy it obediently. Are you afraid that Boss Zongqi won't satisfy you? Disgusting, obscene, Lu Shanyan cursed through gritted teeth. Hey, scolding him like this can only arouse his animal desire. It's better not to make a sound. Suddenly, Yongkai's voice came from behind. Lu Shanyan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, and exclaimed coquettishly, "Are you awake?" "Oh, I'm not in a coma." Yongkai jumped off Lu Shanyan's back while speaking, stretched out his hands to rub his forehead and abdomen, and grinned for a while. "That bastard is really hard hit, he was almost maimed by him. Damn, I will make him look good in the future." Lu Shanyan looked at Yongkai stupidly, completely shocked by his statement that he was not unconscious. What kind of freak is this person, in the end? An attack like Yan Xiren's is not even qualified to knock him unconscious, so how strong should he be able to withstand it? In a daze, he even forgot about his own dangerous situation. Oh, there is even a lover. Zongqi stood 3 feet away from Yongkai, looking down condescendingly. His narrowed eyes were full of disdain and sarcasm. Hee, this friend is joking, this girl and I are just friends. Yongkai explained. Zongqi snorted coldly. Whether you are her friend or lover, I warn you, if you don't want to die, get out. You are very arrogant. Yongkai looked up at the strong man in front of him, his eyes half closed. Since this is the case, then I also warn you. If you don't want to die, get out. The same words were returned intact. There was a sudden silence in the cell. The other 3 men hiding in the darkness looked at Yongkai with their mouths wide open, as if they were looking at a dead person. Suddenly, one of them reacted and whispered, "No, hurry up. Boss Zongqi is very scary when he gets angry." The other two were also agitated, with panic in their eyes, as if they had recalled something bad. They also hurriedly retreated to the outermost side. It was only then that Zongqi sneered, "You're very mean, but it won't do you any good if you offend me. I'll give you a chance to live, kneel in front of me, and lick the things off my shoes. I will hang around you and not die, otherwise today will be your death day next year." To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Weihai Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to recommend it. Monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1942. You are out of luck. Grass. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing, feeling very bad. Since entering the Starlight Passage until now, it seems that none of the people I met was easy to get along with. First, he met Yin Leshang, who attacked him and others for no reason. Then he met Senior Brother Ko, who arrested him into the Jade Feather School for no reason, and met Yan Shiren in front of the Bone Prison, and that guy wanted him for no reason. Grab your own secret treasure, and then there is this strong man of the Iron Tower. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that when he came to the Star Realm for such a short time, all he encountered were some bad memories. Are people in the Star Realm so cruel and aggressive? Or is it a bad time for yourself? Regardless of the reason, Yang Kai couldn't bear it anymore. The repeated encounters caused the anger in his heart to erupt like a surging volcano. And this provocation and brashness of Zongqi was obviously a fuse, which completely detonated Yang Kai's anger. So after hearing Zongqi's threats, Yang Kai was not only not afraid, but asked with great interest, "From what you said, it doesn't seem to matter to kill people here." Zongqi sneered and said, "This is the bone prison of the Jade Feather sect, so what does it matter if a few people die?" Understood. Yang Kai nodded lightly, suddenly raised his head, grinned, showing his white fangs, and said sinisterly, "Then you are out of luck." As soon as the words fell, he rushed in front of Zongqi, and with a wrong step, he assumed a close-to-hand combat posture, and punched forward with a straight punch. This punch seems to be mixed with all the dissatisfaction and anger that Yang Kai has suffered recently. The momentum is like a rainbow, and it is as fast as a thunder. Zongqi is tall, burly, and has extremely high attainments in body training, so he didn't pay attention to Yang Kai's attack at all, but sneered, "Interesting, someone dares to provoke Zong like this, I will crush all your bones as punishment." While speaking, he also hit Yang Kai's fist with a straight punch. When the two fists collided, the sternness on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth turned into a grin. Zongqi's disdain suddenly turned into consternation, and then he was stunned. With a scream, Zongqi's iron tower-like body flew upside down, and in midair, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking from his arm. Bump! Zongqi's body hit the bone fence of the bone prison and landed heavily. Before he could get up, Yang Kai had already rushed out like a tiger, riding on his body. His fists transformed into a storm-like attack, raining down like raindrops. Bang bang bang! In the small bone prison, waves of continuous bombardment sounded like drums of war, shocking people's hearts. In the bone prison, the three people who were planning to watch a good show were already dumbfounded at this moment, staring at the scene not far away with wide-eyed eyes. Lu Shanyan also froze in place. Her heart was shocked, but also a little bit excited. Without him, in this kind of place, the stronger Yang Kai is, the safer she will be. Anyway, she and Yang Kai are now allies standing on the same front. In the other prison cells, there were also bursts of shouts and shouts. The warriors imprisoned here have been tortured all year round and have been ground out of their fierceness. What they like to see most is this bloody fight, which is also a kind of fun for them to pass the boring time. Bang bang bang! The muffled sound continued to be heard, faintly splashed with bright red blood, occasionally mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The turmoil in the cell aroused the vigilance of the guards, and soon, two disciples of the Jade Feather sect came to investigate, and after discovering that it was Yang Kai, the guy who had just been imprisoned, showing his might, he was just cold with a smile. He didn't mean to stop him at all, instead he stopped and watched for a while and then left. What Zongqi said is right, in this Beiyuzong bone prison, what does it matter how many people die? So the guards of the Jade Feather sect had no intention of stopping it at all. As time passed, being pushed to the ground by Yang Kai, Zongqi who was riding under him howled miserably and cursed. Soon, he had no strength to curse, and the only thing left was groans and begging for mercy. Yang Kai ignored it like a wild beast. In the end, Zongqi didn't even groan anymore. When Yang Kai stopped and stood up, Zongqi was lying there like a puddle of mud, covered in blood. His bones were shattered, he was already dead and couldn't die anymore. Yang Kai shook off the blood stained on his hands, took a long breath, and immediately felt refreshed, and the depression that was suppressed in his heart disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai stood up among the other 3 people in the cell, and they all retreated to the corner in horror, looking at him with trembling eyes, fearing that Yang Kai would kill them all. They are well aware of Zhang Qi's ability. Under the premise that everyone's internal strength is imprisoned, in this bone prison, whoever has a stronger body will have the upper hand. All 3 of them have suffered under Zhang Qi's hands. Even if the 3 join forces, they are definitely not Zhang Qi's opponent. But this new guy beat Zhang Qi so hard that he couldn't fight back, and was blown up abruptly. One can imagine how strong his physical quality must be. They have no reason not to be afraid. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't intend to make another move, but went straight to the corner and sat down cross-legged, which made the 3 of them exhale involuntarily, giving birth to a feeling of narrow escape. Lu Shanyan was also very sensible and didn't bother Yang Kai, knowing that he was in a fluctuating mood at the moment. She simply sat down cross-legged near Yang Kai to recover her energy. After an unknown amount of time, the cell door was suddenly opened. The 2 Jade Feather Sect guards who had been here before stood at the door with cold faces, beckoning to Yang Kai and saying, "That kid, get out." Yang Kai looked up at them and slowly stood up. Lu Shanyan pulled his clothes behind his back with a worried look on his face. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I'll be back in a while, they don't dare to kill." As long as Bian Hufa, whom he has never met, hasn't said how to deal with him, people like Jade Feather Sect will not dare to mess around. Yang Kai feels that he should thank Bian Hufa for this alone. After finishing speaking, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the other 3 men in the cell, and said with a sneer, "If you don't want to die, just be obedient and don't move. If I come back and find that my companion has suffered any harm, you know what the consequences will be." Those 3 men have long been intimidated by Yang Kai's ferocity. Zhang Qi's body is still in place and no one moves, how dare they say anything? He turned his head into a chicken pecking rice. "Can't you just wait for death? Get out soon," the guard at the door urged impatiently. Yang Kai pouted, and then went towards the layman. When they got outside, the 2 guards sized Yang Kai up and down. One of them sneered and said, "I heard that you made senior brother Yan suffer a lot. You're quite capable, kid. You killed Zhang Qi on the first day you came in. He's not a guy to mess with. For this alone, our brothers and sisters admire you. However, senior brother Yan said that we want us to greet you well, so don't blame anyone else. If you want to blame it, blame yourself for being blind and provoking someone you shouldn't be provoking." The 2 of you said one sentence to another, so that Yang Kai quickly understood the whole story. He didn't say much, just motioned for the 2 to lead the way. The 2 guards looked at each other, and they couldn't help giving Yang Kai a thumbs up, and laughed meaningfully. There is kindness. Soon, Yang Kai was taken to a dark cell, where he was tied up, and the 2 Jade Feather Sect disciples greeted him with various tortures. It wasn't until half a day later that the dying Yang Kai was thrown back into the cell. After seeing Yang Kai's miserable appearance, Lu Shanyan was almost frightened, thinking that Yang Kai's life was not long, and if Yang Kai died, she would fall into a state of isolation and helplessness. In this kind of place, waiting for her fate would be terrible. One can imagine. But what she never expected was that Yang Kai, who seemed to be on the verge of death, sat up cross-legged after an hour, assuming a posture of meditation. On the second day, Yang Kai was furious again. Although his state looked a bit embarrassed, his injuries didn't seem to be a serious problem. Even the scars on his body disappeared, and all the blood from his body fell off, revealing his new life, skin. Lu Shanyan realized that she could not see through Yang Kai more and more, and instinctively realized that there was an unimaginable secret hidden in this person. This will be the case for the next few days. Yang Kai had to endure the torture of the 2 Jade Feather Sect guardians every day, and then he was thrown back to the cell half dead, and then meditated to recover, and the cycle started again and again. And as time went by, Lu Shanyan was shocked to discover that Yang Kai's own situation seemed to be changing little by little, becoming stronger and stronger, and there seemed to be an unimaginable surge in the body that was imprisoned. The mighty power is moving, and once the restriction is lifted, this power is bound to be fully displayed. In fact, it is true. The torture and hospitality of the 2 guards of the Jade Feather Sect made the starlight absorbed by Yang Kai in the starlight channel quickly merge into the body, prompting the transformation of the Saint Yuan in the body to the direction of the source force. He absorbed unimaginable starlight in the starlight channel, part of which was fused by himself and became a catalyst to transform the power in his body, but most of it was hidden in the sea of consciousness. That's why, as a star master, he doesn't have the light of stars on his body. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai could guide the starlight in the sea of consciousness, merge it into the physical body, and promote the transformation of his own power. But now all his strength is imprisoned, and he can't guide it at all. On the contrary, it was the torture of the two guards of the Jade Feather sect that made him see the light. The physical body was being destroyed, and in the process of self-repair, the power of starlight actually gushed out from the sea of consciousness and poured into the body, forcibly transforming one's own holy energy into source power. After discovering this, Yang Kai couldn't help being overjoyed. So facing the torture of those two guards, instead of feeling unbearable, he rejoiced in it, wishing that they would torture him as miserable as possible. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woixiaowati. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1943 Mysterious Sound Transmission. Time flies, 10 days have passed. Yang Kai woke up from meditation, silently perceived his physical condition, and shook his head dissatisfied. It was too slow, and the transformation speed of the power in his body made him a little dissatisfied. For warriors who are also in the Void King realm, the more impure the source power in the body, the stronger the power that can be exerted. But at this moment, only a little more than 1/5 of the part of the holy energy in his body that has been converted into source power. According to this speed, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to completely transform the power in his body. Seeing him open his eyes, the 3 prisoners in the cell all showed flattering smiles, but no one dared to speak. Yang Kai's ferocious and powerful image has penetrated into the depths of their bones. In this kind of place, it is easy for Yang Kai to take their lives. Life and death are not under their control, so how dare they not flatter Yang Kai? Even Lu Shanyan has been flattered a lot by these 3 guys in the past few days. Although Yang Kai looked down on these 3 guys who bully the weak and fear the strong, he also inquired some information from them in the usual chat. There are all kinds of news about Beiyuzong, about the Star World, and so on. Just as Yang Kai expected, the Jade Feather Sect Committee is not really a good sect, but it's not an evil sect, it's just that the disciples in the sect are acting a little recklessly, and there is a destroying sun pavilion nearby, which has friction with the Jade Feather Sect from time to time. Grievances continue, and each other's strength is considered to be between brothers. Not mentioning the Jade Feather Sect, the entire Star World is divided into 4 major domains, East, South, North, and each domain occupies an infinite area, even for those who are strong in the Tao origin realm. If one spends a lifetime of energy, one might not be able to cross a large domain, which shows the vastness of the astral space. Under each region, there are countless state capitals, and the Jade Feather Sect is a sect in Kizhou, the southern region of the Star Realm. Kizhou covers an area of 80 million miles, and it is basically not ranked in the entire southern region, whether it is the number of masters in the state, comprehensive strength, or area. And in places like Kizhou, it exists like the Jade Feather Sect. There are countless more. The information he found made Yang Kai feel the magnificence of the star boundary, which is definitely a vaster world than the star territory. The words and phrases revealed by the words of the 3 people seem to be an epic picture scroll in Yang Kai's eyes. Slowly unfolding in front of you. Let him be full of longing for the wider sky. But these 3 are not big figures. They are all warriors at the first level of the Void King. They haven't even been out of Kizhou, so they don't know what the situation outside is like. But this information is enough for Yang Kai to digest for a long time. At the moment, he is frowning. Check the changes in the strength in your body. Slowly, Yang Kai raised his head suddenly, frowning. Hey, the boy is really a bit unusual, he can actually detect the old man's divine sense. A voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ear, so ethereal and invisible, it was unpredictable. Yang Kai remained calm, looked left and right, and didn't see any flaws from the prisoners in the nearby cells. You don't need to look for it, the old man is locked in the innermost layer, you can't see it. The voice sounded again. Being locked up here for more than 10 days, Yang Kai also knew that the more powerful the martial artist, the deeper the position of being locked up. The owner of the sudden voice said that he was locked up in the innermost place. His strength is definitely not low, I am afraid it is the existence of Daoyuanjing, otherwise it would be impossible to hide it from others and transmit the spiritual thoughts to oneself. Yang Kai pondered for a while, and asked, who is senior? What do you want me to do? Of course there is something to do, and it's a good thing. The voice laughed, making people feel a little uncomfortable. Since you came in and killed Zongqi, this old man has started to pay attention to you. If the old man reads correctly, you have cultivated what kind of extremely advanced body refining technique? So what? Yang Kai frowned, and didn't mean to deny it. Since others have been paying attention to him, the situation of his physical body must not be concealed. If so, I would like to ask you to do me a favor. Senior, please speak directly. Get the old man out. The owner of the voice said. Yang Kai couldn't help but sneered. Senior, you are just joking, kid is just a prisoner now, how can I get you out? Since the old man said so, of course there is a way. The man snorted coldly, I can pass on a set of secret techniques to you, allowing you to release the restraint in your body and restore your strength. With your ability, as long as you can restore your strength, no one can stop you in this bone prison, and it will be easy for you to get this old man out. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but shine. The man said again, you don't want your fate to be in the hands of others, do you? The old man's secret technique can definitely let you unlock the restriction in your body. The words were low, but with an irresistible force, Yang Kai almost blurted out and agreed, but the next moment, he was shocked and realized something was wrong. The person in his heart must have used some secret technique to influence his thinking, couldn't help snorting coldly, isn't it a bit wrong for the senior to use this kind of trick to deal with the kid? The voice laughed loudly, the boy is amazing, it is the old man's fault, how about the old man apologize to you? He apologized and admitted his mistake readily, leaving Yang Kai speechless for a while. After being silent for a while, Yang Kai said, since you have the secret technique to restore strength, why don't you use it yourself? Instead, you have to use my hand. The voice replied, if I can use it by myself, do I still need you? Not only is the old man imprisoned, but also his joints are locked by those bastards with chains made of Yinlingjian, and he cannot use any secret techniques at all. Besides, even if I regain my strength, with the existence of this oblivion gold chain, I won't be able to mobilize a single bit of strength. So that's it. Yang Kai showed a sudden look. Although he has never heard of Yinlingjian, but from the information revealed by that person's words, Yang Kai can also judge that this thing is definitely the nemesis of Yuanli, otherwise it is impossible for a Daoyuan strong man imprisoned here, unable to escape. One more question, there are so many warriors in this bone prison, why did the seniors only come to me? With your eyesight, it is not difficult to see that my strength is not high. Yang Kai asked cautiously. The old man naturally knows what level you are, and there are many guys in this bone prison who are stronger than you. But, the Yinlingjian is not afraid of the source force, and only brute force can destroy it. The old man thinks you are quite suitable. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai finally understood why this person asked him if he had cultivated some extremely high body refining technique in the first place. It turned out that it was because of the existence of Lingling gold. Yang Kai's mind couldn't help but become active. Although he doesn't know who the person talking to him is and what his strength is, but it is true that he is imprisoned here now, and he doesn't know what his fate will be tomorrow. Yan Shiren would be happy to send him on his way. If he could really get the secret technique to unlock the restriction from this person, then he still has the strength to fight, and he won't be put on the chopping board as a fish. As for whether to rescue the speaker at that time, it depends on one's own mood. Seeing that Yang Kai was contemplating, the man hurriedly hit the iron while it was hot. I won't hide it from you, this old man has a Daoyuan third-layer cultivation base, and he is only one step away from the Emperor's realm. If you can rescue this old man, I will be very grateful. Daoyuan 3-layer boundary, Yang Kai was startled. The co-senior brother I met before was only at the first level of Daoyuan, which already made Yang Kai feel invincible. If it was at the third level of Daoyuan, he might be able to kill himself casually. Before knowing how this person's temperament is, Yang Kai didn't dare to agree rashly, don't steal chickens and lose money, and it's too late to cry. I know what you are worried about, but don't worry, the old man always keeps his word, and he will not deceive you. If you think it's wrong, the old man can swear by his soul. Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a moment and said, I feel the sincerity of the senior, but this matter, let me think about it first, and then reply. No hurry, think carefully. The man chuckled, not urging. By the way, how dare I ask the senior to call him? Wu Mengchuan. Yang Kai silently wrote down this person's name, and began to consider the gains and losses between agreeing or not. In fact, according to his thinking, he agreed first, and no matter what, he had to get the secret technique to lift the restriction and restore his own strength. But with his current strength, even if he regained his strength, he would still be unable to leave the Jade Feather sect. At that time, he would still have to rescue Wu Mengchuan and rely on his Daoyuan third-layer strength. But if this is the case, God knows how this Wumeng mountain will deal with him in the end. So Yang Kai hesitated for a while. Just when he was in a bit of trouble, there was a sudden sound of footsteps in the passage. Yang Kai raised his head in astonishment, frowning slightly. These days, he was taken out by the two guards every day to torture him, and the time was about the same each time, but this time, it seemed that the time had not yet come. He didn't know what the guard was doing when he walked in. A moment later, the two guards who had been tormenting Yang Kai appeared at the door of the cell, with a strange expression on their faces. After opening the cell, they waved to Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan, "Come out, both of you." Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan looked at each other, but they didn't resist, but obediently stood up. Lu Shanyan's delicate body trembled slightly, she subconsciously thought that she would also suffer the same fate as Yang Kai before. On the contrary, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Do you two have any orders?" One of the two guards looked Yang Kai up and down, and grinned, "It's your luck, Guardian Bian wants to see you." Guardian Bian. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Being locked up here for more than 10 days has not received an order from Bian Hufa. Yang Kai thought that the other party would ignore him and Lu Shanyan, but he didn't want the other party to see him until today. Regardless of why the other party wanted to do this, Yang Kai saw a glimmer of hope to get out of trouble. Looking at each other with Lu Shanyan, I found that the other's beautiful eyes were also shining brightly, obviously aware of this. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is Momo's greatest motivation. Chapter 1944 Protector Bian. Protector Bian wanted to see Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan. The two guards in the bone prison naturally dared not disobey, and took them out after entering the bone prison. "Boy, the agreement between the old man and you is valid at any time. If one day you are desperate, you can come to the old man." Just when Yang Kai was about to leave the bone prison, Wu Mingquan's voice rang in his ears again. Yang Kai's pace didn't stop, as if he didn't hear it, he quickly disappeared, leaving only the envious eyes of a group of warriors imprisoned in the bone prison. When he was outside, Yang Kai immediately noticed a venomous gaze staring at him, and when he looked up, it was Yan Shiren who was the one who made him feel sad before. He is responsible for guarding the entrance of the bone prison, so naturally he will always guard here. Yang Kai bit his precious snake to death. Yan Shiren hated Yang Kai to the bone, and the torture Yang Kai suffered these days was all because of his instigation. Fate is your life, Bian Hufa will still find time to see you, but don't be complacent, one day you will fall into my hands, and you will definitely make your life worse than death. Yan Shiren speculated. Sneered. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, he was greeting the 18th generation of his ancestors in his heart, secretly hated that he was not strong enough, otherwise he would have killed these Jade Feather sect disciples on the spot. However, he also knew that his power was too strong, even if he tried his best, he would end up miserable in the end, so he could only endure it for the time being and turned a deaf ear to Yan Shiren's provocation. All right, senior brother Yan, don't be angry, we won't delay if Hufa Bian wants to see these two people. The guard of the bone prison smiled slightly, said something to Yan Shiren, and then threw a things. This is also a flying secret treasure, but it is completely different from the building boat shown by senior brother Ko. This flying secret treasure is a bit like a chariot. The space is not as big as the building boat, but it is enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people. It looks extremely ferocious and full of momentum. The owner of the chariot jumped up, and with a wave of his hand, Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan were sucked into the chariot. The next moment, the chariot turned into a stream of light and shot towards Biu Mountain. Go! All the way without words. Soon, the chariot came to a mountain peak. On the peak, there was a huge palace, and the chariot landed in front of the palace. After Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan got off the chariot, the bone prison guard took away his flying secret treasure and went up to talk to the guard at the gate of the palace in a low voice. Go in, Lord Guardian is waiting inside. The palace guards didn't mean to embarrass everyone, but let them go. Good luck, you two. The bone prison guard didn't have the idea to follow, but smiled at Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan, sacrificed his chariot again, and returned the same way. Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan looked at each other, knowing whether this was a blessing or a disaster. If it was a disaster they couldn't avoid, they could only bite the bullet and pray in their hearts that Protector Bian was not a difficult person to talk to. The strength of the two of them is still imprisoned at this moment, and there is no wave at all in this masterful Jade Feather sect. Ignoring the curious eyes of the guards on both sides, Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan walked into the palace step by step. Inside the palace, there is a spacious space, and there are 2 people waiting in front of it. As soon as Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan appeared, the gazes of those 2 people were cast straight over. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his skin tighten, and a feeling of being spied on spread all over his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. Looking back at the past, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. He found that one of the two people was senior brother Ko who had brought him back, standing next to the other person, and the second person was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a charming expression. She was lazily lying on a chair, wearing a light blue palace dress, her hair was in a bun, her neck was fair, she was playing with her hands, and there was a half smile at the corner of her mouth, looking at himself with great interest. This woman is obviously extremely charming, a stunner who turns all living beings upside down, but Yang Kai can feel that there is a power in her body that he dare not look directly at. Could this woman be Bian Hufa? Yang Kai was shocked. Is this the person you captured a few days ago? When Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan approached, the beautiful woman asked slowly. Her voice was sweet and greasy, very pleasant to hear, as if there was an invisible hand touching the heartstrings, which made people feel a little passionate. She was obviously asking that senior brother Ko. Senior brother Ko hastily bowed his head, lowered his eyes, as if he didn't dare to look at the beautiful woman, and replied respectfully, "My lord, it's these two people." The beautiful woman nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light, her red lips twitched, and said lightly, "Let's undo their restraint." Senior brother Ko heard the words, immediately pinched his hands, and immediately rushed to Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan. Two beams of mysterious light shot out and poured into their bodies. The next moment, Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan snorted involuntarily, and the power that had been restrained flowed in the body again, making people feel happy. Hee hee. The beautiful woman suddenly chuckled, and then slowly raised a jade palm under the dumbfounded gazes of Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan. And as the jade palm was raised, both Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan felt that something around them had suddenly changed, and a dignified and chilling atmosphere swayed leisurely, causing the expressions of both of them to change at the same time. Senior brother Ko seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and was not surprised by this scene at all, but watched the two people's reactions indifferently. The beautiful woman patted the jade palm lightly, and the energy of heaven and earth suddenly condensed and turned into a terrifying attack, covering Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan. "What are you going to do?" Lu Shanyan exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, she bit the tip of her tongue, and as her blood spurted out, she sacrificed a secret treasure in the shape of a mirror. As soon as the secret treasure appeared, it was divided into two parts into 4 parts, and 4 parts into 8 parts. Suddenly, countless small mirrors appeared beside Lu Shanyan. The mirrors were like the surface of a deep sea, emitting layers of gloomy light, daunting. She also knew that the other party was a strong person in the Dao origin realm, and it was very likely that he was not an ordinary Dao origin realm, so a shot was her most powerful secret treasure and the safest means of defense. She didn't even think about contending with the beautiful woman on the other side, she just wanted to be able to resist the opponent's blow. And Yang Kai let out a furious roar, colorful light flashed all over his body, and the immortal 5-element sword energy lingered all over his body. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, and golden bloodshots shot into the sky, facing the terrifying attack that descended from the sky. Chi 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 chi. A soft sound came out, and the golden blood thread turned into various forms of attacks under the control of Yang Kai's mind, but it was like a snowflake in early spring meeting the scorching sun, and it was completely vulnerable. Lu Shanyan screamed, and all the mirrors around her suddenly melted into one piece, lying above her and Yang Kai's heads. Wow! The next moment, the mirror shattered, Lu Shanyan's face turned pale, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. The secret treasure in the shape of the mirror changed back into its original shape, and the light dimmed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai had already soared into the sky, and the multicolored rays of light that represented the immortal sword energy of the 5 elements crisscrossed and surrounded him, tearing a gap in the suppressed and deadly attack, and escaped. He turned around in midair, and then rushed towards the lazy beautiful woman who had been sitting on the chair with a ferocious expression. The beautiful woman remained motionless, with a beating smile still on her face. Senior brother Ko, who was standing beside her, made a wrong step, blocked in front of the beautiful woman, and slapped Yang Kai with his palm. This palm seems simple, but there is a violent force spinning in the palm. Yang Kai feels that his own defenses have been raised, and the power of invincibility is coming. He couldn't help grunting, and flew back upside down. Lu Shanyan looked flustered, thinking that he was doomed this time. He gritted his teeth and mobilized all his strength to kill the beautiful woman and senior brother Ko. She actually wanted to die with the other party. Shanyan backed down. Yang Kai, who was in midair, yelled loudly and fell to the ground in embarrassment. And hearing Yang Kai's shout, Lu Shanyan also obediently stopped, staring at the front vigilantly, ready to fight. The beautiful woman laughed again. Her beautiful eyes stayed on Yang Kai. With a look of scrutiny, she nodded lightly and said, "Ko Wu, what did I say? They really can block my blow, right?" When Kouwu heard this, he bowed and said, "Your Excellency's eyes are like a torch." Kouwu admires him so much. The beautiful woman giggled, the twin peaks on her chest trembled, she pursed her lips and said, "Stop flattering me, even though I only used a little strength to hit me just now, it's pretty good to be able to stop it with the level of the two of them. Gone." Your Excellency said so. Kouwu nodded again. The conversation between the two did not suppress the voice, so Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan could hear clearly. Yang Kai was not surprised, but Lu Shanyan frowned tightly, showing a dissatisfied expression of being fooled. "You seem to be aware of it." The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and asked unhurriedly. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinned and said, "If your lord really wants to kill us, why bother to bring us here? The previous blow was obviously just a test." Hearing this, the beautiful woman said with a smile, "My boy is interesting. Then do you know what I want to see you for?" Yang Kai frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Please enlighten me, my lord." The beautiful woman nodded, reached out to pick up 2 space rings from the table next to her, and threw them away, turning into 2 beams of light, shooting towards Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan respectively. The two grabbed the space ring, swept away their consciousness, and immediately revealed strange expressions. Because they discovered that this is the space ring that belonged to the two of them that Kouwu took away before, and none of the things in it were lost, and all of them were there. "What do you mean, my lord?" Yang Kai frowned. "If my guess is correct, you are from a certain star field below, right?" The beautiful woman looked at the two of them and asked with a smile. Lu Shanyan's expression was startled, and he subconsciously glanced at Yang Kai, thinking that his status as a star master had been exposed, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1945. Chapter 1945. Yang Kai's expression remained the same. After a little thought, he made some guesses, and said, "My lord came to this conclusion through the things in our space ring." "That's right." The beautiful woman nodded slightly. "Only warriors who come from the star field below will have so many rubbish things." Lu Shanyan was very happy that her treasure was judged as trash by others, but when she thought of the other party's strength, status and methods, she could only keep silent. Perhaps the treasure that she thought was very precious was in front of others. Truly a piece of rubbish. On the contrary, Yang Kai didn't care about it at all, because his space ring was originally filled with rubbish to hide people's eyes. Even if he put a few things that are not bad, they are all of little value, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is rubbish. He smiled lightly and said, "So, our suspicion is cleared." The suspicion he was talking about was naturally the suspicion of the Zeri Pavilion spies. The beautiful woman smiled slightly. "Forget it. But I'm curious, which star field are you from?" "Great Desolate Star Field," Yang Kai replied immediately without even thinking about it. Lu Shanyan was very understanding and silent. "Oh." The beautiful woman was thoughtful. "I have heard of this star field, and there seems to be a sect in the star realm that is somewhat related to this star field." "Your Excellency is talking about the Netherworld sect." "We are not from the Netherworld sect." Yang Kai didn't know that the other party was testing his own reality, so he answered fluently and smiled coldly. "On the contrary, we have some grievances with the people of the Netherworld sect." "Really?" The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile that was not a smile. Her pair of beautiful eyes exuded a strange light, as if she wanted to pierce into the depths of Yang Kai's heart and see the truth. "That's right, in the Starlight Passage, we were plotted against by the people of the Netherworld sect." Yang Kai snorted coldly, his eyes turned resentful, as if he and the Netherworld sect had an unshakable hatred. The beautiful woman nodded and said nothing more. She pondered for a moment, then said, "Since you are not spies from the Ruiri Pavilion, and you are from the star field below, then I can give you 2 choices. Appreciate further details. 1. Leave my Jade Feather sect right now, as far as you can go." The beautiful woman raised a white finger and smiled softly. Hearing what she said, Lu Shanyan's expression changed, and he almost blurted out his promise, but before he opened his mouth, he subconsciously glanced at Yang Kai, and found that his face was indifferent, and quickly swallowed the words that came to his lips. "What about the second?" Yang Kai asked. "Secondly, it is natural to join my Jade Feather sect and become a disciple of my Jade Feather sect. Although my Jade Feather sect is not considered a great sect in the southern region, it still has a solid foundation, and you can count as a foothold if you join here. If you encounter any difficulties in cultivation, I can answer them for you." "Is there such a good thing?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard it, as if he was very excited. The beautiful woman smiled without saying a word, very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. Yang Kai thought for a while, then asked again, I still have a question. Say. The beautiful woman raised her chin slightly, her expression arrogant and cold. Our strength is not very high, why does your lord want to accept us into the sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly, and said, because you are from the star field below, warriors like you are very valuable to be cultivated. But it is a pity that you are not the body of the Star Master. If you are the body of the Star Master, there will be more care available. So it is. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Lu Shanyan mentioned this kind of thing to him before. All warriors from low-level star fields are the top and most qualified geniuses in that star field, so after coming to the star field, they are very popular with those big sects. Even if he is not a Star Master, he will be favored by many powerful people. Such an explanation by the beautiful woman is quite reasonable. So, how do you choose? The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. There is no hesitation here, I naturally want to join the Jade Feather sect. Yang Kai didn't even think about it, he directly agreed, then turned his head and said, Shanyan, what do you think? Lu Shanyan looked dazed, he never expected Yang Kai to make such a hasty decision on this matter, and he couldn't help but feel a little at a loss when he was asked. But after touching Yang Kai's eyes, Lu Shanyan nodded, then follow Brother Yang's wishes, I will join too. Hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled, stood up from her chair, and said, from now on, you will be the disciples of my Jade Feather sect, and you will be under the jurisdiction of my palace for the time being. Ko Wu, take them down and arrange a place to live. Let them practice hard, don't let me down. After finishing speaking, the beautiful woman turned and left directly. Ko Wu respectfully agreed behind her back. After the beautiful woman left, Ko Wu looked at Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan with a smile, and said, from now on, we are all in the same sect, senior brother hasn't asked what your names are yet. Yang Kai met senior brother Ko. Yang Kai clasped his fists with a smile, looking very familiar. Although Lu Shanyan felt awkward, he could only report his family name. After learning the names of the two, Ko Wu Dao, it turned out to be junior brother Yang and junior sister Lu. The senior brother has offended me a lot recently. Please don't worry about the two senior brothers and sisters. The senior brother also has a mission. Senior brother Ko is serious. The previous incident was due to the two of us being wrong, so don't blame senior brother. Ko Wu nodded and waved. Come with me, I'll take you to your residence, settle down first, and familiarize yourself with the environment. Our Jade Feather sect is quite good. Going all the way down, when we got to the bottom of the mountain, Ko Wu pointed to the two adjacent wooden houses and said, this is where you will live in the future. Every house is restricted, and you need an identity plate to activate it. If so, someone will bring it to you in 2 days, so you stay here for 2 days and don't run around, wait until you get the nameplate, and then go out for a walk, otherwise there may be some unnecessary troubles. Understood. Yang Kai nodded and said, Senior brother Ko, what do we need to do on weekdays? Ko Wu heard the words and smiled, for the time being, you don't need to do anything, just practice hard. If there is a task, I will greet you. In addition, we are all under the jurisdiction of Bian Hufa. The other peaks have nothing to do with us. We just listen to Bian Hufa. Orders are enough, well, let's get here today, let's talk about it another day. While speaking, Ko Wu wanted to leave. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Senior brother Ko. What else is there? Ko Wu frowned, seemingly impatient. Yang Kai leaned closer and asked in a low voice, Senior brother Ko, Lord Protector, her cultivation. Ko Wu smiled softly. The third level of Daoyuan, that is not something you can expect now, let's practice step by step. Senior brother taught me a lesson. Yang Kai looked like he was being taught. After Ko Wu left and only Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan were left in the same place, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became indifferent, he gave Lu Shanyan a wink, and casually found a wooden house and walked in. Lu Shanyan followed closely behind. The layout of the house is very simple, just a bed, a futon, a table and a chair. Although it seems that no one has lived in it for a long time, it is also spotless. Obviously, the prohibition is at work. After Yang Kai sat down, he released his divine sense to check around, and after confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he said, You want to ask me why I want to join the Jade Feather sect, right? Lu Shanyan thought for a while and said, I had this question at first, but after thinking about it carefully, this is probably the only way for us to survive. Yes, although Guardian Bian gave us 2 choices, who knows the consequences of choosing the other path? You have also seen the behavior style of the Jade Feather sect, they are not kind people. Yang Kai sighed. Lu Shanyan also smiled wryly. I didn't expect it to look like this when I entered the star realm. If I knew it earlier. It's useless to regret now, let's take one step at a time, as long as the strength is strong. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get rid of this place? Yang Kai sneered. That's right, Lu Shanyan smiled wryly, if that's the case, then I'll go to rest first. Yep, for the next few days, nothing happened. Because the identity plate has not been assigned yet, Yang Kai didn't dare to walk around at will, but just stayed in the room to practice in seclusion. There is no restriction in the body, and the speed of conversion of the holy yuan into the source power is greatly increased. Yang Kai already vaguely felt that he was about to touch the threshold of the Void King's third order realm. When he didn't enter the star field before, he stayed in the dead field outside the dark star for several years, comprehended the infinite power of the Emperor flowing in it, benefited infinitely, and then accumulated in the starlight channel. He has full confidence in breaking through the third level of the Void King. But he was in no hurry. After all, he is new here and has just joined the Jade Feather sect. If his performance is too eye-catching, it is very likely to cause unnecessary trouble. So after accumulating to the top, Yang Kai put down the progress of cultivation instead, just let the body absorb the starlight, transform the Saint Qi into source power, and strive to make the next breakthrough easier. A few days later, the identity plates of Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan were brought over by Ko Wu. With this identity plate, it means that the two have truly become disciples of the Jade Feather sect. Except for some forbidden areas, they can move around freely. Yang Kai took this opportunity to look around, and met many disciples of Jade Feather sect, and regardless of their temperament, all Yang Kai met were Void King realm existences, and they were all from the star realm. Martial artists naturally know a lot about things in the astral world. After some investigation, Yang Kai learned a good piece of information. That is, in the Jade Feather sect, there is no Emperor Senior realm. There are only 5 Daoyuan third-level powerhouses sitting in the town, and Bian Yuqing Bian Guardian is one of them. This is almost the same as his original estimate. After learning that Bian Yuqing is a Daoyuan third-layer strongman, Yang Kai guessed that even if there are Emperor Senior realm in Jade Feather sect, there are definitely not many, and the realm is not high. Because the cultivation level of a Dharma protector can directly reflect the highest combat power level of this sect. In addition to Bian Yuqing, there are 4 other Daoyuan third-level realms, one is the suzerain, and the other 3 are also guardians who are in charge of the other 3 main peaks. The 4 guardians perform their duties independently of each other. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1946 Source Crystal. Time flies. Yang Kai has been in Jade Feather sect for more than a month. It took him a month to basically figure out the general situation inside the sect, and during this period of time, his life with Lu Shanyan was uneventful, and no one came to find him except for cultivation. For their troubles, the Zongman has no mission to issue. Judging from this situation, choosing to join the Jade Feather sect is a good choice, at least this is a place to stay. But Yang Kai knew that this was only temporary. Any disciple who joins a sect must pay for the sect at some point. The reason why he and Lu Shanyan are leisurely now is because the Jade Feather sect has not encountered any difficulties, crisis, then people like myself must participate in the battle. He didn't have the slightest sense of belonging to the Jade Feather sect, so he was naturally unwilling to shed his blood for such a sect. And in the dark, Yang Kai always felt that a pair of eyes were observing him and Lu Shanyan, obviously because they had just joined the sect and were still in the inspection period. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously either. He and Lu Shanyan didn't show anything out of the ordinary during this period of time. They had always been quite satisfactory. Even if someone watched them, they wouldn't reveal anything. In Beiyuzong, there is a bustling square market, where disciples of Beiyuzong exchange supplies or buy things. In this square city, some road sections with good views are naturally occupied by powerful disciples, and there are some remote locations for ordinary disciples to use. Early in the morning, Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan came to this square city and walked straight into a remote and poorly decorated shop. Outside the shop, more than 30 warriors had already formed a long queue to see Yang Kai arrive. They all clasped their fists in greeting. Junior brother Yang, you're here very early. Junior brother Yang, hurry up and start working. Brothers have been waiting for you for a long time. Junior brother Yang, I'm the first here today. Help me practice first. These warriors are basically warriors at the Void King realm level, and there are a few Void Return mirrors. Everyone has a friendly smile on their faces and greets Yang Kai proactively. With a smile on Yang Kai's face, he clasped his fists and said, we will start working now, thank you brothers and sisters for waiting for a long time. During the conversation, to go into the shop. At this moment, a young woman with an enchanting figure and beautiful figure walked over gracefully, without any hesitation about the strange eyes of others. She directly took Yang Kai's arm, her big and full breasts resting on Yang Kai's elbow. On the next day, he exhaled Rulin in his ear and said, "Junior brother, don't worry about them, let senior sister make a furnace of 9-turn void spirit pill today, okay? Senior sister, I'm going back to retreat to practice." This senior sister, there are rules in the shop. First come, first served. Yang Kai's face was dark, and he pulled his arms out without any trace. The young woman persisted, still pestering Yang Kai, and said, "It's okay. Senior sister, go and talk to them, forgive them for not refusing to agree, if you help senior sister practice first, senior sister, I can." At the end, she took the initiative to put her red lips close to Yang Kai's ear, and whispered a few times. The charm in her beautiful eyes almost dripped out. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai's eyes burst into green light, with an excited expression on his face. HMPH. On the side, Lu Shanyan had a pretty face with a cold face. Looking at Yang Kai with disdain, a meaningful note spewed out from his nostrils. Yang Kai laughed dryly. He reached out his hand and patted the young woman's soft cheeks. She said regretfully, "Senior sister, the rules can't be broken. I'm sorry that there is nothing you can do, but, if senior sister is interested, you can go to the humble house some other day and let's have a good chat." When the young woman saw that the seduction was useless, she curled her lips and snorted, "You don't do even a little favor, what a cheapskate." While speaking, he shook off Yang Kai's arm and gave Lu Shanyan a vicious look, as if he was blaming her for ruining his good deed. Lu Shanyan looked dull, took out a pre-made signboard from the space ring, slammed it in front of him, and said with a cold face, "Brothers and sisters, please line up in order for alchemy, write the reward or draw on the signboard. If you need to refine any panacea, please prepare the materials in advance. If the refining fails, it will not be refunded." She said that everything she said was written on the signboard, and she didn't need to repeat it deliberately, but she still said it responsibly. While she was talking, Yang Kai had tiptoed into the shop, took out his Zixu cauldron, closed his eyes and rested his mind, ready to start his day's work. Over a month of getting along has made the relationship between him and Lu Shanyan more and more harmonious. In this unfamiliar star realm, although the two are not from the same star realm, but because they have too much mutual understanding they are similar, so we can still talk about them. And within a few days after coming to the Jade Feather sect, the two discovered a problem: the cultivation resources could not be obtained. Although they are already disciples of the Jade Feather sect, the sect will not distribute cultivation resources to the disciples for no reason. If they want to obtain the resources, they must pay for the sect or find a way to get them themselves. For Void King Realm powerhouses, things like Saint Crystals are useless, and the energy stored in Saint Crystals can't meet the needs of Void King Realm warriors at all. In the Star World, something called Source Crystal replaced the status of Holy Crystal. The energy stored inside the Source Crystal is countless times richer and mellower than that of the Holy Crystal, and it can be satisfied even by the Void King Realm or even Daoyuan Realm warriors. The Source Crystal, like the Holy Crystal, is divided into upper, middle and lower grades, and the exchange ratio between each grade is 1 to 10. It is a hard currency among warriors. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to speed up his cultivation, he had to find a way to obtain the Source Crystal so that he could buy what he wanted. But he was not familiar with the place where he was born, and he didn't know how to get his own cultivation resources. But after discovering the existence of this market, Yang Kai had the idea of making alchemy for others to earn source crystals. He is an alchemy master of Zhuang level, and he has aroused Taoist alchemy. Although the alchemy technique is not as talented as Shaning Sheng's conditions, it is not weak. Zhuang level alchemist, in the hometown star field, is an extremely extraordinary existence. But in the star realm, it is very common. So Yang Kai is not worried about what secrets he will reveal at all. As long as he is careful and does not go too far, he believes that the identity of an alchemist will allow him to get more attention. In a disguised form, the safety of himself and Lu Shanyan can also be guaranteed. Get big guarantees. After considering these gains and losses, Yang Kai didn't hesitate anymore, and after discussing with Lu Shanyan, he began to act in the market. The first few days were extremely difficult. No one was willing or dared to hand over their medicinal materials to him for refining. After all, the cultivation materials obtained by the disciples of the Jade Feather sect were all sacrificed with their lives. Who dares to rest assured that they will be handed over to a junior who doesn't know the basics? What's more, in this square city, there is more than one alchemist who helps others to make alchemy, so there is no need to take the risk of losing money to find Yang Kai. For 3 days in a row, Yang Kai didn't even open a business. Lu Shanyan was almost desperate. On the 4th day, Yang Kai became cruel and put out a sign, writing a letter to make alchemy for free, and if the refining fails, he will be compensated in full. As soon as this nirvana was released, there was finally the first person who dared to eat crabs. Anyway, even if the refining fails, they will be compensated in full, so it doesn't matter if you try it. When Yang Kai refined the first panacea, Lu Shanyan was like an ant on a frying pan, anxious and restless. After all, she and Yang Kai don't even have a source crystal now. If the refinement fails, they can't compensate others at all. After waiting for an hour, the days felt like years. Yang Kai actually refined successfully. What's more, the Zhuang grade spirit pill that was refined was of high quality and flawless, which greatly satisfied the alchemists. When the pill was completed, the fragrance of the pill was so strong that it wafted through half the street, making it unbelievable. The person who made alchemy was also very happy. He kept praising Yang Kai's ability, and promised that if he wanted to make alchemy in the future, he would definitely come to Yang Kai and so on. Yang Kai accepted his praise generously, and made a request to that person, to promote himself, so that more people can come to alchemy. The Jade Feather sect disciple got the advantage, so he agreed with all his strength. On the first day, Yang Kai refined the 3 furnace pills, all of which were successful and of extremely high quality. On the second day, Yang Kai refined 8 furnaces. On the third day, the warriors who came to look for Yang Kai's alchemy had already formed a long queue. Yang Kai immediately asked Lu Shanyan to replace the signboard of free alchemy, and clearly mark the price, how much source crystals would be charged for what alchemy to refine as a reward. This nearly a month of hard work has allowed Yang Kai to earn a lot of source crystals, and more importantly, his name has begun to spread throughout the city. Almost all the disciples of the Bu sect who came to Fangxi to make alchemy knew that in this remote corner, there was a simple shop, and there was a junior who was extremely skilled in alchemy, extremely high. The alchemy seekers naturally flocked to it, making the entrance of the small shop bustling with traffic and bustling. Yang Kai is very restrained. He has never refined a spirit pill with pill veins, and from time to time, he will deliberately fail 1 or 2 furnaces as a cover. Only in this way can he better hide his attainments in alchemy. A few years ago on the Shuiyu star, the Dao Danyan was triggered, which made Yang Kai's comprehension and implementation of the alchemy technique reach an unimaginable level. Now he is more handy than before in alchemy. It was as if there was life in his hands. His alchemy process coincides with the Dao, which is beyond the reach of human power. As for Lu Shanyan, he was responsible for receiving those martial artists who were seeking alchemy outside, bringing the medicinal materials for alchemy into the shop, and at the same time taking out the alchemy pills and handing them over to the people waiting outside. The two perform their own duties, but they also cooperate seamlessly. Every night after returning home from work, Yang Kai would give Lu Shanyan 3 of the day's income. In fact, according to Lu Shanyan's original thinking, she is not qualified to take 10% of the alchemy. After all, the alchemy is refined by Yang Kai, and she is only responsible for receiving outside. But Yang Kai insisted on giving her 30% of the proceeds, which made Lu Shanyan very grateful for Yang Kai's generosity. To be continued. When you are away from home, just go to the mobile version. Chapter 1947 Slander. Before alchemy, Yang Kai also inquired a little bit about the situation of alchemy in the Star Realm from Fangxi or the few Jade Feather sect disciples he had made friends with before. He found that the alchemy of the Star Realm was extremely advanced, and it was not at the same level as that of the Star Realm. Not to mention anything else, let's talk about the final condensed pill. In the Star Realm, even an ordinary alchemist can condense 2 or 3 pills at once, unlike the one material in the Star Realm that can only be refined. The condition of a panacea. The reason is that the alchemy skills and techniques in the Star World have been widely spread, and any alchemy technique is eligible to learn. However, there is a limit to the amount that can be condensed from any batch of pills. For example, the furnace of Luo Wang Fu Yetan that Yang Kai is currently refining is a furnace of Void King grade mid-grade panacea. It is not difficult to refine it with Yang Kai's alchemy technique, and even if he goes all out, it can refine the existence of birth with pill pattern. As for such a batch of panacea that requires 17 kinds of raw materials to be refined, even the most powerful alchemist can only condense 9 pills in the final process of condensing the pills. 9 spirit pills are the limit of Fu Yetan, the king of furnace. If there are more, even Emperor Zun will not be able to succeed. Different panaceas, different formulas, and the number of panaceas that can be condensed in the end are also different. If you want to condense the full limit of the Void King level middle grade spirit pills, you need at least a Daoyuan level alchemist to succeed. Yang Kai's current limit is 6. In the process of alchemy, he is also constantly familiar with his alchemy and alchemy techniques, which is confirmed by the Dao Danyan printed in the Sea of Consciousness, and his alchemy skills have improved rapidly. In less than an hour, Luo Wang Fuyeden, who was able to restore the source power of the Void King Realm martial artist, was released, and the number of condensed medicine pills was the limit that Yang Kai could achieve, 6 pieces. He stuffed 3 of them into his space ring, and threw the remaining 3 into the jade bottle he had prepared earlier. The spirit pills in the jade bottle are for those who seek pills. 3 pieces are enough to meet his needs. As for the extra spirit pills, they are naturally pocketed by Yang Kai. So after these days of alchemy, Yang Kai not only harvested a lot of source crystals, but also hid a lot of spiritual pills for various purposes. If they were sold out, it would definitely be a fortune. It's a pity that now he can only refine Void King level spirit pills, and there is no Daoyuan level material for him to practice. Otherwise, Yang Kai would like to try refining Daoyuan level pills to see if he has reached that level. After sealing the jade bottle, Yang Kai casually threw it away, feeling that it is so easy for alchemists to earn cultivation resources. Just as he was about to call Lu Shanyan outside to come in to get the pill, he suddenly heard Lu Shanyan's coquettish drink, followed by a clattering sound. Yang Kai's face sank, he got up quickly, and rushed out like a whirlwind. When he was outside, Yang Kai glanced away, only to see Lu Shanyan standing aside with an ugly face, while the signboard that was originally placed in front of her was thrown on the ground, and was stepped on by a warrior wearing Jade Feather Sect costume, has already rotted into several pieces. Outside the shop, those warriors who were waiting in line for alchemy all frowned, dispersed, and watched from a distance. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Lu Shanyan seemed to have found the backbone, and hurriedly leaned towards him. What happened? Yang Kai asked with a frown. He has been practicing alchemy here with Lu Shanyan for almost a month, and he hasn't provoked anyone, so he can't figure out why he was beaten up today. They said there was something wrong with the pill you refined. Lu Shanyan came to Yang Kai's side and said in a low voice. What's the problem? Yang Kai raised his eyes and scanned the other side. They didn't make it clear, they did it right away when they came here. Lu Shanyan gritted her silver teeth lightly, her expression was unfazed, and she stared at the crumbling signboard trampled by the warrior in front of her with some grievances. Because she cooperated with Yang Kai in alchemy, and Yang Kai generously gave her 30% of the income, so Lu Shanyan has been working hard these days, consciously unable to help Yang Kai in alchemy, and can only work hard on this sign up. The design of the signboard, and even every word and stroke on it, she has carefully crafted and spent a lot of thought. She takes it out when she comes every day, puts it in the space ring when she leaves, and even remembers it when she goes back at night. Wipe it carefully, the signboard is spotless. This is the only place she can help Yang Kai. But now, the signboard that she had put so much effort into turned into tatters, and Lu Shanyan was naturally extremely dissatisfied. Do it without making it clear. Yang Kai raised his brows and snorted coldly in his heart, knowing that even if he hadn't made much publicity during this time, helping others to make alchemy might still block someone's way of making money, otherwise how could this scene appear? Are you the alchemist here? On the opposite side, the martial artist who stepped on the signboard looked at Yang Kai arrogantly, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and asked sharply. Exactly, how dare I ask this brother to be called? Yang Kai looked at the other party indifferently. It's easy to say, I wish Chu Fei, the Dharma protector. Yang Kai's heart moved, knowing that the Zhu Hufa mentioned by this population is Zhu Junshan, one of the 4 big protectors of the Jade Feather Sect, reach. However, because the relationship between the 4 guardians is not very harmonious, if there is no suzerain to suppress it, I am afraid that the Jade Feather Sect would have already collapsed. But it is precisely because of this reason that the relationship between the disciples under the 4 major Dharma protectors is not peaceful. Within the sect, there were often disputes among disciples, and even private fighting resulted in injuries, and the situation was even more obvious outside the sect. As soon as Yang Kai heard that the other party was under Zhu Hufa's sect, he knew that this person was here to find fault. It turned out to be senior brother Chu. I don't know why senior brother smashed junior brother's signboard. Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Don't pretend to be stupid in front of Chu, don't you know what's going on? Chu Fei snorted coldly, with a serious look on his face. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I have only been in the sect for about a month, and I think I have not offended senior brother Chu, please tell me clearly. Chu Fei chuckled, nodded and said, "Okay, since you said that, then senior brother will explain it to you." While speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Bring it here." Not far behind him, several warriors came over carrying a stretcher. A man lay on the stretcher. He looked extremely miserable. His strength was fluctuating. Sometimes he was silent and sometimes fierce. He seemed to have lost his entire body. Lost self-awareness, his eyes were red, and he let out a meaningless and ferocious cry. Even though he was lying on the stretcher, he was still struggling hard, but there was a layer of restraint outside his body that made him unable to move at all. "Go crazy," the bystanders exclaimed. The situation of the martial artist lying on the stretcher is obviously insane. It is very likely that something went wrong during the retreat and practice, which caused his power to be uncontrollable. If it is not contained, then this person may be useless. However, it is extremely difficult to contain the insanity. Unless someone with great supernatural powers suppresses it, he alone cannot turn the tide. This is the bad luck that any warrior is afraid of encountering. Once encountering it, his life will be over. "This junior, do you recognize this person?" Chu Fei looked at Yang Kai coldly and asked, pointing at the warrior on the stretcher. Yang Kai glanced away, nodded and said, "I have a little impression. It seems that I asked for Dan from me 5 days ago." As soon as these words came out, Lu Shanyan's pretty face turned pale. She is not an idiot either, she has vaguely guessed what will happen next, and can't help but look at Yang Kai worriedly. "It's good for junior brother to admit it." Chu Fei sneered, "Junior brother Zhang, has the talent of heaven, and I have already cultivated at the second level of the Void King at a young age." He was praised again and again, saying that he is the most talented disciple in our lineage. "So what?" Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei indifferently. Chu Fei's face turned cold, and he said fiercely, "But he was destroyed in your hands, this junior brother, what do you think about this matter?" Senior brother was joking, Yang Kai said with a chuckle. "This senior brother Zhang went mad during his cultivation, how could it be that I ruined him? It has nothing to do with me. You still don't admit it. If he hadn't taken the panacea you refined, how could he have gone mad? You just said that he asked you for the pill 5 days ago." Chu Fei sternly shouted. Hearing what Chu Fei said, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists suddenly changed. After all, they were still queuing here just now to wait for Yang Kai to concoct alchemy. If there is really a problem with the spirit pill that Yang Kai concocted, then who would dare to look for him? I couldn't help but feel a little rejoiced. Fortunately Chu Fei came in time, otherwise I would very likely become the next junior brother Zhang. That's right, he did ask me for Dan 5 days ago, but that doesn't mean that his insanity has something to do with me. Maybe it's because of his own unstable foundation. There are many reasons for his insanity. Senior brother doesn't ask, is it unfair to slander me indiscriminately? Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei coldly. The other party is just a third-layer Void King, and Yang Kai has no fear at all. The only thing that makes Yang Kai a little worried is whether there is any power behind Chu Fei. It is impossible for him to come to trouble him for no reason. The only problem involved is the panacea. In this square city, there are also several alchemists and shops that help people make alchemy, but they are all the disciples of the Jade Feather sect themselves. It was established and has no direct relationship with several guardians. Brother didn't slander you. Brother Zhang asked for pills from you 5 days ago. After returning home, he has been practicing in seclusion. As a result, he became obsessed within a few days. Now that he has become like this, don't say it's just a coincidence. Wish you the Dharma protectors have said that he has the talent of the sky, so how could his foundation be unstable? Apart from the problem with the panacea you refined, I can't find a second reason. That's right, senior brother Zhang looked happy when he came back from Chudan that day, saying that he got a big deal, and I advised him to find someone to verify the quality of the elixir, but he was in a hurry to go to seclusion. Now it seems that, as expected, it's cheap and there are no good ones. I didn't expect brother Zhang to have a problem after only a few days of retreat. A disciple of the Jade Feather sect who came with Chu Fei echoed beside him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1948 Rolling. The square city is extremely lively, there are people coming and going, although the location of Yang Kai's leased shop is remote, but when something happens here, it will attract countless warriors to watch. Later people didn't know the whole story, they only saw the miserable appearance of the martial artist surnamed Zhang, foreseeing his future fate, and for a while, they all looked at Yang Kai angrily, as if Yang Kai was really an unskilled man. Dare to come out to harm the poor alchemist of the same sect. Naturally, there are some people who know that this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface, but in the Jade Feather sect, the disciples are indifferent, and no one has any friendship with Yang Kai, so naturally they will not stand up for him at this time. When he spoke, he caused trouble for no reason. Yang Kai observed his words, and knew that if he didn't handle this matter well today, then he wouldn't have to make alchemy here to earn origin crystals. It doesn't matter whether you practice alchemy or not, you're just afraid that the other party will have some follow-up conspiracy. Do you have any evidence to prove that Brother Yang's madness was caused by the spirit pill that Brother Yang refined? Lu Shanyan asked through gritted teeth, but the questioning seemed very feeble. Chu Fei sneered. Junior Brother Zhang is here, what evidence do we need? Lu Shanyan was speechless for a while, looking anxiously at Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a while, and said, 5 days ago, this senior Brother Zhang came to ask me to refine the Imperial Blood Sun Pill. This kind of panacea is used to supplement the power of qi and blood, maybe it was cultivated with senior Brother Zhang. What secret technique is related? At that time I gave him 4 spirit pills, dare I ask him if he has any left? If there are any leftover spirit pills, you can find out if there is any problem with my spirit pills. Quote. Lu Shanyan's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said excitedly, yes, if there are any leftover panacea, can you just find someone to verify it? Chu Fei hummed. All the spirit pills have been taken by Junior Brother Zhang, where do you want me to find the rest? Yang Kai spread his hands. Brother Chu said that, there is no evidence at all, it is pure slander, then there is no way, forgive me for not accompanying me, brothers, go slowly, wait for you to find the evidence, and then come with me, not too late for theory. As he spoke, Yang Kai turned around and entered the shop. The other party made it clear that they were looking for faults and causing trouble. Yang Kai didn't have that much thought to continue entanglement with them. Want to leave? Are you able to leave? Seeing Yang Kai's attitude, Chu Fei flew into a rage and shouted, kill to pay for your life, pay for your debts, you just want to leave for making Junior Brother Zhang suffer like this. Let it go, how can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Yang Kai turned his head back, looked at Chu Fei with a smile, and said coldly, what do you think Senior Brother Chu should do? Follow me to accept the punishment in front of the guardian. Chu Fei shouted. It's a joke, I am a disciple of Bian Hufa. Even if there is a punishment, it is Bian Hufa's business. When will it be Zhu Hufa's turn to govern? How brave, how dare you disrespect the guardian of the law? You are so arrogant at the beginning, how can you pay back in the future? Let the senior brother teach you a lesson, how to be a qualified junior. Chu Fei originally wanted to provoke trouble, but now he finally found a reason to attack, how can he bear it? While speaking, he had already flashed to Yang Kai, like a swimming dragon, stretched out his hand to grab Yang Kai. The power of the Void King realm field came out, completely covering Yang Kai, as if it could completely imprison the space around him, making that space extremely sticky and inconvenient to move. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, and also urged his own field to resist the suppression of the opponent's field. At the same time, the golden light flashed in his hand, and dozens of golden blood threads suddenly appeared, suddenly turning into a golden blood whip, flying towards Chu straight through. The space seemed to be torn apart, and the berserk power of blood contained in the golden blood seemed to turn into a ferocious poisonous snake, mixed with incomparable power, which made people dare not take it lightly. Chu Fei was taken aback. He originally thought that the other party was just a junior at the 2nd level of the Void King, wouldn't it be easy to deal with him at the level of the 3rd level of the Void King? Who knows that Yang Kai's move is a little bit wrong. Not only is the opponent's domain not weaker than his own, but it is also stronger and more solid than his own, so that the suppression of his own domain will not have any effect at all. And the majestic majesty contained in his casual blow also shows that the source of power in this junior brother is surging, otherwise there is a small difference in the realm, and it is impossible for him to feel pressure when facing him. The golden blood whipped, and a chill surged from the bottom of Chu Fei's heart. Without even thinking about it, he quickly withdrew his hand and pointed his fingers in front of him. A secret treasure that looked like a mirror immediately appeared in front of him, and the light suddenly appeared. The mysterious light emitted covered the golden blood thread whip, and at the same time, a cone-shaped defense was formed in front of him. Snapped. With a soft sound, the golden blood thread whip hit the mysterious light on the mirror surface, but it was pushed aside by a force of ingenuity, which failed to hurt Chu Fei at all. This precious mirror can deflect attacks. But if that's all... A sinister smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. The golden blood thread whip that was moved away suddenly twisted, and in a burst of dazzling changes, it really turned into a golden python. The python's eyes were red, its fangs were full, and it opened its bloody mouth. wrapped around Chu Fei's body, wrapped him 7 or 8 times in the blink of an eye, and then bit his neck. Chu Fei let out a scream, but before he could react, Yang Kai had already leaned forward, his whole body was almost stuck in front of Chu Fei, his right fist was raised, and colorful rays of light shone from that fist, like a falling giant hammer, hit Chu Fei's face. Chu Fei wanted to resist, but was shocked to find that he had no strength to resist in front of Yang Kai. The opponent's incomparably weird golden python secret technique and extremely pure suppression of the field made him not even qualified to use his strength. Boom! With a muffled sound, Chu Fei was hit and rolled several somersaults in midair before landing heavily. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone's heart was shocked, and they watched the one-sided battle in a daze. The battle between Yang Kai and Chu Fei happened quickly and ended quickly, almost in the blink of an eye, so fast that Lu Shanyan didn't even have the time to help. Until now, Lu Shanyan put on an attack the posture, but froze in place the moment Chu Fei was hit. She has no room to intervene at all. Her heart was shocked, her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai tremblingly, she was horrified to find that compared to seeing Yang Kai in the Starlight Channel, this man seemed to be more powerful than him. She never doubted that Yang Kai was not Chu Fei's opponent, after all, this man made Yin Lesheng suffer a lot in the Starlight Channel. Although Chu Fei is also at the 3rd level of the Void King, but the power in his body must not be completely converted into source power, so naturally he cannot be compared with Yin Lesheng. It is not a problem for Yang Kai to make Yin Lesheng suffer, and it is not a problem to be better than Chu Fei. But she did not expect that Yang Kai's victory came so easily. How does that opponent look like a Void King 3rd layer? Some people may believe that he is a 3rd layer Void returning realm. Did this man really come from a lower star field? Lu Shanyan would not have believed this fact if he hadn't met him in the Starlight Channel. Lu Shanyan was shocked, and the disciples of the Bu sect who were watching were equally surprised from ear to ear. Especially those warriors who knew that Yang Kai was still an alchemist, couldn't believe their eyes. You must know that alchemists can practice alchemy, but because they spend a lot of time on alchemy, their cultivation level is not too high compared to their own alchemy skills. Yang Kai was able to refine the Void King grade spirit pill, and he was a Void King realm martial artist, which was already incredible enough, but he even easily crushed a Void King 3rd stage with his cultivation base of the Void King 2nd stage. Brother. That's right, the scene in front of me can't be described with the word crushing. Yang Kai's bizarre performance simply blinded their eyes. It is difficult for a disciple with such a strong combat power, who can crush opponents by leaps and bounds, and who is also proficient in alchemy, not to be taken seriously. The surrounding disciples of Jade Feather sect looked at Yang Kai, and it was already foreseeable that after today it will definitely get the attention of the sect and be vigorously cultivated. As for the matter of injuring a senior brother, is this considered a matter in the Jade Feather sect? There are already many people thinking about how to build a good relationship with Yang Kai, and when he is so prosperous, he can eat meat and drink soup with him. The other 2 Void King realm warriors who came with Chu Fei turned pale at the moment. When Chu Fei and Yang Kai fought, they also wanted to go up to help, just like Lu Shanyan, but in the blink of an eye, Chu Fei was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, which was completely different from what they expected. As expected, it was natural that Yang Kai was severely taught by Chu Fei, then begged for mercy, and then let them do whatever they wanted. But the cruelty of reality made them almost lose their ability to think. Yang Kai's sharp eyes drifted over, and the 2 of them involuntarily took a step back. One of the 2 of them is at the 1st level of the Void King, and the other is at the 2nd level of the Void King. Together, they are not Chu Fei's opponents, so how dare they challenge Yang Kai? Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to want to trouble them, but walked towards Chu Fei step by step, squinting his eyes and said with a smile, "Brother Chu, we don't know each other if we don't fight, we know each other now, we can have a good talk about this senior brother Zhang going mad." When Chu Fei heard it, how dare he continue to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, so he quickly jumped up, and sternly shouted, "What do you want to do? Senior brother, you are joking, junior brother is just here, how dare you do anything to you? Well, I just want to talk to you." Yang Kai smiled very friendly, but in Chu Fei's eyes, that smile was like a ghost, making people frightened. While speaking, Yang Kai squeezed his fist, and there was a crackling sound from the joints. Chu Fei's face was pale, his eyes were bruised, and one eye was swollen into a gap, and he said bitterly, "This time I admit defeat, but don't push yourself too hard." Getting ahead, Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. "Senior brother insulted my reputation as an alchemist for no reason. If this matter is not resolved today, how do you let me do alchemy here in the future? Then what do you want?" Chu Fei gritted his teeth and asked. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1949 Summoned. After realizing the gap between himself and Yang Kai, Chu Fei no longer had the arrogance he had before, but under the eyes of everyone, he didn't want to lose his reputation, otherwise how could he hold his head up in the Jade Feather sect in the future? So even if he was frightened in his heart, he could only hold on and throw the question back to Yang Kai. It's very simple. Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei with a smile, and raised a finger. Senior brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue alchemy here in the future, should I compensate for the loss? Compensation for the loss? Chu Fei's eyeballs were almost protruding, he never expected Yang Kai to be so Philistine. Yang Kai chuckled. You don't need too many juniors, just a few 100,000 source crystals is enough. Hundreds of thousands, you're dreaming. Chu Fei immediately jumped up, his face distorted and said, you really dare to open your mouth like a lion. Hundreds of thousands of source crystals, that is a number that Chu Fei dare not even think about. He has cultivated so far, counting the source crystals he spent and what he has now, it is only a few 100,000 or 200,000. Yang Kai opened his mouth and asked for it. Hundreds of thousands, wouldn't it cost his life? Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold, and he said fiercely, Senior brother has no sincerity at all, it seems that we can't continue talking, since this is the case. Before Yang Kai finished speaking, he suddenly tilted his head as if aware of something, and listened intently. Seeing this scene, Chu Fei was overjoyed, and laughed loudly. Brother, this is the end of today's matter, brother remembers you, we will meet again in the mountains and rivers. Looking at Yang Kai's demeanor, how could he not know that there is a master who is transmitting sound to Yang Kai? Since there are sect masters intervening, then he is safe. While speaking, he waved his hand and shouted at the other two, go. Those two dared not be negligent, quickly lifted junior brother Zhang who was still struggling, and wanted to leave here quickly. You want to leave just because you insult my reputation? How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Yang Kai's cold snort came, and Chu Fei was startled. His fist magnified in front of his eyes again. The solid prestige of the field lingered around Chu Fei's body, completely suppressing his aura. Chu Fei only had time to scream before being knocked down to the ground by Yang Kai, pounding hard. The third level of the Void King is not weak, even if all the power in his body is not converted into source power, Chu Fei still has the power to fight back desperately. However, Chu Fei knew that he was no match for this junior brother after being confronted by Yang Kai before, so this time, he didn't have the slightest idea of fighting back, instead he just mobilized his body to protect his vital position, and let Yang Kai his fists fell like raindrops. The onlookers were completely stunned. There was a muffled bang bang bang, occasionally mixed with Chu Fei's miserable howl. When Yang Kai got up, Chu Fei was already covered in blood, lying on the ground and moaning, obviously injured. Yang Kai turned his head, glanced in a certain direction, cursed, and then greeted Lu Shanyan, close the stall. Lu Shanyan was stunned for a moment, and finally came back to his senses, and hurriedly followed behind Yang Kai, heading back to the residence. Wherever the two passed, the Jade Feather sect disciples all took the initiative to give way, looking at Yang Kai with fear in their eyes. Lu Shanyan followed behind Yang Kai, staring blankly at the broad back, his thoughts flying. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, who usually looked at a very peaceful person, turned out to be so cruel when he went mad. In that city, if he didn't care about his identity as a fellow student, Chu Fei might have been beaten to death by Yang Kai. However, if they did this, they might not be able to go to Fangxi to refine alchemy in the future, which made Lu Shanyan a little regretful. After all, the two of them made good profits from alchemy this month, earning a lot of source crystals. As he was walking, Yang Kai in front of him suddenly stopped. Lu Shanyan didn't check for a while, and almost bumped into his back. He stopped quickly and asked, Brother Yang, what's wrong? You go back first, I'm going to the peak. Yang Kai turned back. Peak. Lu Shanyan frowned, and immediately realized, Bian Hufa wants to see you. Then the one who sent you the sound transmission just now is Yang Kai nodded, it's just a small matter, don't worry. Do you want me to go with you? Lu Shanyan asked. Guardian Bian didn't summon you, I'm afraid you won't be able to go up, you go back first. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he went straight to the peak. Lu Shanyan shouted from behind, be careful. Yang Kai didn't reply, just waved his hand. Halfway up the mountain, a figure flashed in front of him, looking at Yang Kai indifferently, with a dissatisfied look on his face. Senior brother Ko. Yang Kai clasped his fists indifferently. The one standing in front of him was Ko Wu, the one who sent him the voice transmission just now was also Ko Wu, and the one who asked him to go to the peak to meet Bian Hufa was also Ko Wu. You are so courageous. How dare you disobey my order? Didn't I tell you to let Chu fly away? Why are you beating him? Ko Wu snorted coldly. Yang Kai sneered and said, being bullied to the top, you still have to swallow your anger. Isn't Bian Hufa's lineage so weak? If that's the case, Brother Ko let me down very much. How long have you been a beginner? What do you know? What happened today? Do you think it was just Chu Fei who came here to provoke trouble? Ko Wu's face was stern. Of course I know that he was instigated to come here. Yang Kai sneered, I'm just making alchemy there to earn some source crystals, who is blocking someone's way of making money? Let me guess, it's Guardian Zhu. And Bian Hufa doesn't want to have any conflicts with Zhu Hufa. That's why I have to compromise. Ko Wu looked at Yang Kai in surprise, nodded and said, you are not too stupid. Yes, although Chu Fei's behavior was not directly instructed by Guardian Zhu, it can be regarded as involving the interests of Guardian Zhu. You alchemy belongs to alchemy, why don't you enter Baoyuantang? You should know that Baoyuantang is an alchemy hall opened by our lineage in Fangxi. If you go there to refine alchemy, we can protect you if anything happens, let alone as for being troubled by others. Yang Kai spread his hands. Poor, if you enter Baoyuan Hall, you will have to share 60% of the income. Senior brother, you also know that I just came to Star Realm, so what can I do if I don't have any source crystals in my hand? This reason also makes sense. Ko Wu knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, so he couldn't blame him too much, but you beat Chu Fei today, and you gave Zhu Hufa an excuse to find fault. Are you going to deal with your clan rules? No matter how you say it, Chu Fei is your senior brother, so you are committing a crime. Yang Kai chuckled. Isn't Hufa Bian calling me over for this matter? I believe her old man will handle it properly. Ko Wu's face darkened, and he said hastily, don't mention the word, old man, in front of the protector, or be careful of your dog's life. I understand, woman. Yang Kai looked understanding. Forget it, you come with me, I hope that Lord Guardian is in a good mood today, otherwise, you will be unlucky. Ko Wu shook his head, did not continue to reprimand, but led Yang Kai towards the peak. Still in the same palace that he had entered before, Ko Wu led Yang Kai into a wing room. The scent in the wing room is glutinous and sweet, with pink decorations everywhere, it looks like a woman's boudoir. Bian Yuqing was lazily lying on a bench, showing her exquisite curves, resting her chin on one hand, closing her eyes and pretending to be asleep, her posture was elegant and imaginative. The chair was covered with precious animal skin blankets, and next to her, there were several young women in revealing clothes surrounding her. Spirit fruit peels were delivered to Bian Yuqing's mouth, and some were kneeling on the ground, gently kneading Bian Yuqing's slender and straight legs. Yang Kai entered here, the first thought that popped out of his mind was extravagance. Ko Wu, as usual, lowered his head, looked straight at his toes, clasped his fists and said, Guardian Bian, that kid is here. I've met Lord Protector. Yang Kai didn't keep his eyes fixed like Ko Wu's, but his eyes were clear, without any desire. Because he knew that a woman like Bian Yuqing was by no means something he could get his hands on right now, and if he had any evil thoughts in his heart, he would be severely taught by her. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Bian Yuqing opened her eyes slightly after keeping her eyes closed all the time, and from those majestic phoenix eyes, she cast a sharp gaze on Yang Kai, making Yang Kai feel uncomfortable, as if cut by a knife. Same, sore skin. Yang Kai's gaze met hers, and in an instant, he felt that the other's eyes seemed to turn into a bottomless vortex, wanting to pull his soul into it, sinking forever. Yang Kai was startled, and quickly bit the tip of his tongue, a tingling pain came, which made him a little more awake. When I looked again, Bian Yuqing's eyes were completely calm and returned to their original state. The little guy is quite courageous. He dared to cause trouble for me after only a few days in the sect. Bian Yuqing's voice was sweet, but her tone was rather unpleasant. My lord protects the law. Yang Kai resisted the uncomfortable coercion, and said in a deep voice, it's not that the disciple caused trouble, but was bullied and resisted. Resistance. Hee, I heard that you beat your senior brother to the point of inhumanity, and it will take at least 3 months to heal the injury. Is this what you mean by resistance? Bian Yuqing looked at Yang indifferently. Open. Maybe it's a bit harsh, but that's the only way to prevent other people from underestimating the Dharma Protector's lineage. If the disciple is patient, others will think that our lineage is weak and can be bullied. Oh, Bian Yuqing raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, then according to what you said, should I gather all the disciples together, and then praise you in public, as an example? My Lord Dharma Protector is serious about the duties of a disciple. Presumptuous. Bian Yuqing shouted coquettishly, and with a wave of her hand, a huge force hit her face, directly flying Yang Kai out, hitting the wall. My lord, calm down. Ko Wu hurriedly comforted him. Unexpectedly, after being furious, Bian Yuqing giggled again, which made Ko Wu stunned, wondering how Bian Yuqing was feeling. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at ch8296929 Dian Hanji. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1950 Ice Cliff. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with Bian Yuqing. Apart from this meeting, it was just the last time they met. When he saw Bian Yuqing for the first time, Yang Kai only felt that this woman was very powerful. After all, she had a Daoyuan third-layer cultivation base, but Yang Kai couldn't figure out what kind of heart she was. But this second meeting made Yang Kai understand that this is a moody woman. Extremely hard to mess with. Her casual blow didn't use too much force, but it wasn't something the current Yang Kai could resist. After hitting the wall, she only felt the qi and blood in her chest tumbling, and the bones in her chest ached. When she stood up, she just heard Bian Yuqing's delicate laughter. Yang Kai covered his chest with his hands, and looked at Bian Yuqing intently. The latter stared at Yang Kai with a pair of beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of approval in his eyes, and he nodded lightly. I like men with backbone. You have performed well, at least you have not fallen into my prestige. Yang Kai frowned, but didn't answer. However, Bian Yuqing changed the subject. Today's matter can be big or small, and I don't want to give Zhu Junshan an excuse to make trouble for me. After all, you have only been in the door for more than a month, and you dare to commit a crime. It's also because of my ineffective teaching and responsibilities. How about this, you go to Bingya to stay for 3 months, and let's forget about today's affairs. What she said was very casual, but Yang Kai felt something bad in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, dare to ask Lord Protector, where is that ice cliff? He has been in the Jade Feather sect for more than a month, but he has never heard of the existence of Bingya. Bingya. Bian Yuqing smiled sweetly. Well, it's the place where the disciples who made mistakes were imprisoned, and the bad environment there, hee, you'll know when you go and have a look. Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking. Ko Wu turned his head and glanced at him. His eyes were full of sympathy, as if the ice cliff was some kind of bad place. Take it down. Bian Yuqing waved her hand casually, and closed her beautiful eyes again. Disciple leave. Ko Wu respectfully backed away, even pulling Yang Kai before leaving. Yang Kai was full of doubts, but seeing Bian Yuqing's appearance, he also knew that he couldn't ask anything, so he could only leave with Ko Wu. Stay out of the palace. Ko Wu Kai exhaled lightly. Every time he met Bian Yuqing, he was under tremendous pressure. Senior brother Ko. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Ko Wu. Hey, junior brother Yang. Ko Wu sighed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. He said earnestly, don't ask me either. You will know when you get there. Senior brother can only say, the Lord Protector is extra merciful this time. After all, the time is not long, 3 months, just go through the retreat. At that time, senior brother will pick you up in person. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai felt even worse, and became more and more sure that the ice cliff was not a good place. But unless he can kill a bloody path from the Jade Feather sect now, otherwise, he can only obediently follow Ko Wu to the ice cliff. Silently calculating his own strength in his heart, Yang Kai could only hide his depression in his heart. Ko Wu once again sacrificed his flying secret treasure in the shape of a building boat. After the two of them got on the building boat flew towards a certain direction at an extremely fast speed. Looking down from above, the buildings of the Jade Feather sect retreated backwards at an unimaginable speed. And the more he moved forward, the more Yang Kai could sense the severe cold in the air. At a certain moment, Ko Wu suddenly pointed to the front and said, Junior brother Yang, that is Bingya. Any disciple in the sect who made a mistake and was about to be imprisoned will be thrown there. Well, don't even think about running away. Although this place is not close to the main rudder, even if there is no one in the area of 10,000 miles, if you leave the ice cliff without authorization, Lord Dharma Guardian will know, and when the time comes. Ko Wu didn't finish his words. How could Yang Kai not know what he meant? Just nodded slightly, looked up and looked forward. Somewhere in front of it, white clouds are lingering, making people unable to see the real scenery clearly. Only a towering mountain peak can be vaguely found there, but the mountain peak seems to be split into 2 halves by someone. The incision is neat, and there is a natural moat in the middle. Such an existence is daunting. Arriving here, the severe cold in the air became more and more obvious. Even with the protection of the building boat, Yongkai could still feel the biting cold. And in this icy cold, there seemed to be another kind of aura mixed in, which made him a little familiar but strange. Yongkai frowned, and after thinking hard for a long time, he suddenly called out, "The power of the Emperor." Kowu looked at Yongkai in surprise, and said in astonishment, "Junior brother Yong, you can actually detect the power of the Emperor here. Have you met the Emperor before?" If he hadn't met a strong man at the Emperor level, it would be impossible to know what Emperor Wei looked like. When Kowu came here for the first time, he only noticed that the coldness there was extremely uncomfortable. The martial artist has a natural ability to suppress, but he didn't understand why it happened. He didn't understand the reason until Bian Yuqing explained it to him. And Yongkai came from a Void King's second layer of a low-level star field, and he immediately judged that the Emperor's prestige was hidden in the severe cold ahead. This cannot be explained by his sharp eyesight. Emperor prestige, that's why I know. Well, there is a forbidden place in the Great Desolation Starfield, where the power of the Emperor's prestige remains. I have felt it before. Yongkai replied casually. So that's it. Kowu didn't doubt him, nodded and said, "There are many guardians in the low-level star field, and every guardian is a high-level Emperor-level powerhouse. Maybe the guardian of your wild star field may be the one left traces in that forbidden area. But how can there be the power of the Emperor here?" Yongkai questioned. Kowu smiled slightly. This has something to do with the origin of the ice cliff. It is rumored that the birth of this ice cliff is related to a strong emperor who can control the law of ice. It was cut out, and the ice cliff is surrounded by the emperor's ice artistic conception, which will last for 10,000 years, otherwise why do you think the ice cliff will become the place where my Jade Feather sect disciples are confined? It turned out to be created by Emperor Zun's sword. Yongkai's eyes lit up when he heard it. Everyone in the sect says that, but I don't know if it's true or not. Kowu chuckled. When you get there, junior brother, try to stay on top of the ice cliff. Don't go deep. The further you go in the depths, the more powerful the Emperor's ice conception is. Even the suzerain and the four protectors can't go deep into the bottom. Relying on your ability is simply unable to compete with the power of the Emperor, and rashly going deep must be bad luck. Quote. I understand, thank you senior brother Ko for telling me. Yongkai nodded. Besides, Lord Guardian confines you, not just to punish you. Although the environment of this ice cliff is harsh, it is very difficult for people to stay for a long time, but if you can learn something from it, it will definitely benefit you. Don't let me down. I have received the favor of the Lord Protector. Kowu said earnestly and kindly. Really? Yongkai grinned. Since that's the case, don't go back, brother. How about we go to understand the heavenly Tao and martial Tao together? No. Kowu's expression straightened, with obvious fear in his eyes. I came to this ghost place once, stayed for a month, and almost couldn't go back. Brother, what kind of cultivation base did you come here at that time? Third layer Void King, Kowu replied. Yongkai immediately curled his lips. My Lord Protector really thinks highly of me. This shows that Master Dharma Guardian thinks that your potential is greater than mine. Kowu chuckled, pinched a spell in his hand, and the building stopped moving forward. He looked at Yongkai and said, Senior brother will send you here, you go there by yourself well, 3 months later, I will pick you up again. Yongkai nodded, didn't say anything more, jumped up from the building boat, and rushed towards the top of the ice cliff. After Yongkai left, Kowu immediately drove the boat non-stop, as if fleeing away from this ghostly place. The bone-piercing cold seems to be able to penetrate deep into the soul, not only hindering the smooth flow of power in one's body, but even affecting one's thinking, giving people the illusion that even the mind is frozen. The hot air exhaled from his mouth was clearly visible, as thick as mist. Yongkai couldn't help running the power in his body as soon as he landed on the top of the ice cliff, fighting against the ubiquitous cold. He finally felt better. The space above the ice cliff is spacious, like a flat land, and there are large and small potholes near the rock wall. Obviously, it was a simple cave dug out by the disciples of the Jade Feather sect who had been imprisoned over the years. Yongkai stood in place and looked around. It was found that there was no grass on the top of the ice cliff, and it looked extremely desolate, and even the rock was frozen into ice rock. Although there is also a hint of Emperor's power here, which contains extremely high and profound laws of ice cold, but it is not obvious, so it is relatively easy to resist with Yongkai's current strength. If Su Yan is here. Su Yan's beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Yongkai's mind. If she is here, then this ice cliff is not an unbearable forbidden place, but a blessed place. A place containing Emperor Zun's ice-cold mood and the law of ice will increase her cultivation speed unimaginably. The mystery of the law, condensing one's own artistic conception, can greatly shorten one's own growth time. Unfortunately, Su Yan is still on Gloom Star. As for Yongkai himself, what he refined was not the power of the ice-cold attribute, so he could only sigh. Shaking his head, he dispelled the thoughts and clutter in his mind. After familiarizing himself with the empty and desolate environment, Yongkai went directly to the rock wall, drilled into the caves, and began to check. Since we are going to stay here for 3 months, it is natural to make sure that there are no living people here. In case any of the fellows are also thrown here for confinement, Yongkai thinks it is better to say hello to the other party first. After some investigation, Yongkai confirmed that there was no living person here, except himself. But there are more than a dozen dead people. The dozen or so dead people were scattered in different caves, all of them posing in cross-legged meditation postures. Their images were lifelike, and their demeanor before death was extremely serene, as if they had not suffered any torture or pain at all, but seemed to be lost in deep sleep. Life. To be continued. When you are away from home, just go to the mobile version. Chapter 1951 Shock. Chapter 1951 Shock. This discovery made Yongkai's heart tremble. Because this is where the ice cliffs are really dangerous. The ubiquitous icy state of mind can erode the warrior's thinking, causing people to lose their lives unknowingly, so those dead warriors can maintain a peaceful demeanor, without any signs of struggle or pain. After checking the cave, Yongkai thought about it and jumped directly to the bottom of the ice cliff. Although Ko Wuxian urged Yongkai not to go deep into the ice cliff, but since there is a rare power of Emperor power here, Yongkai naturally wants to feel it. When he comprehended Emperor Wei in the dead zone outside the Dark Star, he gained a lot. He already has his own set of methods to deal with the suppression of Emperor Wei. However, he didn't dare to be too rampant, but controlled the speed and slowly descended little by little. As Ko Wu said, the further down, the stronger the power of the Emperor, and the more terrifying the ice-cold mood contained in it. It was only 100 feet down, and Yongkai was already struggling a bit. With all his strength, he couldn't resist the freezing cold that penetrated into the bone marrow. In desperation, Yongkai could only urge his own domain. When his field was formed that year, it was also facilitated by the suppression of the Emperor's prestige of the Emperor's Garden. Compared with this place, the Emperor's prestige of the Emperor's Garden is only stronger but not weaker. So his field has a certain degree of resistance to Emperor Wei. As soon as the field came out, Yongkai immediately relaxed a lot. Quietly released his divine sense, and went down, wanting to find out how deep the ice cliff was, but soon, Yongkai withdrew his divine sense in shock. Because he found that the icy artistic conception and the power of the law actually froze the spiritual consciousness he released. If he didn't take it back in time, he might be damaged. After realizing this, Yongkai no longer dared to release his divine sense. It was dark below, like an abyss beast opened its mouth, making people tremble. Continuing to dive 300 feet, there was a crackling sound outside Yongkai's body. That is a sign that the field is about to reach its limit. If you continue to dive in, the field will inevitably collapse, and Yongkai's own strength alone will not be able to resist the Emperor's prestige and ice-cold artistic conception that is hundreds of feet deep, only a dead end. This is my limit, Yongkai understood, and didn't try to be brave, but raised his body and flew upwards. Although he found nothing this time, Yongkai knew that this place was indeed a good place to hone his will. From a certain point of view, I still have to thank that Bian Yuqing. He didn't fly to the top of the ice cliff, but chose to dig a cave by himself 100 feet away from the top. This is the most suitable position for his current strength. The Emperor's prestige and the ice-cold mood here are just to the extent that he can barely contend. Retreating and practicing in this position will be of great benefit to his own growth. It took Yongkai a lot of trouble to dig the cave. The ice cliff has been immersed in this special icy environment for many years, and the rock wall has long been corroded by the power of the Emperor and the law, and it is no longer an ordinary rock, but an extremely solid ice rock. It took Yongkai 3 full days to dig out a simple cave. And this cave is only the size of 2 rooms. He didn't rush to retreat to practice, but sat cross-legged in the cave, recovering while fighting against the harsh environment. Fortunately, some time ago, I helped people make alchemy and accumulated a lot of Void King level panacea and source crystals, so I recovered very quickly. Yongkai spent a few more days to adjust his state to the best level, and then he started to deal with the most important thing right now. Breakthrough. His power has already accumulated to the peak of the Void King's 2nd level, and his understanding of martial arts and heaven is almost enough. After coming to this star world and entering the Jade Feather sect, he already has the qualifications to break through. But he was in no rush to do so. Firstly, he didn't want to be too eye-catching. He is under the eaves now, so it's always right to be careful. Secondly, I also want to accumulate a little more so that this breakthrough will be smoother. The most important thing is that there is no suitable place. Although he also has a residence in the Jade Feather sect, and he can use his identity plate to unlock the house's restrictions and prevent ordinary warriors from prying, but it can't stop Bian Yuqing's spiritual inspection. Yang Kai didn't want to reveal his secret. This is not the gloomy star. On the gloomy star, he is the master, and with a single thought, he can find a retreat place that is uninhabited and undisturbed. He originally wanted to stay in Jade Feather sect for a while longer, and after gaining Bian Yuqing's trust, he would leave Jade Feather sect temporarily and find a suitable place to retreat and break through. But this trip to the ice cliff made him feel different. Isn't this ice cliff a good place to break through? There are thousands of miles around here, no one is inhabited, and there are emperor prestige and the power of law pervading. Even if there is any movement when I break through, it is impossible to convey it too far. After 3 months, he broke through to the 3rd level of the Void King and returned to Jade Feather sect. If Bian Yuqing asked, he would have a good explanation. When the time comes, I will tell her that I have learned something during the retreat on Bingya, and I believe she will not go to the bottom of it. After all, the 3rd level of the Void King is really nothing to her. For various reasons, Yang Kai felt that his breakthrough must be good. For how to break through to the Void King 3rd layer, Yang Kai has also considered a lot in the past few years, and he has long been concerned. In the cave, he sat cross-legged, surrounded by source crystals earned during this period of time, roughly counting, at least 30,000 yuan. This is all the source crystals that Yang Kai has now. Even if he is a Void King level alchemist, he has been helping people to refine alchemy for more than a month. Yuan Jing is not so profitable. However, 30,000 low-grade source crystals should be enough to support his breakthrough this time. He was not in a hurry to attack his own realm, but in the severe cold environment, he recalled his life's martial arts path. Under the tutelage of Ling Xiaozhi, from the trial disciple step by step, through countless heartaches and hardships, accompanied by beauty during the journey, not lonely. He didn't grow up for a long time. Among all Void King realm warriors, he is considered very young, but his life experience is rich and colorful, not much worse than those old monsters who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Scenes of years and years of pictures are replaying in Yang Kai's mind, just like yesterday's experience, the excitement and danger are vivid in his mind. Yang Kai's mood is not fluctuating. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai forgot everything. The icy law lingered around his body, invaded his physical body, and penetrated into his internal organs. In the cave, Yang Kai's hair and beard gradually turned white, as if he had been frosted, his life characteristics gradually weakened, and even his breathing and heartbeat became slower and slower. He gradually became like the dozen or so dead Jade Feather sect disciples, as if he was going to end his life in the cold. However, earth-shaking changes took place in his body. In the lower abdomen, the power mixed with Yuanli and Shengyuan rioted, rampaging, and his body's energy and blood also scattered, and condensed at the dantian of the abdomen, which gave birth to a miraculous change in that area. The biggest difference between a Void King level 2 martial artist and a Void King level 3 level warrior is not the conversion ratio of source power and holy energy in the body. Even without a little source power, a warrior can still advance to the Void King level 3 level. The difference between the two lies in the Void Mind Crystal. Only by condensing one's own Void Mind Crystal can one truly become a Void King 3rd layer warrior. And the Void Mind Crystal is the essence of a warrior, including all the warrior's understanding of martial arts in heaven. Just like the nature of the inner alchemy in the body of a monster. Monster beasts can use the inner alchemy in their bodies to activate their own secret techniques, increasing the lethality and power of the secret techniques. Warriors above the 3rd level of the Void King can also. Void Mind Crystal is the embodiment of the martial artist's understanding of the Tao of Heaven and martial Tao. When confronting the enemy, the ultimate move that is used is more powerful. At a critical moment, one can even directly sacrifice the Void Mind Crystal, and die together with the enemy. Just like a monster sacrifices the inner alchemy, there is no difference between the two. And if you want to condense your own Void Mind Crystals, you need to figure out a problem first: which element of power is being refined. Void Mind Crystal is not omnipotent, its existence can only strengthen a warrior's strength in a certain aspect, and cannot cover everything. For example, Yang Kai, when he first entered the martial arts, He practiced yang attribute skills, and later he could become a demon, and the strength in his body transformed into a demonic flame-like existence. Even the secret technique he cultivated, the golden blood thread and the immortal 5 elements sword chi, can be condensed into his own void mind crystal. But once selected, the void mind crystal can only strengthen that aspect. If Yongkai condenses his perception of the immortal 5 elements sword chi into a void mind crystal, then he will use the immortal 5 elements sword chi in the future, and his power will be greatly improved. The same goes for choosing golden blood thread. But Yongkai didn't intend to do this. His void mind crystal, the first to bear the brunt, is naturally the power of space. The power of space is secretive and hard to defend, and it is better than any other power. Since Yongkai is proficient in space power, he naturally has to start from this aspect. This is his idea that has never changed. It was also the reason why he didn't dare to break through at will in the Jade Feather sect. This is his trump card. Bian Yuqing still doesn't know that he has cultivated space power. If it is exposed during the breakthrough, it will immediately attract the attention of the senior leaders of the Jade Feather sect. Space power is placed in the vast star realm, and it is also a power that few people can master. In the lower abdomen, the power mixed with Yuanli and Shengyuan continued to gather and slowly condensed, accompanied by unimaginable pain. At the same time, in the sea of consciousness, his own perception and understanding of the power of space is turning into an invisible force, washing his sea of consciousness. His mind and soul were unprecedentedly peaceful, and he concentrated all his consciousness in his body. In that wonderful artistic conception, the ethereal and traceless power of space fluctuated up and down. He didn't know it. Comprehend. Time passed silently and quickly. Gradually, an extremely obvious fluctuation of space power spread from his body, shattering the frozen frost layer on his body surface. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1952 Void King's Third Layer and New Secret Art. Hundreds of feet deep in the ice cliff, inside the cave, extremely obvious spatial power fluctuations emerged in the cave, forming a clearly identifiable field, covering the entire cave. There was a clicking sound, and the space around Yongkai became unstable. A series of small space cracks formed leisurely, like dexterous fish swimming in the water, and then annihilated under the self-healing of the laws of heaven and earth, and the cycle was endless. Later, the small space cracks began to connect, forming extremely terrifying space lines. The surrounding space was like a piece of cloth being cut by a sharp sword, with countless scars in all directions. The cut of the small cave was full of scars and gravel splashed. At the same time, dazzling stars suddenly appeared on his body surface. Dots of stars are dotted on his skin like fireflies. These starlights were just part of what he had absorbed in the starlight channel before, failed to merge into the physical body, and was instead stored in the sea of consciousness. Affected by Yongkai's breakthrough, the starlight actively emerged and turned into a magical catalyst, allowing the Saint Yuan in Yongkai's body to transform towards the source force. If there are other people standing nearby at this moment, they may be able to tell that Yongkai is the body of the Star Master at a glance. After all, the vision on his body is too obvious now, and it is difficult not to think of it. The gurgling force gushes out from the body like a magnificent tsunami, but Yongkai doesn't know it, he is only immersed in the perception and imprint of the space power. One by one, large or small space black holes are forming around him, which is the intuitive manifestation of Yongkai's secret technique exile. A series of pitch-black crescent-shaped attacks shot out, splashing in all directions, which was the effect of the moon blade. In the cultivation of space power, the two secret techniques that Yongkai himself comprehended have reached the moment of condensing. There was a sound of gold and iron clanging from the lower abdomen, and something faintly was born in the lower abdomen. Yongkai's perception and understanding of space power in his life were all collected in the birth. The void mind crystal suddenly took shape. At the same time, Yongkai's own aura suddenly rose a bit. Clap clap clap. The source crystals arranged around in advance were drawn by some mysterious force, and suddenly burst into countless. The dense energy of the world filled the cave, and Yongkai's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit at the moment, frantically devouring and accepting the energy of the world, filling it into his body. The shackles stuck at the peak of the Void King's second layer realm were broken in an instant, allowing Yongkai's realm to reach the next level smoothly. This is not over yet. The pure energy contained in the burst source crystal is still absorbed by him continuously, stabilizing his current cultivation base, making his foundation more solid. As for Yongkai himself, he didn't focus on his own realm at all, and all his attention was still immersed in the comprehension of space power. He suddenly discovered that he had a new understanding of the obscurity of space power before. Another brand new secret technique came to mind vaguely. He was ecstatic in his heart but remained calm on the surface, and he became more and more focused on comprehending, wanting to break through the bottleneck that hindered his comprehension, and let this brand new secret technique be revealed. Time flies, it is a month and a half later. Since this period of time, Yongkai has not moved at all, and the 30,000 source crystals arranged beside him have already been consumed and his state has stabilized at the Void King's third order level, although all the saints in his body have not yet been converted into source crystals. Strength, but this is not something that can be accomplished overnight after all, but requires time to accumulate. But when he opened his eyes again, he seemed to be a little different from before. In the eyes, there is a hidden void that can be disillusioned. Every gesture of the hand and foot seems to be able to cause changes in the space. Is this a new secret technique? Yongkai muttered to himself, and with a thought, he suddenly disappeared in place. This is not the teleportation of the space secret technique, because Yongkai himself did not move at all, he was still sitting there cross-legged, but if he used his divine sense to scan, he would not be able to find his existence at all. Given his current Void King third level, the use of this secret technique is enough to deceive ordinary Daoyuan realm warriors. But if you look at it with the naked eye, you can still vaguely find a transparent figure, motionless like water streaks. This is a secret technique of concealment. Yongkai merged himself with the void, creating an original concealment technique. After pondering for a while, Yongkai grinned, just call it nothingness. Unlike Exile and Moonblade, the secret technique nothingness is not a secret technique for combat, but a hidden secret technique. To a certain extent, it is more precious than Exile and Moonblade, because only if you keep it life is the only way to fight again. However, Yongkai vaguely felt that the Void Mystery technique does not only have the effect of concealment, it also has another effect. How effective this effect is remains to be tested. After retreating for more than a month, he achieved all the goals he expected, which made Yongkai feel very good. He closed his eyes and began to check his own state. Spiritual thoughts settled into the lower abdomen, and Yongkai quickly discovered a hexagonal crystal in the dantian of the lower abdomen. This is his own virtual thought crystal, which contains the concrete existence of all perceptions of space power. To put it bluntly, if this void mind crystal is obtained by someone, and then comprehend all the mysteries contained in it, then Yongkai will definitely be able to understand the power of space, and be able to use all of Yongkai's secret techniques. This is Yongkai's most precious wealth today. This is not the first time he has seen a void crystal. He found a void crystal in the flowing flame sand field back then. In the 7-color form, I also found the void mind crystal of the crazy crocodile demon king in the blood prison of Qiwei Star, and later got one in the purple star treasure. The shape of the void mind crystal seems to be similar, it is a hexagonal crystal, but the color is quite different. Regardless of the color of other people's void mind crystal, Yongkai's void mind crystal is pitch black, it seems to be the darkness that can swallow everything. This color is also consistent with his space power, so Yongkai is very satisfied, the more he looks at it, the more he likes it. Withdrawing his attention, Yongkai checked the transformation ratio of his own realm and source power. Naturally, needless to say more about the realm, the imprint of his own void mind crystal has already represented Yongkai's promotion to the Void King third layer. But the transformation of the source force made Yongkai very dissatisfied. It's only half of it. Although he had been condensing the void mind crystal before, he knew his own situation well. The starlight actively gushed out from the sea of consciousness and became a catalyst to transform the Saint Yuan for him, so he could naturally sense it. But now, the starlight in the sea of consciousness is almost used up, and the power in his body has not yet been converted into source power, which makes him very depressed. This is also the reason why he doesn't understand the situation in the astral world. If he knew that even if he is also a star master and absorbed enough starlight in the starlight channel, it would take several years to transform his own power into the star realm, he would definitely not think so. For example, Yin Lesheng spent 5 years in the Starlight Channel to transform all his strength into source power. He is also a Star Master level powerhouse. And I.O. is also a Star Master. If there is no accident, the transformation time of 5 or 6 years is the minimum. Those martial artists who came from low-level star fields and are not Star Masters are even more miserable. 10 years is normal, and 20 or 30 years is also possible, and even 40 or 50 years is not too much. Decades of time are actually nothing to Void King realm warriors. The transformation of source power can make warriors more and more powerful, so even if the realm does not change, the strength that warriors can display is gradually increasing. But Yang Kai only took less than 3 months to transform more than half of his power. This unbelievable speed can almost be said to be unprecedented. Today's Yang Kai, compared to a month and a half ago, is more than twice as powerful. After all, the realm has been improved by 1 level, and the ratio of source power transformation has also increased a lot. There are not many starlight catalysts left in the sea of consciousness. What should I do if I want to continue to transform the source power in the future? By the way, some time ago, I heard that there is a kind of source condensing pill that is similar to starlight. Is it right? Going to refine some Yuan Ning pills. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Yuan Ning pill, as the name suggests, is a panacea specially used to transform the holy energy in the warrior's body into source power, and it can only be taken by Void King realm warriors. It is a top-grade Void King level panacea, although the effect is not as good starlight, but it is also the most commonly used auxiliary panacea for Void King realm warriors. However, Yang Kai has only heard the name of this kind of panacea, he doesn't have the formula in his hands, and he doesn't know what materials he needs to refine it. He secretly decided that after this confinement is over, he will go to Fangxi to find out if he can collect the pill recipes of Yuan Ning Dan, and there are many other pill recipes. There are many kinds of pill recipes in the star realm. It is far from being comparable to the star field in my hometown. Collecting some now is a good preparation, and it may be used at any time. However, collecting pill recipes also requires a large amount of source crystals. Thinking of the empty space ring, Yang Kai felt dizzy for a while. He never thought that he, who was extremely rich in the star field, would be so poor in the star field. Putting away the messy thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai stood up. As he got up, the layer of ice and frost that condensed on his surface fell down sparsely. Yang Kai patted it casually, and the next moment, he suddenly frowned, and immediately, his expression brightened. He found that his ability to resist the severe cold around him was much stronger than before. At that time, he chose to dig the cave at this location because he could barely resist the harsh environment here, and Yang Kai wanted to hone his will here. But now, he found that the severe cold environment around him had no effect on him, obviously because his strength had improved and his ability to resist the harsh environment around him had been greatly enhanced. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woi Xiao Hua Ti. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1953 Ice Flowers and Different Fruits. There is still a period of time before the 3-month confinement period, and now Yang Kai has nothing else to deal with urgently, so his mind can't help but become active. When I came to the entrance of the cave, I looked down, and as far as I could see, it was still dark. 1.5 months ago, he could only go less than 500 feet below the ice cliff, and he had to return, which shows the harsh environment here. Now that his strength has grown a lot, he is willing to try his own limit. In addition, if one can stay in the Shroud of Emperor Wei in the Law of Ice Cold for a long time, it will also have great benefits for the improvement of one's own will and state of mind. Not to mention, in the future, if one encounters a strong source of Tao source, he will not be killed. Enemy coercion suppressed. He can bear the power of the Emperor, so how can he be afraid of the coercion of the Daoyuan realm? Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, but jumped forward and jumped down. Just like before, the further you go down, the stronger the power of the Emperor, the more cruel the remaining ice-cold atmosphere around you. The ubiquitous cold penetrated into Yang Kai's physical body and sea of consciousness, becoming a hindrance to his dive overwhelming resistance. Yang Kai's speed was not fast, and he tried to touch his bottom line a little bit. 300 feet, safe and sound, 500 feet, still bearable, 800 feet, somewhat reluctant. When he reached the position of about 1,000 feet, Yang Kai could hardly continue. After being promoted to a small level, the internal energy in his body has been transformed so much, and his own void thought crystal has been condensed, so he can only dive 500 feet more than before. Yang Kai shook his head, more and more able to understand the horror of Emperor Senior. According to his current level, 1,000 feet is already the limit. Just when he was about to stay at this position, and even planned to dig a new cave near here to temper himself, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and an exciting idea suddenly popped up for him. I don't know if nothingness can resist the ice-cold artistic conception. Do as soon as you think of it. Yang Kai thought about it, and immediately displayed the new secret technique that he had just realized. In an instant, his whole body disappeared in place, leaving only a transparent, almost imperceptible phantom remaining in place like a water pattern. After casting the void secret technique, Yongkai immediately felt that the terrifying imperial prestige that had surrounded him and the icy cold mood that had destroyed him had disappeared at this moment. Where I am, there is no pressure at all. It really works. But before Yongkai could be surprised, he discovered a new problem. After casting the secret art of nothingness, he could indeed ignore the Emperor's power and ice-cold mood here, but in just 2 breaths of effort, the ubiquitous Emperor's power and ice-cold law completely destroyed his secret art. Let your figure reappear. The sea-like pressure arrived as expected. Standing in place, Yongkai frowned, thinking about the reason. Soon, he had an insight. My own secret technique is performed by relying on the power of space, merging my body with the void, thus creating a blind spot in vision and spiritual exploration. Because the fusion of his body and the void deceived the Emperor's prestige and the law of ice-cold around him, he was able to ignore its suppression. But the secret art of nothingness is not omnipotent. After all, my own realm is too low, and I can't control the Emperor's prestige and ice-cold mood at all, but will be affected by them. Under the collision of the 2 forces, his mastery of space power is naturally inferior to Emperor Wei and Binghen Yijing, so it will be revealed. In this way, as long as there is an attack that is stronger than your own, you can break your own void secret technique. Yongkai realized something in his heart. This is also inevitable, and he is not at all depressed, but feels that this disadvantage should exist for granted. There are no moves or secret techniques that cannot be cracked in the world. In the final analysis, it is a matter of one's own strength. But if that's the case, Yongkai grinned, and once again cast the void secret technique, and then his figure flickered, and at the same time he used teleportation. The next moment, he dived another 50 feet away, and soon, the Emperor's prestige and the law of ice and cold around him broke his emptiness. However, at the same time as his figure was revealed, before the surrounding terrifying forces could overwhelm him, he displayed the void again, fusing his body into the void to avoid the violent murderous intent. Repeatedly, Yongkai went down at an extremely fast speed and completely forgot about the dangerous environment he was in. His original intention was just to test the efficacy of the void secret technique, but on a whim, he dived deeper and deeper. After he realized it, he had no idea how far he had penetrated. When he came back to his senses, Yongkai broke out in a cold sweat, and looked up, only to see a ray of light like the sky. How dare he be negligent? He instinctively wants to leave this ghostly place quickly, lest he make a mistake and be buried here. That would be a real joke. But just when he was about to leave, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that somewhere below, a little fluorescent light flickered slightly. What? Yongkai turned his head and looked down while constantly displaying nothingness. A moment later, at that position, there was another little bit of fluorescent light flickering. Only then did Yongkai confirm that it wasn't his own dazzle. There was indeed something there. He pondered for a while, and he used teleportation again, sneaking down. But this time he was very surprised. He found that he had unknowingly reached the bottom of the ice cliff. In this deepest place, Emperor Wei and the ice-cold mood can definitely kill the general Daoyuan realm powerhouse instantly. Even the Daoyuan third-layer realm powerhouses cannot go deep here. Ko Wu said before that in the Jade Feather sect, the suzerain and the 4 guardians have all come to investigate the ice cliff, but unfortunately no one has been able to go deep into the bottom of the cliff. However, the void secret technique gave Yongkai the ability to protect himself temporarily, successfully reaching the place that no one has cared about for thousands of years. The location where the light was shining was not too far away from him. Yongkai carefully moved the location while keeping an eye on his surroundings, lest any murderous intent suddenly descend. After a while, he came to the place where the light source came from. The light at the bottom of the cliff is very dim, but Yongkai is not an ordinary person, so his eyesight is not affected, and he can't help but shine when he looks around. Not far in front of him, there suddenly grew a foreign object in the shape of an ice flower. The ice flower seemed to be carved out of ice, and it was crystal clear without any impurities. And at most, there were 3 small fruits on this foreign body. The fruit is not big, each one is only the size of a pigeon egg, and it looks crystal clear, with a slight light emitting from the surface of the fruit, making it look so unreal. When Yongkai saw it for the first time, he subconsciously thought that it was not some kind of spiritual flower and fruit, but a real piece of ice. But soon, he knew that what he thought was wrong, because there was a faint fragrance in the air, which was the unique fragrance of spirit fruit, and the breath was slightly cool, which made people feel refreshed. This is clearly a real exotic flower. In the terrifying environment at the bottom of the cliff, Yang Kai didn't dare to release his divine sense to scan, but he could still sense that this ice flower and the 3 ice fruits contained extremely powerful energy. A powerful warrior who obtains this thing is like a peerless treasure. It is very likely that it was born because of the Emperor's prestige and the ice-cold mood here. Yang Kai quickly had a guess in his mind, and the value of the exotic flowers and fruits born in this kind of place is almost unimaginable, because it is immersed in this special environment all year round. No matter whether it is the flower or the inside of the fruit, it must be contains the artistic conception of imperial prestige and ice coldness. Whether it is used for alchemy or swallowing, it is very likely that warriors will realize the supernatural power of the Emperor. Priceless. Yang Kai couldn't help breathing shortly, and almost failed to cast the void in time, which made him break out in a cold sweat. After stabilizing his emotions, Yang Kai squatted down, and with a thought, the immortal 5 elements sword chi began to circulate. In an instant, Yang Kai's right hand was surrounded by a crimson flame. That is the power of the sword energy of fire. It is impossible to pick this kind of treasure without taking some precautions. All he can think of is to use the sword energy of fire to restrain the icy mood in these strange flowers and fruits. However, he still underestimated the horror of this thing. When his hand touched the diameter of the ice flower, the crimson fire light trembled slightly and almost went out on the spot. The fingers spread towards the arm. Visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's arm was filled with a layer of frost. Yang Kai was horrified. Without even thinking about it, he suddenly shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Accompanied by the sound of a high-pitched dragon chant, a golden dragon shadow suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon shadow disappeared in a flash, and Yang Kai's right arm also instantly turned into the appearance of a dragon claw. A dragon scale, ferocious and terrifying. As soon as he grasped the ice flower, he pulled it up with great force, not daring to stay in his hand any longer, and threw it neatly into the mysterious boundary bead. The next moment, he felt the situation inside the mysterious boundary pearl with his heart. In the mysterious boundary bead, the eyes of the huge Dharma body that has been meditating leisurely opened. Yang Kai's distraction has been staying in the Dharma body, so the Dharma body can move freely. The body like a hill stood up, shook slightly, and then disappeared from the closed place, and when it reappeared, it had already come to another place. And this place is exactly where Yang Kai threw the ice flower. Ka-cha-cha. The crisp sound was continuous. Inside the mysterious boundary bead, the place where the ice flower was located was rapidly turning into a piece of frozen ground, and it was still spreading around at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying artistic conception contained in the ice flower was even to zone the space inside the boundary bead had a certain degree of influence, causing the temperature there to drop a little. Soon, a 10-mile radius was covered by a sheet of ice. It wasn't until this time that the anomalies brought about by the ice flowers gradually subsided. The Dharma body in the mysterious boundary bead, Yang Kai at the bottom of the cliff couldn't help exhaling softly, and finally felt relieved. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woi Xiao Hua Ti. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1954. The snow is as clear as the sky. Unintentionally getting such a rare treasure like Binghua, Yang Kai is in a good mood. This thing is indeed useless to him, but it can be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources, especially the source crystals that he is currently in short supply. If he could find a good auction place to auction those 3 ice fruits, Yang Kai estimated that he would not need to worry about origin crystal in a short time. The bottom of the cliff is not a place to stay for a long time, so after getting the ice flower, Yang Kai prepared to evacuate. But at this moment, a sharp and strange hiss suddenly sounded beside his ears, and immediately after that, a beam of snow-white light suddenly shot from not far away, whistling like thunder, with a fierce momentum. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, and a great sense of crisis rose from his heart, and he dodged from the spot in an instant. Laugh! The snow-white light hit the empty space, plowing out a huge gully on the ground, and the ice and rocks were flying, and the power was astonishing. Who? Yang Kai subconsciously thought that someone was hiding at the bottom of the ice cliff and attacked him, because the sudden move just now gave him a feeling of the secret art of swordsmanship, and the snow-white light was clearly a full-bodied sword. The sword glow of the icy mood. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt that something was wrong. This was the bottom of the ice cliff, and he sneaked down by cheating using the void secret technique. If someone was hiding here, how terrifying would this person's strength be? Does such a strong man need a sneak attack to deal with him? So he hurriedly looked towards the source of the attack. Seeing this, he was shocked immediately. In front is another snow-white sword light, wrapped in a heart-piercing cold artistic conception, attacking head-on, the power of law bursts into all directions, splashing into the void, unstoppable. Can't resist. Yongkai made such a judgment in an instant, and once again used teleportation to dodge from the spot. At the bottom of this cliff, he must always pay attention to the suppression of the surrounding Emperor Wei in the ice-cold mood, and maintain his own void secret technique, so as not to be crushed to death. At this moment, such a violent attack suddenly appeared, and Yongkai dealt with it. It's really a bit of a rush. After avoiding the opponent's second attack, Yongkai took a leisurely look at the source of the attack. After seeing clearly what was attacking him, Yongkai's eyeballs almost spit out, his heart was shocked, and he exclaimed, "How is it possible?" The person who attacked him was not someone, but a demonic insect. The demonic insect looked like a dung beetle, with a thick carapace on its back. Because the time of the bottom belt is too long, it shows a kind of crystal white as a whole. Spirit-eating demon insects? No way. Yongkai couldn't believe his eyes. Spirit-eating demon insects are not special products of the star realm, they also exist in the star realm, so Yongkai recognizes this kind of strange insects. The spirit-eating monsters eat everything, and anything with a little aura can become their food. Secret treasures, precious armor, the body of warriors, holy crystals, etc., etc., and their gnawing ignores defense, and even the powerful ancient prohibition can be devoured. In the star world of my hometown, there is such a legend that on a certain cultivation star, there is an ancient seal, where a ferocious existence was sealed, and it was a group of spirit-eating monsters that gnawed on the energy of the ancient seal. Let that ferocious existence get out of trouble, let that cultivating star fall into a bloody storm, causing countless casualties. Of course, this is just a legend, and there is no way to determine whether it is true or not, but after all, there is no wind without waves, and the difficulty of the spirit-eating demon insects can be seen. Fortunately, this kind of thing grows very slowly, and warriors all know their danger, so once found, they will kill them with all their strength. Yongkai had also seen the spirit-eating monster insect before, so he recognized it at a glance. But, the spirit-eating demon insects he had seen were nothing more than a group of insect-sized creatures, and they couldn't cause any harm to the warriors at all. But the snow-white spirit-eating monster in front of him was as tall as two people, and looked mighty and majestic, but the vicious appearance alone put great pressure on Yongkai. Monster worm mother body. Yongkai's expression sank. Not all spirit-eating monsters are extremely small and exquisite. Their structure is somewhat similar to that of ants. Among a group of spirit-eating monsters, there is such a mother body, and all the spirit-eating monsters obey the orders of the mother. This one in front of me is definitely the mother body of the demon worm. The most outrageous thing is that there are two large tongs on the front part of the body of this snow-white monster insect mother, and a sharp sword transformed from energy is condensed on one of the tongs, shining with white light. Yongkai was almost dumbfounded. At the bottom of this ice cliff, it is unimaginable enough for such a huge demon worm mother body to suddenly appear, and this monster worm mother body can even condense an energy long sword on its own. What's happening here? And the two attacks just now, which were exactly the same as the secret art of swordsmanship, were clearly slashed by the monster worm mother body. Because Yongkai was used to seeing big winds and waves, and had a lot of experience, he felt that some brains were not enough for a while. Everything he saw completely subverted his common sense, destroyed his cognition, and made him unable to find a reasonable explanation. Come. The spiritual wisdom of the spirit-eating demon insects is very low, even if they grow for tens of thousands of years, they cannot evolve to the level of knowing how to perform the secret art of swordsmanship. But judging from the artistic conception contained in the two sword glows just now, its attainments in the secret art of swordsmanship are not low. Those two swords definitely have the demeanor of a master. There is another point that makes Yongkai feel puzzled. He faintly feels that the two swords, or the secret technique of the sword, are somewhat familiar. Just when he lost his mind, the monster worm mother once again raised the energy long sword on the pincers, and the two small eyeballs glowed with a cold white light, staring at Yongkai coldly, with a humane look. Contempt. Immediately, the surrounding ice and law lingered on the energy long sword. A white light suddenly appeared, and the sword light shot out across the sky, cutting through the void, running like a dragon. Before reaching the body, Yongkai's breathing stagnated, and the place where his body was located seemed to be frozen, and the space was solidified. This is the sword intent, a sword intent of the highest and coldest. The energy wandering between heaven and earth turned into tiny ice needles, shooting towards Yongkai crazily. Snow suddenly fell. Yongkai exclaimed in amazement. The snow is as clear as the sky. He was so shocked deep in his heart that he never expected to see this secret sword technique in this star world. He is well aware of the power of this secret technique, so he didn't dare to hesitate at all. With a push of both hands, countless moon blades greeted him. Boom boom boom. The cold artistic conception and the power of space collided together, making a huge sound, shaking the entire ice cliff. Although Yang Kai's research on space secrets has reached a level that ordinary people can't match, but he himself is a Void King third-layer martial artist, and the harsh environment at the bottom of this ice cliff has a great effect on improving the swordsmanship secret technique displayed by the demon worm mother. Therefore, as soon as the two secret techniques came into contact with each other, the moon blade would shatter, and it was not the enemy of the sword light at all. The cold and dazzling sword light tore apart Yang Kai's resistance and attacked his face. Yang Kai's breathing stagnated, and he hurriedly operated the void secret technique, allowing himself to merge with the void. Shish! Countless ice needles and huge sword lights passed through Yang Kai's place, directly breaking his nothingness. Yang Kai's transparent body reappeared, although he avoided most of the attacks because he fused his body with the void, but the icy mood could not be completely resisted. Yang Kai, who showed his body, was cold all over and his face was purple. Before he could gather his energy to deal with the monster worm's mother body, the surrounding Emperor Wei and the law of ice and cold had already suppressed him. The panicked Yang Kai hastily used nothingness again to avoid the violent murderous intent. I can't stay here anymore. If I continue to stay, I will definitely die. Yang Kai made a decision in his heart, and at the moment his body turned into nothingness, he frantically urged his own strength, teleporting one after another, rushing upwards, wanting to escape from the place of right and wrong. Even if he didn't turn his head to look, Yang Kai knew that the monster worm's mother body was coming, because there were sword lights flying from behind. If he was not proficient in space secrets, he would either be frozen into an ice sculpture, or be killed on the spot. Impossible, this doesn't make sense. Yang Kai flew up while avoiding the attack from behind, with an incomprehensible look on his face. There was no other reason, it was the secret art of swordsmanship displayed by the monster worm mother that made him at a loss. After observing the secret technique several times, Yang Kai finally confirmed that he had indeed seen this trick before. The snow is as clear as the sky. It was clearly the secret technique that Su Yan had performed in front of her before. During those days in Ling Shaozong, Yang Kai would occasionally discuss two moves with Su Yan. He had seen Su Yan perform Shui Ruoking more than once, so he was deeply impressed by this secret technique. After coming to the Star Realm, how could Yang Kai not be surprised to see this secret technique in the hands of a spirit-eating monster worm mother? It is shocking enough that the monster mother would be able to perform the secret technique, but it was still Su Yan's secret technique. If it wasn't for the pain in his heart, Yang Kai must have felt that he was dreaming. But then again, the level of mastery and understanding of Shui Ruoqingtian's secret technique by the demon worm mother's body is by no means comparable to that of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was at the first level of the Void King at that time, and she also learned this secret technique from Chilengxing's Bingxin Valley. The same secret technique appeared in two different places, and the only explanation was that someone passed it on in the middle, so who would be the bridge between them? Was this secret technique handed down from the Star Realm, or was it passed down from the Star Field? Many thoughts flashed in Yang Kai's mind, but he still couldn't find a reasonable explanation. But soon, he remembered something. Su Yan once said that everything she learned in Bingxin Valley was created by Bingyan, the founder of Bingxin Valley. Even the Xuanshuang Excalibur she brought out from Bingxin Valley was also Bingyan's saber back then. The dusty memory was opened, and Yang Kai vaguely remembered that in the Qilin Star Bingxin Valley, the suzerain Binglong once said that Bingyan, the founder of the Bingxin Valley, probably never died, because in the forbidden cold pool, only Bingyan's sword, Xuanshuang, does not have Bingyan's void mind crystal. Could it be, Bingyan, the founder of Bingxin Valley, also came to the Star Realm? To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1955 Backlash. Chapter 1955 Backlash. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Yang Kai didn't know how strong Bingxin Valley's founding patriarch, Bing Yun, was, but Bingxin Valley was a big sect in the Megatron star field a long time ago, not weak. It's just that because of too long time, the disciples didn't live up to expectations, and Bingxin Valley gradually became lonely. Even so, there are still Void King Realm warriors sitting in the valley. For those who can create such a sect, how bad can their own strength be? This sect has been passed down for 10,000 to 20,000 years. If it is said that Bing Yun left the star field long ago and arrived at the star realm, it would make sense. And the Shuiruo Qingtian secret technique displayed by the monster worm mother body is definitely related to Bing Yun. It can even be said that the formation of this ice cliff is also very likely to be inseparable from Bing Yun. If Bing Yun was still alive, with her age and aptitude, it would not be difficult to reach Emperor Senior realm. And the remaining artistic conception here is also consistent with the ice-type kung fu and secret techniques practiced by Bingxin Valley's lineage. Yang Kai gradually sorted out the context of the matter, but whether it was the truth or not, he didn't know. At the very least, his guess explained why Shui Ruoqingtian appeared in the star realm. There were sword lights coming from behind, and Yang Kai quickly discovered a sign that made him feel a little relaxed, that is, the monster worm mother who was chasing after him seemed to only have such a move, and other secret techniques would not use. All of its killing moves have evolved from Shui Ruoqingtian's foundation. This made Yang Kai overjoyed. After all, if this was the case, then he would have the space and confidence to deal with it. Fortunately, he is proficient in space power, and warriors who are proficient in power are famous for their escape. It is actually very difficult to kill a warrior who is proficient in this kind of power. This is true no matter in the star field or the star boundary. The last thing warriors want to offend is someone like Yang Kai. The power of space makes them come and go without a trace. If they can't kill with one blow, there must be trouble. Therefore, once the warriors offend such an enemy, there are only two safest solutions: kill them quickly or turn them into jade. Otherwise, the unlucky one must be himself. From the bottom of the cliff all the way up, Yang Kai lingered at the ghost gate several times, because he couldn't use his divine sense, so Yang Kai didn't know how strong the monster mother body was. He only knew that it was definitely not something he could compete with now, naturally putting out the thoughts of fighting with him. I just want to get rid of this guy. But the mother body of the monster worm didn't know what kind of madness it was, and it chased Yang Kai like a tarsal maggot. The huge body was indescribably flexible and agile, and it was no better than Yang Kai in jumping on the ice cliff. How much slower to drive? After burning a stick of incense, Yang Kai shot out of the ice cliff like a cannonball and flew down to the nearby peak. Until this time, he finally took a breath. Without the suppression of the rich imperial prestige and the law of ice cold below, as well as the natural advantage over the demon worm mother, the situation is not so bad at all. He turned his attention, waited intently, and exhaled lightly. The next moment, a huge snow-white figure followed, falling directly a dozen feet in front of Yang Kai. Observing the mother body of the monster worm at the peak, it became clearer and clearer. The ferocious face made Yang's scalp tingle, and his divine sense glanced over. The look of passing Emperor Senior realm. Yang Kai changed color in shock. Even if this monster worm mother body is not a monster beast at the Emperor Senior level, I am afraid it is not far away, and it is 2 big realms away from Yang Kai. Fighting against such an enemy is no different from seeking death. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little thankful that he wasn't killed by it at the bottom of the cliff. Just as Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he couldn't finish wiping it off, he suddenly discovered another extremely strange thing. This demon worm mother body didn't seem to have the slightest life fluctuation, not even the blood in the body. Flowing signs. Dead. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. There are no life fluctuations, no signs of qi and blood flowing, which means that the mother body of the demon worm is a dead thing. But how can a dead thing be so flexible? Even displaying the secret art of swordsmanship like Shui Ruoqingtian. But this also explains why it has the powerful power fluctuations of the Emperor Senior stage, but it can't kill Yang Kai easily. It is a dead thing, and it can't exert the power that the Emperor Senior stage should have. Yang Kai observed the past carefully, and suddenly found that there was an obvious scar on its abdomen, which seemed to be injured by the sword energy, running through the whole body. The wound was covered with ice crystals, and the internal organs of the abdomen could be seen, but strangely, there was no scar on it. Blood flowed. It really is a dead thing. Is it the same as the corpse spirit race? The soul did not die, and came back to life under the special environment at the bottom of the ice cliff. Ever since encountering this monster worm mother body, Yang Kai has been puzzled a lot, and he didn't have time to find out, because after the monster worm mother body rushed up, it quickly launched an attack. The long sword transformed from energy, drew a circle on its pincers, pointed at the blade, and burst out with fierce energy. In the sky, heavy snow suddenly fell, the size of a goose feather, and the world was instantly wrapped in a piece of white silver. The whistling cold wind blew up, centering on the mother body of the demon worm. Within a radius of 10 miles, all were shrouded in an indescribable ice cold. In this world, it seemed that all the laws no longer existed, only the coldness remained. With cold And here, the mother body of the demon worm is the ruler. This is the control of the power of law by the strong in the emperor prestige realm. One thought changes the sea, and one thought moves the stars and changes the moon. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically, and he tried his best to resist, but his teeth were still trembling with cold, and his whole body was trembling. He was hit by the opponent at the bottom of the cliff before. Although he used nothingness to resolve the fatal damage, he couldn't completely avoid it. Light, at this moment when the opponent's sword moves, he immediately made things worse. The eyes of the demon worm mother's eyes glowed with a strange snow-white light, and there was a sharp and ear-piercing cry from its mouth. With its cry, the icy sword intent more and more attracted the nearby laws of heaven and earth to flow, making the peak that was not so cold at first become even more unbearable than the bottom of the cliff. Yang Kai's face sank like water, realizing that he had played too big this time. It is true that he can fight at higher levels, but there is a limit. Facing a monster mother who is very likely to have the cultivation of the emperor and is proficient in one trick of swordsmanship, even if he has great skills, he will not be able to break through the waves. He could almost predict that when the opponent's sword fell, it would be the time when his soul would fly away. At the critical juncture, he tried his best to mobilize the power of space, trying to teleport away, but what made him desperate was that the space around him had already been blocked by the law of ice cold, and his space secret technique could not have the slightest effect at this moment. The white eyes of the demon worm mother revealed a cruel light, and the long sword was raised high, with the power of law lingering on the sword. Between life and death, Yang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and hurriedly sacrificed something, poured all his strength into it, and then smashed towards the monster worm mother. That thing is a secret treasure in the shape of a bracelet. There are countless rice grain-sized rune patterns on the bracelet, which are shining brightly, and contain a strong power of emperor power. When Yang Kai tossed the bracelet, the monster worm body turned a deaf ear to it, but when the bracelet hit it, the rice grain runes on the bracelet shone brightly, and when a natural suppressive force enveloped its body, the monster worm mother body screamed suddenly. Its eyes trembled violently, and it looked at the bracelet full of horror, as if a mouse saw a cat. Its huge body trembled slightly. The bracelet seems to have a natural restraint effect on the mother body of the demon worm. Jingle. The bracelet directly smashed on the forehead of the demon worm mother, although Yang Kai used a lot of force, but such an attack obviously couldn't cause fatal injuries to the monster worm mother, but the power in the bracelet made the monster worm mother feel like it was being swallowed by lightning. The icy atmosphere enveloping the world suddenly dissipated, and the heavy snowflakes flying down from the sky turned into sharp blades, shooting out in all directions uncontrollably. Yang Kai's face turned pale. How dare he stay where he is? He sacrificed the mysterious boundary orb directly, and the whole person hid in it. But at the moment when Yang Kai disappeared, a buzzing sound suddenly exploded, and the violent ice-cold atmosphere rolled back and poured into the body of the monster worm mother, exploding in it one after another. Boom boom boom. The body of the monster worm mother's body was splattered with flesh and blood, but the snow-white body became riddled with holes in the blink of an eye, and even the energy-long sword condensed from the pincers collapsed. Backlash. Exercising such a quintessential kendo secret technique was blocked by interference at a critical moment, and all the power of the secret technique was reflected on the body of the demon worm, allowing it to taste the terrifying damage of its own secret technique. Clatter. Above the ice cliff, the ice rock was cut to pieces by the overflowing sword energy, and the entire peak seemed to be flattened. It is conceivable that if Yang Kai is still here, even if he uses all the defensive methods after using it, it is absolutely impossible to resist such power. The only result is death. A series of movements sounded, and the shattered ice rock fell towards the bottom of the ice cliff, hitting the rock wall, and there were continuous sounds. After a full 30 breaths, the abnormality on the top of the ice cliff gradually subsided. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai's figure flashed and reappeared from the mysterious boundary orb. The scene in front of him made him swallow involuntarily, secretly glad that he slipped away quickly. When he went to observe the mother body of the monster worm, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that this guy was lying motionless on the ground, and his body, which had a fatal wound, became tattered at this moment, obviously dead. A snow-white light suddenly emerged from the demon worm's body, twisted slightly, and condensed into the appearance of a long sword. That shape is almost 70% similar to Su Yan's Xuanchuang Excalibur. What the hell? Yang Kai frowned. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the snow-white light shot straight at him, and in an instant, the coldness came over him, making people tremble with fear. But this feeling is not the same as the pressure that the monster worm mother body brings to Yang Kai. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and sacrificed the mysterious boundary bead. The vast divine sense burst out from the sea of consciousness like a tide, wrapping the snow-white light, and shouted in his mouth, "Come in." The next moment, the snow-white light wrapped by Yonkai's divine sense was pulled into the mysterious boundary bead. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1956 Sword Intense Psychic. On the top of the ice cliff, with the disappearance of the snow-white light, the tranquility of thousands of years was restored. Yonkai gasped for breath with a pale face. This time, it was able to save the day, and even let the mother body of the monster worm be backlashed by its own secret technique, thus killing it, thanks to the power of this bracelet's secret treasure. Dabao, Slave Bug Bracelet. The secret treasure of the Zong Emperor's life has a natural restraint effect on the strange insects and insects in the world. The Chong Emperor Tiger fell to Pyongyang and was killed by Yonkai on the Gloom Star. The two Emperor treasures he owned also became Yonkai's trophies. In addition to this slave insect bracelet that symbolized his identity, there was also a Soul Slayer knife. However, the grades of the two Emperor treasures were too high, and they didn't match the strength in Yonkai's body, so Yonkai couldn't refine them at all. These two Emperor treasures have been hidden in the Black Book space. Yonkai has never used the Soul Slayer knife, but this is the second time he has used the slave insect bracelet. The first time was in the Lost Land, when Yonkai and Shuiyu were chased by countless illusory butterflies. At that time, Yonkai also used the miraculous effect of the slave worm bracelet to expel the countless illusory creatures that even the Void King realm powerhouses were afraid of. The attack of the air butterfly. The use of that time made Yonkai realize the magical effect that the slave worm bracelet can produce at certain times. He also had a flash of inspiration just now, and suddenly remembered that he still had this special secret treasure, so he took it out and tried it, but he didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly good. Staring blankly at the slave insect bracelet, Yonkai looked a little puzzled, because even if the slave insect bracelet was a secret treasure once owned by the insect emperor, and had the natural effect of restraining strange insects, the mother body of the monster insect is not weak after all. How could he be suppressed by this slave worm bracelet and die back directly? He couldn't figure it out. A moment later, he put away the slave worm bracelet, disappeared in place in a flash, and entered the small mystical world of the mystic boundary bead. After letting out his divine sense, Yonkai knew where the snow-white light that emerged from the monster mother's body was now. He flickered again, and with a thought, he had already arrived at another place in mysterious Shaoji. Here, the mountains and rivers are beautiful, and there is silence, only a snow-white light is flying rapidly, showing the appearance of a long sword, like a headless fly. Yonkai hid in the dark, and did not show up immediately, but observed it silently. Now that this guy has been accepted into the mysterious boundary bead, it is equivalent to entering Yonkai's territory, even if it really has the strength of the Emperor Senior stage, Yonkai is not afraid at all. The more he looked at it, the more Yonkai felt that its shape was very similar to Su Yan's mysterious Frost Excalibur, which further confirmed Yonkai's previous guesses about Bing Yun, the founder of the Ice Heart Valley sect. This is the soul of the demon worm's mother body, Yonkai thought to himself, but soon he realized that something was wrong. This sword-shaped snow-white light was indeed somewhat similar to the soul, and it was a structure composed entirely of energy. The consciousness of chaos, but definitely not the soul of the monster worm's mother body, Yonkai felt an awe-inspiring sword intent from it. What the hell is this? After observing for a long time, Yonkai made sure that this thing could not pose any threat to himself after leaving the body of the monster worm's mother, so he appeared leisurely. Just as Yonkai appeared in front of it, the sword-shaped snow-white light suddenly screamed, and an icy cold artistic conception and the power of law instantly lingered on the sword body, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, pointing in the direction of Yonkai. You can't do what you can. Yonkai shook his head slowly, stretched out his hand and flicked forward. The energy between the heaven and the earth was suddenly changed, lingering on the sword, and the more and more fierce ice-cold artistic conception and power of law gathered like the bubble usually bursts. In the world of this mysterious boundary bead, just like Yonkai is on the gloomy star, he is the master, and he can change anything he wants to change in a single thought. The other party wants to fight him here, it is simply a mindless behavior. The inexplicable snow-white light obviously didn't realize this, and was dispelled by Yonkai's condensed killing move. It continued to perform without discouragement, wanting to display the secret art of the sword that was as clear as snow. You give me a rest. Yonkai curled his lips, stretched out his hand a little forward, and the energy visible to the naked eye turned into a rope, entwining the opponent tightly. He stretched out his hand again, and the restrained snow-white light immediately flew to his hand. Yonkai closed his eyes and felt it carefully. He really wanted to know what this thing was. With the passage of time, Yang Kai's Gujingbubo expression gradually changed, becoming astonished, amazed, shocked, unbelievable, wonderful. After a long time, he opened his eyes, looking at the snow-white light in his hand that was constantly struggling but still unable to get rid of the restraint, as if he had seen a ghost during the day. It's sword intent psychic. Is there such a thing in the world? Yang Kai looked horrified. This snow-white sword-shaped light is not at all the soul of the monster worm's mother body that he thought at first, nor is it the soul of any creature, but formed by the psychic move of Shui Ruoqingtian's sword intent. In this world, it is not the existence of flesh and blood that can be called a living being and possess intelligence. Some trees, even strange rocks, and even panacea, after years of absorbing enough spiritual energy from the heaven and earth, might produce their own spiritual wisdom, such as the wide variety of heaven and earth spirits, such as pill spirits. The world is so big that there are no surprises. It's just that Yang Kai never thought that the sword intent contained in a secret technique can also be psychic, giving birth to his own chaotic will. This snow-white sword-shaped light is surprisingly the sword intent contained in Shui Ruoqing's secret art, which was born after countless years of accumulation under the influence of the ice-cold mood and laws below the ice cliff. To put it bluntly, it is a sword intent. Just how profound was the strong man who used this move back then in the way of swordsmanship? It's just that a sword intent can produce such a bizarre change after 10,000 years. But this also explains in disguise why it can't display the true cultivation of Emperor Senior realm. The mother body of the demon worm had died a long time ago. I am afraid that it was killed by the strong man of the Emperor Prestige realm back then, but because of the special environment and the strong physical body, it has been kept intact. The sword will psychic gave birth to the will of chaos after that, he instinctively possessed himself on the mother body of the demon worm. This is not a seizure, but just the most basic control of the body of the demon worm mother. Naturally, it cannot exert the full level of the demon worm mother. No wonder it only knows one move, Shui Ruoqingtian, and all the killer moves are also evolved from this secret technique. It turns out that it is because of this reason. It itself was produced by Shui Ruoqingtian's sword intent channeling, so it naturally knows nothing except for Shui Ruoqingtian. And it was not completely integrated with the demon worm mother, so under the suppression of the slave worm bracelet, it was directly expelled from the demon worm mother's body. Without the carrier, the secret technique it displayed would naturally be backlashed. All kinds of incomprehensible things before, after Yang Kai learned the true face of this snow-white sword-shaped light, everything has a reasonable explanation. Looking at the struggling sword intent in his hand, Yang Kai frowned. It is undeniable that this thing is definitely a good thing. After all, it is a sword spirit psychic. If it can be refined and devoured, it is tantamount to comprehending the full understanding of the secret technique of the Emperor Prestige Realm powerhouse, and can display such a powerful secret technique. Even Yang Kai was a little moved. Although he now masters a lot of secret techniques, if there is one more move, he will have more choices when dealing with the enemy. But, to use such a secret technique, one must have practiced the ice element technique, or have the power of the ice element in the body. Yang Kai's strength does not have the existence of the ice element at all, even if he refined it. Sword intent, using Shuiruo Qingtian also has no expected effect. It would be great if Su Yan were here. Yang Kai sighed. I can't refine it, but I can't let it stay in mysterious Shaoji. After all, there is a medicine field in mysterious Shaoji, and all the elixir he has accumulated in it is planted in it. As soon as the side was destroyed, Yang Kai had no place to cry. Difficult. Yang Kai frowned. He couldn't refine it, he couldn't keep it, and he couldn't bear to throw it away. He scratched his head for a while, and couldn't think of a good way to solve the problem in front of him. Just when he felt quite embarrassed, an idea suddenly popped out of his mind. Yang Kai looked happy, and focused his mind to carefully consider the gains and losses. After a while, he made up his mind and felt that this was really not a good idea. It would neither waste the psychic sword intent, but also increase his strength by a large margin in a short period of time. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate any longer, and in a flash, he released the mysterious boundary bead. Looking left and right, Yang Kai found the body of the demon worm mother who was riddled with holes by Shui Ruoqing's secret art. He rushed over and threw the body of the monster worm mother into the mysterious boundary orb, and his body returned to the Shaoshuan world. Standing in an open space, the bound sword intent was suspended in the air, and on the ground was the huge and snow-white monster body. Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand, and the sword intent returned to his hand. Although this sword intent is psychic, its will is chaotic, and it cannot be communicated at all, only the simplest killing and destruction, so Yongkai didn't bother to say anything to it, and directly urged his own divine sense to wrap it towards it. Yongkai wanted to imprint his own spirit in this sword intent. In this way, he can order this psychic sword intent to make him obey his orders. This is no different from controlling a martial artist, it is all imprinted in the soul, but because the other party's consciousness is very chaotic, so he will not actively cooperate, but it is also because of the chaotic consciousness that Yongkai can perform actions more conveniently. Spiritual mind emerged, and Yongkai tried his best to burn his will into the psychic sword intent, trying to leave traces of his own life inside it. During this period, I encountered a lot of resistance, and even Yongkai's divine sense was damaged a lot, but one was struggling unconsciously and the other was acting purposefully. In the end, the psychic sword will naturally lose to Yongkai's means, was successfully suppressed, engraved with the brand of Yongkai's life and soul. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1957 The Birth of the Strongest Blood Beast. Branding one's own soul brand is only the first step. After doing this, Yongkai let go of the shackles on the psychic sword intent. As expected, at this moment it no longer has the slightest hostility towards Yongkai, but has some intimacy. The snow-white long sword light surrounds Yongkai non-stop, spinning around, as if a newborn baby opened his eyes and saw his parents who gave birth to him for the first time. It has no threat to Yongkai, but will obey Yongkai's various orders. Yongkai didn't care about it, let it fly around, but closed his eyes and recovered his consciousness. A day later, he recovered as before, opened his eyes, the sword intent had already stopped flying around, and stayed quietly on Yongkai's shoulder. Come, I'll give you a makeover. Even though Yongkai knew that communicating with it was meaningless, he still couldn't help but said, and when he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword intent in the palm of his hand, and immediately stretched out his hand to connect the points. Several golden blood threads flew out in response to the sound, entangled towards the sword intent. The sword intent seemed to want to resist, but under Yongkai's comfort, it quickly calmed down. Not long after, the snow-white psychic sword intent was wrapped impenetrably by the golden blood thread, and the huge blood energy contained in the golden blood thread continuously flowed into the sword intent and was swallowed and absorbed by it. Half a day later, the original snow-white psychic sword intent turned into a golden color. The sword intent at this moment is not only a collection of pure energy, but because it is covered with golden blood threads, it even has obvious fluctuations in energy and blood. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has its own body. The golden blood thread is the body, and the sword intent is the soul. In a sense, this sword intent has been reborn. It's not over yet. When Yongkai thought about it, the golden sword intent trembled slightly, and shot directly into the body of the monster mother's body. Lying on the ground, the mother body of the monster worm without any fluctuations in vitality has undergone obvious changes at this moment. The golden color flows from the snow-white body, which is affected and repaired by the huge energy and blood. The body riddled with holes in its slow speed gradually recovered itself. There are obvious power fluctuations, ups and downs from the body of the demon worm mother. Those snow-white lifeless eyes gradually glowed with a faint light at this moment. Yongkai carefully paid attention to the changes of the monster worm's mother body, and the degree of fusion between the psychic sword intent and the monster worm's mother body. The method he is using now is completely different from the previous situation where the sword intent controlled the mother body of the demon worm. The previous sword intent just attached himself to the mother body at will, simply controlling this physical body and giving his consciousness a carrier. But now Yongkai is using the method of condensing the blood beast to reshape the connection between the sword intent and the mother body of the monster worm. If successful, then Yongkai will immediately have a powerful blood beast. And if it fails, Yongkai feels that it is unlikely to fail. After all, before this, the sword intent had already reached a certain degree of fit with the body of the demon worm's mother, and supplemented by his own means, there was almost no possibility of failure. With the passage of time, the color of the monster worm's body gradually changed to gold and white intersecting, and the fluctuating fit between the physical body and the soul became more and more stable, which was obviously a sign of imminent success. Just to be on the safe side, Yongkai even cut his own palm, forced out a few drops of the purest golden blood, let it blend into the body of the demon worm mother, and repaired the tattered body. At a certain moment, a strange golden light suddenly appeared in the snow-white eyes of the demon worm's mother body, and immediately, the huge body moved slightly, as if Zhenwu was getting familiar with his fused body. It struggled to get up from the ground, like a toddler, staggered, and almost fell to the ground several times. When it really supported its body and walked back and forth on the ground, Yongkai couldn't help laughing. It's done. Although the idea that was born before was a bit too bizarre, but in the end it proved that I was not wrong. Using different spirits and bodies, I can still condense the bleeding beast. After all, the blood beast is not a real living thing, it is a change of a dead thing, it is a supernatural power attached to the golden blood thread secret technique, and the requirements for materials are not so strict. Even if it is prostrate on the ground, the body that is one head higher than his own has a great deterrent. Yongkai looks at this new birth and pulls the work. The more he looks at it, the more satisfied he is. He could clearly feel the chaotic will of the sword intent that was very close to him in the body of the demon worm's mother body. He fought against this guy before, but he didn't find out where his bottom line was. Yongkai naturally wanted to see how powerful it could be. With a thought, he gave an order to the demon worm mother. The mother body of the demon worm immediately stood upright, and an energy long sword immediately appeared on the pliers of the right hand. When the sword came out, there was an ice-cold artistic conception and the power of law gathered on the edge of the sword. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, snowflakes fell, pointing at the point of the sword edge. All the snowflakes turned into fierce attacks, blasting towards the void. The snow is as clear as the sky. The violent power erupted suddenly, the sky and the earth were darkened, and the void in front seemed to be pierced, and the power of law was disillusioned and disillusioned. Yongkai was slightly moved. It is worthy of the sword intent psychic. The mastery of this secret sword technique definitely has the demeanor of a master, but it is no wonder, after all, it is the sword intent attached to the move performed by the emperor. When the mother body is displayed, it is tantamount to the emperor senior realm expert making the move himself. It's just that the power is much smaller, but the artistic conception remains the same. This blow should have the effect of a Daoyuan first-level martial artist's full blow. Yongkai frowned, muttering to himself, while staring at the monster worm mother body. He was not dissatisfied at all. The experiment in front of him had already achieved the effect he expected. Although he felt the power fluctuations from the monster worm mother body that was about equal to that of the emperor, but after transforming into a blood beast, the power that can be exerted will always be weaker than the body. This is inevitable. The blood beast army that Yongkai condensed before is also like this. What's more, at this moment, the sword intent and the physical body of the demon worm's mother have just merged, and they will definitely not be able to exert their full strength. After a period of time, maybe it can improve a lot, but Yongkai estimated that the Daoyuan third layer is its peak. Enough. With such a supporter who is comparable to a Daoyuan third layer realm powerhouse by his side, and can order it at will, Yongkai finally has a little capital to gain a foothold in the star realm, and he no longer has to be as timid as when he first came here. However, external help is always an external force, and one's own strength is the goal a warrior should pursue. Yongkai has already experienced this, and will not put all his hopes on external forces. This trip to the closed ice cliff has gained a lot. Not to mention that the ice flowers and fruits are rare treasures, but Yongkai's trip was worthwhile after harvesting the thug of the demon worm's mother body, not to mention that he broke through the Void King third layer here, allowing himself half of the force has been transformed, and I have comprehended the mystery of nothingness. Yongkai was in a good mood, looking at the monster worm mother body in front of him, thinking that it was time to find an ice attribute secret treasure longsword for it. If it is supported by a suitable secret treasure, the power of the secret technique it can display will be significantly improved. Think about it, when you face the enemy, the mother of the demon worm will hold a long sword, and the enemy will definitely be stunned. Although Yongkai has a lot of secret treasures in his hands, except for a few emperor treasures, there is really nothing that can be used, and there is no ice attribute longsword suitable for the monster worm mother. In this world, how can there be any monsters who are proficient in the secret art of swordsmanship? Instructing the demon worm mother body to raise the soul in mysterious Shaoji and fuse it with the body, Yongkai left here. He doesn't need to worry about the rest of the matter. It only needs time to settle and accumulate, and the degree of fusion between the sword intent and the demon worm's mother body will become higher and higher, and finally reach the peak and become a complete blood beast. Yongkai is looking forward to it. The next period of days was uneventful. Yongkai dug a new cave 500 feet below the ice cliff, lived in it safely, and used the special environment here to temper his will. At the same time, he was also immersed in the research of the new secret technique nothingness. On this day, Yongkai stood on the top of the ice cliff, looking into the distance. According to his estimation, the 3-month confinement should end today, so he stood here waiting for Kowu to come and take him back. Although it's time, but after all, he was locked up. If he ran back, he might be troubled by others. Yang Kai didn't want to make any more troubles, so he felt that it was better to be on the safe side. But what he didn't expect was that after waiting for a long time, Kou was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until the day was almost over that a small black spot appeared in the distance. Yang Kai's face was overjoyed, and he looked intently. The appearance of the coming person was quickly imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. It was not Kou as he expected, but a warrior he had never seen before. Judging from the power fluctuations of that person's movement, he only has the cultivation base of the Void King's third-layer realm. The visitor stopped far away, apparently unwilling to get too close to the forbidden area of Bingya, staring at Yang Kai's direction, and shouted, "Senior brother Kou asked me to come here today to tell you that the confinement is over, you can go back to the clan." After speaking, he turned his head and left. Yang Kai looked stunned, and quickly flew out from the spot, chasing that person at an extremely fast speed. The same cultivation base of the Void King's third-layer realm, the other party hurried on the road, and Yang Kai naturally caught up quickly. Flying forward side by side, the man frowned indistinctly, and quietly opened the distance between Yang Kai and Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai noticed this, he didn't care about it, but clasped his fists together and said, "Dare to ask senior brother's name?" The man said impatiently, "I'm just sending a message on the order of senior brother Kou, you don't need to get close to me." He had a look of strangers not to enter, as if Yang Kai owed him a lot of money. Touching his nose, Yang Kai was extremely depressed, but he still asked, "Why didn't senior brother Kou come here today, but I'm bothering you to come here?" "Senior brother Kou has a mission and left the sect a month ago. If you want to wait for him to pick you up, you might as well go back to Bingya first." The man finished speaking very quickly, and suddenly accelerated forward, rushing forward, directly threw Yang Kai away. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Recommend a friend's new book, 9 Wastes, by the author Cihu Hengdao, ISBN 3351298. There are 8 famines in the world, and I want to fight all the worlds. Overwhelm all ages, gather billions of blood and bones to build me a high platform to reach the sky. Facing the wilderness, breaking the cycle of reincarnation, kowtow to the long head, seeking immortality. Just for the time before you opened the sky, looking back and smiling. The new book is on the list. Chapter 1958 Desperado. The attitude of the visitor was very bad, which made Yang Kai very upset. However, considering the not-so-harmonious relationship between the Jade Feather sect disciples, as well as the fact that he didn't have any friendship with each other, and he didn't even know each other before, Yang Kai was relieved. However, Kou actually went out to perform a mission a month ago, which surprised Yang Kai. I don't know what task made him leave in such a hurry. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much, and flew straight forward. Bingya is only 10,000 miles away from Jade Feather sect. This distance is nothing to Yang Kai. He arrived at Jade Feather sect's main rudder not long after. Filuo arrived in front of his humble residence, and Yang Kai searched the next room with his spiritual sense. That was Lu Shanyan's residence, and the distance between their residences was no more than 20 feet. Inside the room, Lu Shanyan seemed to be meditating and adjusting his breath. After noticing Yang Kai's divine sense, he quickly opened his eyes, ran out of the room, and said in surprise, "Brother Yang, are you back?" In the past few months, she has been alone, and she seems very helpless in this unfamiliar place of Jade Feather sect. Although she didn't know Yang Kai for a long time, but because of the similar fate and background, she still had a subconscious sense of closeness to Yang Kai, especially Yang Kai himself had a very good temper and a bold personality. When she learned that Yang Kai was locked up, she was worried for a while. If something happened to Yang Kai on the ice cliff, then she would be really alone from now on. Just came back. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Nothing happened, right? Brother Yang, you actually made a breakthrough. Lu Shanyan quickly discovered the traces of Yang Kai's breakthrough, and stretched out her hand to cover her small mouth. Her beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. After all, she heard that the environment on the side of the ice cliff is very bad, and it is very difficult for anyone to escape from there. Originally, she was still worried about Yang Kai's safety, but she didn't want Yang Kai to not only come back unscathed, but also break through a breakthrough layer boundary. It's just a fluke. Yang Kai nodded lightly. How have you been these few months? What else? Lu Shanyan smiled wryly and shook her head. That's all. While speaking, she suddenly coughed lightly. A trace of abnormal rosiness appeared on her delicate face. Although she quickly concealed it, how could she hide it from Yang Kai's observation? Are you injured? Yang Kai frowned. Something happened during the training. Lu Shanyan hurriedly replied. Yang Kai stared intently at her eyes, as if he wanted to look directly into her heart. Lu Shanyan forced a smile and said, "It's not a big problem, it's just that I was a little anxious when I was practicing. I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation." Is it really an accident during cultivation? Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold. Lu Shanyan is a warrior at the 3rd level of the Void King. Although warriors at this level may accidentally get injured or go mad during the retreat, they are all under the premise of closing the closed door. They must be comprehending some mysterious communication and mystery. How could Lu Shanyan be locked up in this kind of place? What did I lie to you for? Lu Shanyan said in a hurry, "A few days ago, I wanted to retreat to understand the mysteries of the Tao Source realm, but I didn't expect that I was not strong enough. To be honest, I'm not a child." Yang Kai interrupted her explanation. Lu Shanyan opened his mouth, and finally sighed. "Brother Yang, let's leave this matter as it is, don't ask any more. Now that Hufa Bian and Brother Ko are not in the sect, if something happens again, I'm afraid it won't end well." Quote. Bian Hufa is not in the sect. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Well, Hufa Bian took a lot of people out a few days ago, including senior Brother Ko, and I don't know what to do. Besides, I'm really fine, I just suffered a little injury. You and I are newcomers, or bear it if you can. Yang Kai nodded slightly, raised the corner of his mouth, and revealed a sneering smile, saying, "It's best if you think so, but I'm afraid some people don't want to stop here." While speaking, he turned his head and looked aside. Lu Shanyan was startled, but suddenly realized, following his gaze, he couldn't help but look ugly. Over there, a group of 4 or 5 warriors meandered over. The leader had a resolute and indifferent expression, with his hands behind his back, looking awe-inspiring and inviolable. Behind him followed the other 3, all of whom Yang Kai had seen before. Musha. One of them was Chu Fei, who had been taught a lesson by him last time in Fangxi. He hadn't seen him for 3 months, and Chu Fei's injury seemed to be unhealed. Coupled with Chu Fei's own recovery ability, it would not take 3 months to heal. At this moment, Chu Fei obviously felt a little weak on the outside, and his face was not so rosy. And the other 2 were also fellow sufferers who were with Chu Fei at that time. At this moment, Yang Kai had just returned from the ice cliff, and this group of people directly blocked him at the door of the house, and the reason for their intentions was self-evident. Chu Fei looked at Yang Kai. Naturally, the enemy was extremely jealous when he met him. He gritted his teeth, and whispered something to the warrior who was walking in the front. That person's expression was indifferent, and he didn't intend to respond at all, but judging from Chu Fei's ingratiating expression, this person's status in the Jade Feather sect is definitely not low, at least at Ko Wu's level, and his strength is probably not much different from Ko Wu's. A group of people walked over in such a thorny manner. The eyes of the leader warrior were as sharp as a falcon, staring at Yang Kai. His eyes were full of disdain and contempt. When he stood still at 5 feet, Chu Fei looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious face, and sneered, "Junior brother Yang, don't come here. I didn't expect that Bian Hufa locked you on the ice cliff and didn't kill you. Your life is really big." Yang Kai chuckled, looked Chu Fei up and down, and said, "How is senior brother Chu injured? Is it itchy skin again? I want to ask junior brother to loosen your muscles and bones. If so, junior brother will be happy to help you." Quote. Hearing this, Chu Fei subconsciously shuddered. In the battle 3 months ago, he had no power to resist under Yang Kai's hands. He was knocked down to the ground and pounded hard. He lost all face. Thinking about it now, still feel like being in a nightmare, and my heart is horrified. Can't help but become a little annoyed and said, "You don't have to be proud. If you are sensible today, the senior brother may let you go, but if you are not sensible, Hey," Yang Kai called out with an exaggerated expression, "I don't see you in 3 months. Senior brother Chu has become a lot more courageous. Who gave you the courage? Could it be this senior brother?" While speaking, Yang Kai turned his eyes and stared at the leader warrior. His tone was unceremonious. The other party was obviously out for revenge, so there was no need for him to show weakness at all. He hasn't taken Chu Fei and the other 2 virtual kings into consideration. 3 months ago, he was able to take care of these 3 guys at the 2nd level of the virtual king. Now that his strength has greatly increased, he naturally doesn't take them seriously. Here, what Yang Kai cares about is the helper they brought. The fluctuation of power on this person is almost the same as that of Ko Wu. If Yang Kai guessed correctly, he should be a strong man at the 1st level of Daoyuan. Suddenly, a frightening light erupted from his falcon-like eyes, and the pure soul power shot out, turning into a sharp attack, like a spinning top, heading straight towards Yang Kai's sea of consciousness to stab. He directly displayed the Divine Soul secret technique, attempting to defeat Yang Kai's consciousness sea defense in one fell swoop, giving him a severe blow. Yang Kai was furious. Spiritual attack is extremely dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will end up as an idiot. The opponent's behavior is so cruel, obviously he has no intention of holding back. This is completely different from the nature of him beating Chu Fei. No matter how Yang Kai made a move, Chu Fei would just rest for a longer time, but if the other party couldn't take this move, it would not be a problem that recuperation could solve. That must be a lifetime of hidden dangers and nightmares. Angry from his heart, Yang Kai snorted coldly, crazily mobilizing his own sea of consciousness, turning into roaring raging waves, violently facing him. Faced with the attack of his own consciousness, Yang Kai couldn't avoid it at all, the only choice was to meet it. At the same time, in the sea of consciousness, the seven-colored warming lotus bloomed with dazzling seven-colored rays, and the treasure island transformed from the warming lotus began to spin around. As it rotated, the colorful light became more dazzling, with an inexplicable power. It can be merged into Yang Kai's divine sense, increasing the attack power of his divine consciousness. An invisible collision erupted between the two, but the degree of danger was far more dangerous than a real sword. The man's eyes shrank, and a look of surprise and horror flashed in the depths of his eyes. Obviously he did not expect that Yang Kai's power of consciousness could match him. I didn't notice it for a while, and I suffered a small loss. There was a huge pain in my mind, and my face turned a little pale. Yang Kai also had a hard time. If he hadn't been forced to, he wouldn't have done such a dangerous collision of consciousness. However, he relied on the protection and restoration of the Wenxinlian himself, so he had no worries at all. Because even if the consciousness is damaged, Wenxinlian can help restore it. On the contrary, it was the other party. When he realized that the opponent who he thought he would be crushed casually burst out with strength that could compete with him, he was surprised and blamed himself for being too big. After suffering a loss, he hurriedly wanted to withdraw his divine sense. But how could Yang Kai do what he wanted? Relying on a cultivation base that is a bit higher than his own, he used his divine sense to attack and suppress himself without saying a word, but now he wants to quit. Late. Yang Kai endured the severe pain in his mind, gritted his teeth and urged his divine sense, and chased after him relentlessly. The man finally changed his face, looking at Yang Kai. His expression was no longer the disdain and ridicule before, but full of panic. Although he had only confronted Yang Kai secretly once, Yang Kai gave him a kind of desperado, a feeling of brutality. Not to mention why the junior brother at the third level of the Void King on the opposite side has a spiritual power comparable to his own. Just this kind of cruelty to himself and the enemy is not something ordinary people can do. This bastard, is he going to die? Deep inside he was terrified. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1959 Raid. When they meet on a narrow road, naturally the brave wins. When Yang Kai's berserk divine sense shattered all the way, forcing the opponent's consciousness back, hitting his sea of consciousness defense hard, tearing a gap in his sea of consciousness defense, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He cried out loudly. With that appearance, how can he still have the demeanor of the senior brother who was superior before? It's like a weak person who has suffered setbacks and can't bear it. Yang Kai also shook his body and his face turned pale. But he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Instead, he made a wrong step and rushed towards the opposite side at an extremely fast speed. Senior brother Zhou Yi, Chu Fei exclaimed in shock. From his point of view, this senior brother named Zhou Yi just exchanged glances with Yang Kai, and immediately the two of them turned pale and trembled at the same time. Senior brother Zhou Yi took a few steps back. Yang Kai took the opportunity to approach. His face, there was a cruel and frightening grin on his face. He is also a warrior at the third level of the Void King, so he can naturally sense the fluctuations of the collision of spiritual sense between the two, but he can't believe that in the frontal collision of spiritual consciousness, it was actually senior brother Zhou Yi who ate a large amount of food. Deficit. Seeing that Yang Kai was advancing instead of retreating, Chu Fei hurriedly shouted to remind him. But where is there still time? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed in front of the martial artist named Zhou Yi. The multicolored rays of light bloomed on his fist, and the immortal five elements sword chi whizzed around, punching hard, from top to bottom, like a heavy hammer, hit the opponent's cheek. Boom! The air vibrated violently, and violent power erupted. Zhou Yi was directly smashed to the ground by that ferocious force. A pit in the shape of a human appeared immediately on the solid ground, and dust flew. Seeing this scene, Chu Fei seemed to have seen the scene where he was ravaged 3 months ago. Suddenly his face turned pale and his body trembled. The other 2 fellow sufferers were even more unbearable. They screamed in fright and fled back in a hurry, for fear of being implicated. How could this be? Chu Fei was completely dumbfounded. I thought that if I invited senior brother Zhou Yi to avenge myself, I would definitely teach Yang Kai a lesson, but now that Bian Hufa's lineage is almost exhausted, naturally no one will stop him. Today was a good day to take revenge and humiliate Yang Kai. How did he know that the senior brother he invited was actually beaten to the ground by Yang Kai in a face-to-face meeting? The bizarre scene in front of him almost blinded Chu Fei's eyes. It wasn't until this time that Chu Fei noticed that Yang Kai's cultivation was no longer at the Void King's 2nd layer realm, but had already reached the 3rd layer realm. Can you still break through in that ghost place on the ice cliff? Chu Fei's heart was shaking wildly, realizing that this time he was in serious trouble. Because in the Jade Feather sect, there has always been a customary rule. But all the disciples who are exiled to Bingya and locked up in confinement, if they are not dead, will definitely be valued, and if they are not only not dead, but also have some comprehension or even breakthrough in Bingya, they are very likely to become sects as an elite disciple. His status soared and he soared into the sky. Over the years, many senior brothers have made great achievements because of this. After all, there is an ice cliff, which was formed under the blow of a powerful emperor senior realm, filled with strong imperial prestige and the power of the ice-cold law, and being able to break through at that kind of place itself shows the high talent of the warrior. And now, Yang Kai is undoubtedly such a disciple. If this news is spread, it will definitely attract the attention of the sect, and this junior brother who makes Chu Fei hold grudges in his heart will surely rise in status. By then, he will no longer be someone he can look up to. Pray he doesn't trouble himself. Many distracting thoughts flashed through Chu Fei's mind, and he soon realized that if he couldn't solve this matter perfectly today, he might be in great trouble, and he couldn't help feeling a little panicked. Just when he secretly scolded Zhou Yi for being useless, a low growl full of anger suddenly came out. "Boy, you are courting death." That voice was full of unspeakable hatred, like a wounded wild animal roaring in a low voice, and the cold murderous intent rolled up made one's hair stand on end. Chu Fei's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with great joy, "Senior brother Zhou." The low growl was loudly shouted by Zhou Yi, who was punched by Yang Kai and lying on the ground. Although Yang Kai didn't show mercy, Zhou Yi was a Dao Source first-order powerhouse. How could he be killed so easily? He suffers because of the damage to his spiritual consciousness, and he didn't have time to prevent Yang Kai's surprise attack. Now that I come back to my senses, I am naturally very angry. While speaking, he turned his head viciously, staring at Yang Kai with red eyes. Killing intent burst out like a tide. If it was said that he came here just because of Chu Fei's request to vent his anger on his behalf, but now after being punched by Yang Kai, he has already started to kill. Being bullied to such an extent by a junior who is a little lower than myself, how can I wash away the stains in my life without blood and life? The atmosphere in the air suddenly became solidified. When the Daoyuan strongman got angry, even the laws of heaven and earth were slightly affected. The power of the wind gathered towards Zhou Yi, making his black hair dance wildly like a demon, adding more and more energy, lost his power. Yang Kai's skin tightened, and he instinctively felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly used the world-exterminating demon eye. At the left eye, the pupil of the eye suddenly turned into a golden vertical kernel, long and narrow and frightening. In the golden pupil, there was also a faint magical power, which had a powerful effect of restraining the soul. Looking at each other, Zhou Yi couldn't help being stunned, only feeling that there was a kind of magical power in the narrow pupils, which was affecting his soul and will. He had been slightly injured when he collided with Yang Kai's consciousness, but now that he was affected by the world-exterminating demon eye, flaws naturally appeared. Yang Kai took the opportunity to display his most powerful divine soul secret technique, and shouted in his mouth, "Shenglian." A budding lotus pattern suddenly appeared in the left eye, and after a slight flicker, it shot into Zhou Yi's pupils. Everything in front of Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly changed, and he saw only a lotus flower. The lotus flower crazily absorbed his power of consciousness and became nutrients, and then slowly opened its petals, wanting to bloom its own beauty. Compared with him now, Yang Kai has the advantage of the power of the soul. How can he give up this advantage? As soon as the lotus secret technique came out, Yang Kai took the initiative again. Before Zhou Yi could react, Yang Kai shook his hands, and dozens of golden blood threads shot out. Under the control of divine sense, the golden blood threads twisted and twisted, turning into a golden net, covering Zhou Yi in. This is just one of the transformation methods of the golden blood thread. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai did not hesitate to use the secret technique again. His right arm turned into a ferocious dragon claw. The claw was extremely sharp, and he stabbed at Zhou Yi's chest. When things developed to this point, it was no longer you or me. Zhou Yi's murderous intent was not just a deterrent, it was a real intention to kill the enemy. For those who want to kill him, Yang Kai will naturally not show mercy. Brother Yang, don't want it. Lu Shanyan exclaimed from behind. If Yang Kai really killed Zhou Yi, then the matter would really not be able to end, but she didn't know how to resolve the situation in front of her, she just shouted out instinctively. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear, his expression was indifferent, and there was only the determination to kill the enemy and then hurry. Seeing that the dragon claws were about to penetrate Zhou Yi's chest and scratch his heart, at this critical moment, Zhou Yi actually got rid of the influence of the Lotus secret technique, and shouted loudly, "Boy, you are so brave." With a bang, the lotus pattern in Zhou Yi's eyes shattered, and the murderous intent that had been suppressed by the influence burst out again. At the same time, the powerhouse at the first level of Daoyuan exploded with momentum. Sorrowful wind palm. Zhou Yi drank low, stretched out a palm, and blocked his chest. In the palm, the energy of the wind attribute lingered and gathered, like a vortex of a storm, involving Yang Kai's right arm in. Ka-cha-cha. There was an ear-piercing sound of rubbing, and on Yang Kai's right arm, the dragon scales that had been transformed by power shattered, and even the dragon claws couldn't maintain their shape. Although Daoyuan first-layer fighters are only a small level higher than Yang Kai, but because all the power in the body has been converted into source power, the real combat power is basically comparable to the average Void King third layer. What's more, Daoyuan first-level fighters have already touched the threshold of the law, and can roughly mobilize the power of the law to enhance their ultimate moves. What Zhou Yi intensively cultivated was undoubtedly the power of the wind attribute, and his understanding and use of the power of the wind attribute was contained in the sad wind palm. The law of wind is elegant and agile, added to this sad wind palm, it makes the moves look more uninhibited. The oncoming terrifying killing intent made Yang Kai's complexion change drastically, but he didn't retreat, instead he gritted his teeth and ruthlessly stabbed the dragon claw into Zhou Yi's chest. Zhou Yi's eyeballs trembled violently. Even though he tried his best to agitate Yuanli to protect his body, he still couldn't stop Yang Kai's sharp dragon claws from rushing in. Under the terrifying dragon's claws, his defense was as vulnerable as paper. Zhou Yi's heart was grasped by Yang Kai. At this moment, sad wind palm's attack also hit Yang Kai. However, his figure suddenly twisted, and he disappeared directly in place, letting the violent power spurt into the void. When the remaining prestige of the moves dissipated, Yang Kai's figure reappeared, as if he had never moved. Nothingness. The use of the new secret technique made Yang Kai's body turn into nothingness and merge with that piece of void, thus avoiding a huge part of the damage from the sad wind palm. But that remaining energy also blasted into Yang Kai's body, moving freely in his flesh and blood, destroying his physical body. The qi and blood in Yang Kai's chest were rolling, and he almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. Not dead. Zhou Yi exclaimed in shock. He originally thought that Yang Kai was going to die with him. After all, his hand had already inserted into his chest, holding his heart. As long as he used a little more force, he would die, and his rage, a blow from the sad wind palm, is definitely not something a Void King third layer can resist after being hit in the front. But what Zhou Yi couldn't figure out was that Yang Kai seemed to have only suffered a small injury, nothing serious at all. What kind of secret technique is that? To be able to avoid his own attack without moving in place, at that moment, the opponent didn't seem to exist in this space. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Weihi. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1960 Shame and Humiliation. In front of the simple wooden house, Yang Kai's right arm was dripping with blood. The blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth made his expression even more terrifying. His right hand reached into Zhou Yi's chest, holding the violently beating heart. And Zhou Yi fell on the ground, his body wrapped in a golden net made of golden blood threads, his eyes tremblingly staring at Yang Kai in front of him. Madman, this guy is absolutely crazy. Zhou Yi kept shouting in his heart. The two of them remained in such a stalemate posture, motionless. In the air, the chill atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost impossible to breathe. Not far away, Lu Shanyan covered her mouth with her little hand, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Chu Fei and the other two Void King realms could only hear the sound of swallowing saliva with difficulty. Hey, senior brother, you're done. Yang Kai suddenly grinned grinningly. Zhou Yi's face twitched slightly. Although he was full of dissatisfaction, the situation in front of him made him have to admit that he was now being controlled by others, and his life and death were completely out of his control. As long as Yang Kai uses a little more force, he can take his life away. Kill me, and you don't want to live. Zhou Yi looked at Yang Kai coldly, not begging for mercy, but acting extremely stubborn. Do you want to try? See if I can leave this ghost place after I kill you. Junior brother, I have no strengths, but my ability to escape is first-rate. Yang Kai chuckled, that smile looked very evil, making Zhou Yi didn't dare to answer for a while, for fear that the other party would really crush his heart. If this is the case, no matter whether Yang Kai can live or not, he will definitely die anyway. There is only one life, how dare he not cherish it? If you dare to move, I will let him die. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at Chu Fei, who was not far away, who was about to flee from here. It wasn't until this moment that Lu Shanyan suddenly came back to his senses, and with a sway of his delicate body, he came to Chu Fei's side, staring at him vigilantly, lest he take the opportunity to escape. Chu Fei had a mournful face, and really didn't dare to move, with an expression of pain. It seems that you are a smart person, and you don't want to end up with a dead end, do you? Make a point, and the senior brother will take over. Zhou Yi looked at Yang Kai in front of him and said with a flickering expression. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course I don't want to die, but today's incident has reached such a level, it really doesn't end well. Brother, do you think I killed you and then ran away, or did I kill you? Waiting for the sect to sanction you? Don't tell me that you won't come to trouble me again if you let me go, I won't believe such childish words. Zhou Yi's face was gloomy, and he didn't know how to answer the conversation. Forget it. Yang Kai suddenly laughed cheerfully, let's talk about it first. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chu Fei. His eyes gradually turned cold. Speaking of which, you guys caused this incident, and I was imprisoned for 3 months. Let's get started. All kneel down on the ground and slap yourself, calling yourself a pig while beating. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Chu Fei and the other three changed drastically. You deceive people too much. Chu Fei roared, although this place is relatively remote, and generally few people would come and go, but if he really did such a thing, how would he gain a foothold in the sect in the future? I'm afraid that it will be spread immediately and become the laughing stock of the disciples of the whole sect. Scholars can be killed and cannot be humiliated. The warrior of the Void King's second level also yelled, with an angry expression on his face. Really? Yang Kai smiled slightly, ignored Chu Fei and the others, but turned his head to look at Zhou Yi, and said coldly while slowly exerting force on his hands, Senior brother, Chu Fei and the others are not very cooperative, you see what should I do? Junior brother, I have a flawless body now, and I can't force them, which makes me a little upset. If I can't control my strength. Beads of sweat immediately oozed out from Zhou Yi's forehead, and he felt that the pressure on his heart was getting stronger and stronger, and even his own breathing was faintly difficult, so he turned his head and shouted angrily at Chu Fei and others in a panic, there is an injustice and a debtor. The matter was caused by you guys. If you want to watch me die, then don't do anything. But if I, Zhou Yi, can escape this catastrophe, what kind of anger will you bear? I know it in my heart. As soon as Zhou Yi spoke, Chu Fei and the others couldn't help turning pale. They all looked at Yang Kai with resentment and pleading, as if they were expecting him to show kindness and bypass him and others this time. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear, and the strength in his hands was still increasing. Still kneeling, Zhou Yi suddenly shouted, how could Chu Fei and the others dare to hesitate? They all fell to their knees on the ground with ugly expressions like dead parents. What a shame, I think they are all warriors of Void King realm, and it is common for them to be injured and bleed, but when have they been forced to kneel down? One by one scolded Yang Kai bloody in their hearts, and secretly vowed that in the future, they would find a chance to avenge their shame and repay today's humiliation 100 times, otherwise how could they eliminate the hatred in their hearts? Why didn't I hear the sound of slapping myself? Yang Kai tilted his ears, with a puzzled expression on his face. Zhou Yi's fierce eyes immediately drifted towards Chu Fei and the others. Clap clap, Chu Fei and the others waved their hands, mechanically fanning their cheeks again and again. What else? Yang Kai continued to sneer. Chu Fei took a breath of qi and blood in his heart, he almost spat it out, wishing he could rush to die with Yang Kai now, but due to Zhou Yi's previous lust, how could he dare to resist? Confused, he began to yell with a mournful face. I'm a pig, Hoot. With Chu Fei taking the lead, the remaining two naturally did not dare to keep silent, so a wonderful scene was staged. 3 Jade Feather Sect disciples fell to their knees on the ground, slapping themselves and scolding themselves at the same time. Such humiliation compared to torture from any sect is 100 times more unbearable. I shouldn't provoke junior brother Yang, I'm a pig. I'm a pig, junior brother Yang, you have a lot of adults, so let's go around us this time. ... Isn't this very good? Yang Kai laughed with satisfaction, people are all forced out. Is that enough? Zhou Yi looked at Yang Kai coldly, blood seemed to be bitten out of his teeth, and the hatred in those eyes was solidified. Senior brother, your eyes are so fierce. Yang Kai looked terrified, senior brother is timid, don't stare at me like that, in case junior brother gets flustered and crushes your heart. Zhou Yi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, he returned to his normal state, and said in a deep voice, Junior brother Yang, it's senior brother, I've lost my eyesight, and you're out of breath today, shouldn't you just let it go? Let it go, after all, we are also brothers of the same school, we can't see you when you look up. Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his left hand and slapped him. With a bang, a blood-red palm print appeared on one of Zhou Yi's cheeks, and even a few teeth were knocked out. Now that you know that everyone is a fellow apprentice, why don't you look up and look down? Why didn't you say that when you were going to teach me a lesson just now? You, what you? Yang Kai slapped him again while speaking. Zhou Yi instinctively wanted to resist, but he could feel the palm that was gradually exerting force on his heart. How could he dare to move rashly, and took a second slap abruptly. The anger that had just subsided was rekindled, and those eyes turned red. I'll slap you if you say a single word, try it again, yell, you still dare to stare at me. Yang Kai punched Zhou Yi right in the eye socket, directly hitting him into panda eyes. Zhou Yi finally became honest, knowing that Yang Kai is a bit crazy and difficult to provoke. If he is dishonest now, he will only be the one to suffer. He lowered his head and did not look at Yang Kai, thinking about how to torture Yang Kai in the future, to snow today's humiliation. Shanyan, is this guy the one who injured you? Yang Kai suddenly asked an inexplicable question. Lu Shanyan's expression changed, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally nodded. It is actually not difficult for Yang Kai to guess this point. After all, Lu Shanyan's strength is there, it is impossible to hurt her with Chu Fei's ability. The only person who can hurt her is this Zhou Yi. Yang Kai nodded indifferently, and said fiercely, as a senior brother of the sect, it's okay not to mention taking care of us juniors who have just started, but you are deliberately bullying, senior brother Zhou Yi, you are really good at it. After the words fell, Yang Kai waved his left fist and beat Zhou Yi violently. Zhou Yi had no room to resist at all, so he could only endure Yang Kai's beating forcefully. Although Yang Kai's cultivation base was a small level lower than his, but his physical quality was extremely strong, and the fist he swung was extremely powerful. After a while, Zhou Yi's nose became blue and his face was swollen, his entire face was deformed, and he looked extremely miserable. Suddenly, Zhou Yi laughed coldly, and said inarticulately, Boy, if you don't kill me today, you will look good in the future. Yang Kai frowned, looked up into the distance thoughtfully, and snorted coldly, Don't worry, I will drag you to be buried with me before I die. In his perception, there is a strong person flying towards him in that direction. After all, he and others have been making trouble here for so long, and must have alarmed the other people in the Jade Feather sect, and Yang Kai had expected someone to come over. What he didn't expect was that the visitor seemed to be a very powerful master, and the coercion that came before he arrived showed that the strength of the visitor was not weaker than Bian Yuqing. Which protector came here? Yang Kai couldn't help but complexion sank. At this moment, Lu Shanyan obviously also noticed this, and she couldn't help but look at Yang Kai worriedly in her beautiful eyes. After all, Yang Kai's troubles today were indeed a bit fierce. Chu Fei and others are still kneeling on the ground while slapping themselves. I scolded myself. After a while, a ray of mysterious light suddenly shot out and stopped not far from the top of Yang Kai and the others. The mysterious light dispersed, revealing a few figures. An indescribable coercion descended from the sky, everyone couldn't help but stagnate, their bodies were heavy, as if they were being suppressed by a mountain. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1961 Re-entering the Bone Prison. The leader is an old man with a white face and no beard. Behind him are several men and women with varying levels of cultivation, some in the Void King realm and some in the Tao Origin realm. They are all looking at the strange scene below in amazement. After seeing the old man, Zhou Yi was overjoyed, and quickly shouted, "Guardian Miao, save me! Seedling protector." Yang Kai's complexion changed, and he immediately knew the identity of the person coming. Miao Qi is also one of the protectors of the Jade Feather sect, and his cultivation is indeed at the level of the third level of Daoyuan, and he is at the same level as Bian Yuqing, Zhu Junxian and others. If a strong man of this level wanted to take Yang Kai's life, he might not be able to resist at all. Yang Kai didn't quite know what kind of attitude this Miao Qi would have in dealing with today's matter, and he secretly made up his mind that if this Miao Qi wanted to favor Zhou Yi and threaten his life, he would directly kill the monster worm's mother body. Let out a big lottery. Although the monster mother body can only display the strength of Daoyuan's first level, but after all, it is there, and if it is desperate, it will be enough to delay Miao Qi for a while. He could take this opportunity to escape with Lu Shanyan. As for whether he can escape at that time, it depends on his own means. Thinking of this, Yang Kai calmed down a bit, and looked at Miao Qi fearlessly. Miao Qi seemed to be sizing up Yang Kai too, and he was a little surprised by the weird scene in front of him. After all, there was a gap in strength between Yang Kai and Zhou Yi. Logically speaking, it should be Yang Kai who was subdued, but looking around, it turned out that Zhou Yi's life was controlled, and Miao Qi couldn't figure out why this happened. As for Chu Fei and others, their appearance and performance are really unsightly. "Guardian Miao, help me!" Chu Fei and others also shouted one after another. Miao Qi's appearance made them see hope. No longer ignored Yang Kai's previous threats, they all stood up from the ground with swollen cheeks, shouting for help. Miao Qi remained indifferent, his divine sense kept scanning Yang Kai's body, as if he wanted to find out some mystery from it. Behind him, a warrior with the appearance of a middle-aged man stood up, looked down at everyone from a high position, and said coldly, "What happened here?" Chu Fei and the others obviously recognized the man's words, and quickly clasped their fists and said, "Brother Pang, I had some trouble with this junior brother Yang before, and today I heard that he returned from Bingya, so I came here to apologize, but I don't want this junior brother Yang to hold grudges, ignore our explanations, and start a violent attack. I am defeated and humiliated by him for a long time, and I ask senior brother Pang and protector Miao to make decisions for us." Chu Fei was articulate, and almost in an instant he made up a perfect set of rhetoric, and directly buckled the shit basin on Yang Kaiko. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Chu Fei with admiration, never expecting this guy to be so eloquent. Senior brother Pang was noncommittal, frowned and said, "What's going on with senior brother Zhou?" Chu Fei immediately became filled with righteous indignation, pointed at Yang Kai and shouted, "Senior brother Pang Mingzhan, senior brother Zhou just passed by here, seeing us being humiliated and wanted to come forward to intercede for us, but he didn't want senior brother Yang to be pious, and pretended to be a snake. While attacking senior brother Zhou secretly, senior brother Zhou has a kind heart, how could he know that this beast is so ambitious and unaware? We are the ones who have hurt senior brother Zhou." Chu Fei was crying bitterly while talking, looking annoyed, while Zhou Yi didn't say a word during the whole process, but put on a heartbroken expression very cooperatively. "You are talking nonsense." Lu Shanyan couldn't listen anymore. Her pretty face flushed red, she gritted her teeth and said, "It's clear that you and senior brother Zhou Yi came to trouble Yang Kai with a grudge, and now you actually—" Shanyan doesn't need to explain. Yang Kai interrupted her, looked at Chu Fei with a sneer, and said lightly, "Right or wrong, Guardian Miao has his own judgment." But, Lu Shanyan still wanted to say something, but seeing Yang Kai's firm eyes, he sighed leisurely and didn't say anything more. Both she and Yang Kai knew that if this protector Miao was on Chu Fei Zhou Yi's side, even if the reasons Chu Fei made up were shabby, protector Miao would not mind, and if protector Miao was really fair, there was no need to explain. What? Everything depends on Miao Qi's attitude. Don't need to explain. I think you are guilty of thieves. Now senior brother Zhou is being held by you, and he may lose his life at any time. What else do you have to explain? Chu Fei changed his previous cowardly appearance and became impassioned, as if really suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai just sneered. Senior brother Pang frowned, and said with disgust, "Shut up." Chu Fei quickly agreed, and dared not speak again. Only then did senior brother Pang look at Yang Kai, and said indifferently, "You are the disciple who just started." "Yes, Yang Kai has seen all the senior brothers and protector Miao, please forgive me for being inconvenient to salute now, I have offended you a lot." Yang Kai replied neither humble nor overbearing while maintaining his previous posture. Senior brother Pang sneered, "I've heard about you, you are very courageous. Not long after you started, you caused a lot of troubles. It seems that Yan Shiren was beaten by you, and even the treasure snake was bitten to death by you. Last time you made a mistake, Bianhufa locked you in confinement, and you just came out and it's not safe. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said coldly, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind doesn't stop. Rampant. Senior brother Pang snorted coldly, you are a young disciple who has just begun to ignore the clan rules and cause trouble everywhere. It seems that you are not a good person. Yang Kai's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, Senior brother Pang came to evaluate me like this without knowing the whole story, is it biased? Senior brother taught you for your own good, dare to talk back. Senior brother Pang looked angry, his whole body's source power fluctuated, as if he really wanted to take action to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. If the attitude of senior brother Pang represented the attitude of Protector Miao, then today I am afraid that some catastrophe is inevitable. Just when he was about to sacrifice the mother body of the demon worm to make a big fuss at any time, the Protector Miao waved his hand lightly. The furious senior brother Pang lowered his head, suppressed the fluctuation of the inner force in his body, and walked to the back meekly. Miao Qi's eyes swept across Yang Kai, and finally landed on Zhou Yi, and said with a cold snort, mediocre. Hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but turn pale. He naturally heard his dissatisfaction with himself from Miao Qi's words. After all, no matter what, it was a fact that he was suppressed by Yang Kai, and there was no way to justify it. Being suppressed like this by a junior at the third level of the Void King, a mediocre evaluation is already very pertinent. Zhou Yi realized that he might not be able to be reused by the sect again in the future, and he couldn't help but feel cold and hopeless, and at the same time, he was full of hatred for Yang Kai. If it wasn't for Yang Kai, how could Miao Qi evaluate himself like this? He lowered his head, gritted his teeth and said nothing, but there was a very malicious light in those eyes. At this time, Miao Kikai swept towards Yang Kai lightly, and said in a deep voice, I don't care why you guys are fighting each other today, but since I bumped into them, I can't ignore them, imprison them all, and throw them into the bone prison. After Bianhufa returns, we will deal with it. After speaking, Miao Qi turned around and left. Senior brother Pang bowed to promise and sent Miao Qi off respectfully. After Miao Qi left, senior brother Pang stood still and pondered for a while, and said, you heard what Guardian Miao said, and you still don't obey orders obediently. Chu Fei and the others were weeping, standing there like roosters who had lost a battle, without any fighting spirit. They did not expect that Guardian Miao would handle today's affairs in such a way. But Yang Kai looked happy, because as long as Miao Qi didn't attack him directly, everything would be easy to handle. And this way of handling is undoubtedly what Yang Kai most hopes to see. Hearing this, he grinned and said, Senior brother Pang, I will not obey orders if I am not a brother, but you have also seen the look in brother Zhou's eyes. I am afraid that if he bites me after letting go of him. Hee, junior brother is weak, so I can't resist it. You're the one who has a lot to do. Senior brother Pang snorted coldly, stood there with a big thorn, and said, don't worry, since Guardian Miao has spoken, Zhou Yi doesn't dare to mess around, just let him go. Senior brother Pang, since he said so, then the younger brother can only obey. Yang Kai smiled and retracted the golden blood thread that bound Zhou Yi, and pulled his hand from Zhou Yi's chest, bringing up a pool of blood, which made people unable to straighten. Secretly, he stimulated the power to explode in Zhou Yi's body, and quietly slapped Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi couldn't help snorting, spit out a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai, you. I'm sorry, did I move a little too violently, do you want to insert it and try again? Yang Kai asked innocently. Zhou Yi bit his teeth and said coldly, pray that you don't fall into my hands one day, otherwise, your life will be worse than death. Senior brother Pang, he's threatening me. Yang Kai immediately yelled, with a look of panic. Senior brother Pang ignored him at all, with a displeased expression on his face, he clasped his hands, pointed his fingers together, and hit everyone present, not even Lu Shanyan escaped. The 6 people involved in today's incident were all sealed in a very short period of time. Follow me. Senior brother Pang looked extremely impatient, and with a wave of his hand, wrapped everything in his own source power, and led them to fly towards the bone prison. In front of the bone prison, Yan Shiren was still holding his hand at the entrance. Seeing senior brother Pang coming, he hurriedly greeted him with a flattering smile and said hello. Senior brother Pang nodded and said, take these troublemakers in and watch them carefully. Yes, Yan Shiren replied, sweeping his eyes. The next moment, his eyeballs were almost protruding, pointing at Yang Kai, with an expression of jealousy when the enemy met. It's you the bastard. Hey, senior brother Yan, we meet again. Yang Kai greeted him with a smile on his face. Yan Shiren couldn't help but turn cold. Okay, I didn't expect you to come back to the bone prison one day, senior brother, I will definitely entertain you well. Then senior brother Lao has to worry about it. Yang Kai's appearance of not being afraid of death made senior brother Peng shake his head. Chapter 1961 Heaven-Devouring Tactics. It has only been 4 months since Yang Kai came to Jade Feather Sect, and he has already entered the bone prison twice. However, the situation is quite different. The first time he was caught, the second time he was only punished. He and Lu Shanyan were locked in one cell, while Zhou Yi, Chu Fei and 4 others were locked in another cell, separated by an aisle. Even in the dark, Yang Kai could still feel the venomous gaze cast from the opposite side. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to it. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the wet and cold ground, frowning into a ball. The Jade Feather Sect might not be able to stay any longer. He and Lu Shanyan temporarily joined this sect because they had no choice but to have no sense of belonging to this place. Stay here. If he continues to stay, maybe one day he will be troubled by someone again. Yang Kai pays himself that his current strength is not high, but not every time he can be lucky to save himself from danger. As long as there is such an accident, his martial arts career may be at the end, that's all. Especially after seeing Yan Shiren, Zhou Yi and others chatting furtively for a long time, and then sneered at himself and left, Yang Kai knew that they must be playing some kind of trick. Maybe they wanted to play tricks to kill yourself here. Yang Kai is not willing to sit still. Now Bian Hufa and Ko Wu are not in the sect. As long as their hands and feet are clean and the aftermath is better, they will definitely not reveal any flaws. Besides, even if Bian Yuqing came back, with that woman's moody personality, it's not clear whether she would stand up for her. She probably didn't have any good intentions when she threw herself to the ice cliff at that time. It was a way to test her potential. If she dies, she definitely doesn't care. If she can survive, she will pay a little attention to herself, but this definitely does not mean that she is kind. After making up his mind, Yang Kai quietly began to contact a strong man here. Senior Wu Mengchuan. Yang Kai kept calling softly. To his surprise, there was no response. When he was imprisoned in the bone prison for the first time that day, this guy named Wu Mengchuan took the initiative to approach him and said that he would pass on a set of secret techniques to break the restriction in his body. He didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of being used as a chess piece. Today, if one wants to get rid of the Bu sect, one must rely on the ability of this Wu Mengchuan. If he is really Daoyuan third layer, it is definitely a good choice to let him out to make a fuss, and then Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan can take advantage of the chaos and escape. But now the other party didn't respond, which made Yang Kai wonder if the Jade Feather Sect had transferred this person away, or the other party was already dead. But he was not discouraged, but kept trying. Finally, after trying for 2 full hours, a hidden wave of spiritual consciousness came out leisurely, sending a message to Yang Kai. It's you, kid, and you were imprisoned again. Wu Mengchuan seemed very surprised. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Senior, don't laugh at me, but why have you not responded for so long? Senior, I thought Senior is no longer here. Wu Mengchuan's laughter came. I don't have much spiritual power that I can recover every day, it's only enough to last for half an hour, so I dare not use it lightly. So that's it. Yang Kai nodded slightly, no doubt about him. Boy, what are you looking for with this old man? Have you already considered cooperating with this old man? Wu Mengchuan was a little agitated. After all, he has been here for so many years, and he finally met a suitable helper. He is not willing to let it go missed. If he misses it, it is unknown whether he will be able to escape from the bone prison in his lifetime. Yang Kai pondered for a while, and said, cooperation is no problem, I can also help Senior escape from this place, but, what benefits can Senior give me? After all, the kid can't contribute in vain. What benefits do you want? I won't lie to you. I don't have anything now. Even if I promise you, I'm afraid I can't give you anything. But if you trust me, what do you want after I go out? I can give you anything. Wu Mengchuan said in a deep voice. Yang Kai curled his lips, with a look of indifference, said, how about this, Senior, do you have any better secret techniques? Just pass me a set. Want a secret method? Wu Mengchuan asked back, and then fell into silence. Yang Kai is not in a hurry, just waiting quietly. The reason why he made this request was just a random talk, because even if Wu Mengchuan didn't give him any benefits, he could only choose to cooperate with the other party in order to survive, and he made the request with the mentality of giving it a try. Judging from his silence, I'm afraid there is really something going on. This made Yang Kai realize that Wu Mengchuan could not wait to leave here, and he was his indispensable help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have considered it so seriously. Do you want to sit on the ground and raise the price? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind, but he quickly rejected it. The opponent's strength is so high, if he is offended, he will probably be the first to deal with him after he regains his freedom. It took a while for Wu Mengquan to make a decision. He gave a strange smile, and said, "Okay, since you want a secret technique, then this old man will teach you the most powerful secret technique that this old man knows. With this secret technique to help you, it is not a dream to ascend to the Emperor's realm in the future. Let's continue." After the words fell, a wave of information poured into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness like a tide, and Yang Kai opened his sea of consciousness to defend and accept them all. This message contains two sets of secret techniques, one of which is to lift the self-restriction, and the other is the benefit Wu Mengquan gave to Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly checked. Wu Mengquan's voice came again, with an indescribable tiredness. "Boy, the old man can count on you. Let's lift the restriction as soon as possible to help the old man get out of trouble." After he finished speaking, he remained silent, as if he had used up all the spiritual power he had accumulated just now. When Yang Kai called again, he no longer responded. Only then did Yang Kai start to investigate the two sets of secret techniques that Wu Mengquan taught him. Needless to say, the secret technique for lifting the restriction is not too profound. Those who are under it only need to mobilize the strength in the body according to the exercise route on the secret technique, and then they can gradually break through the restriction in the body. The other set has an extremely weird name. Heaven-devouring tactics. Yang Kai didn't have time to study it carefully, so he quickly reviewed it. After a while, his expression became very shocked. He originally thought that Wu Mengquan would casually give him a set of secret techniques to deal with him, even though he claimed to teach him the most powerful secret technique he knew. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously. Who would impart their most powerful secret technique to a stranger for no reason? But now it seems, what Wu Mengquan said is very likely to be true. This set of heaven-eating warfare is not so much a secret technique as a set of exercises, and it is a set of extremely profound exercises. If you practice with this exercise, you can devour everything in the world just like the spirit-eating monsters. Things with spiritual energy forcibly plunder the spiritual energy for their own use, and grow and become stronger at an extremely fast speed. The cultivation method is divided into several parts. The highest and deepest layer is actually the part that includes the Emperor Prestige realm. Yang Kai's eyeballs almost popped out. Including the Emperor Senior realm, it means that this set of heaven-devouring battle techniques is a method that has truly been cultivated to the Emperor Senior realm or even a higher level. The value of such a set of exercises is simply incalculable. Among them is definitely a treasure that breaks through the blood flow that countless people are scrambling for. Yang Kai was shocked deep in his heart, and checked several times to make sure that he was not mistaken. While shocked, he was also full of suspicion. How could Wu Mengquan impart such advanced exercises to himself without hesitation? Even if he wanted something from himself, it was impossible for him to be so forthright. What evil intentions did he hide? It's not that Yang Kai judges the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, but it's not normal no matter how you think about it. He secretly guessed that this set of exercises either requires special talents to practice, or even if he can practice, there are huge disadvantages. He leans towards the latter possibility in his heart. As for what this disadvantage is, he has no way of guessing. Putting down the matter of the heaven-devouring battle technique for the time being, Yang Kai began to comprehend the secret technique to lift the restriction. The restriction on him was issued by Senior Brother Pang, a martial artist at the first level of Daoyuan, and he must have special tricks to lift it. If he breaks it by force, not only will he encounter the backlash of the restriction, but it is very likely to cause harm to himself. Yang Kai is not a martial artist who has just debuted, and this is common sense. He is mentally prepared to fight for a long time. But what he couldn't have imagined was that it took less than an hour to exercise according to the set of secret techniques provided by Wu Mengquan, and the restraint in his body showed signs of loosening, and the power began to slowly recover and flow. This discovery made Yang Kai very surprised, secretly guessing whether Wu Mengquan was a master of Jade Feather sect, otherwise how could he be so familiar with the method of lifting the restriction? And can you teach the method of dispelling it so quickly? But if he was a master of the Jade Feather sect, how could he be imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison? This made Yang Kai a little confused, and he didn't think about it. In this situation, the sooner the restriction is lifted, the better. The power fluctuations that gradually surged from his body failed to hide from Lu Shanyan, who was close at hand. When she realized this, Lu Shanyan immediately covered her red lips with her hand, and looked at Yang Kai in shock. She couldn't believe that he could forcibly break the restriction issued by the Dao Origin Realm powerhouse, and also had a good effect. In order not to be discovered by others, Lu Shanyan took the initiative to sit cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, and blocked Yang Kai with his own body. But this is only a delay. When Yang Kai's power fluctuation became more and more obvious, Zhou Yi and others who were imprisoned on the opposite side finally noticed it. One by one, they climbed up from the ground, and looked suspiciously at Yang Kai's direction. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1963 Wumengchuan. Ben Mo watched the sky at night, and saw that the northern Pojun, greedy wolf, and the 7 killing stars were about to move, and they were shining brightly. I am afraid that tonight will be another night where blood flows into rivers and all living beings mourn. Recite the mantra of transcending rebirth, and save all sentient beings. My Buddha is merciful, so kind. Friendly reminder. Don't forget to bring your ID card when you go out to eat malotong on Christmas Eve. Why do you need to bring your ID card to eat malotong? Why? After confirming that Yang Kai was really attacking the ban, Zhou Yi couldn't help but his face changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, "Boy, you dare to act like this, you are not afraid of being punished by the clan rules." Chu Fei also yelled, "Yang Kai, you are dead, now you are dead, haha, you dare to forcibly attack the restriction, you are not paying attention to Protector Miao, no one can save you, you just wait to bear the wrath of Protector Miao." He had a gloating expression on his face, as if he had really seen Yang Kai's death. He danced happily. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, because in such a short time, the power fluctuations in Yang Kai's body became more and more obvious and stronger. On the surface of his body, rune chains like ropes emerged, but the rune chains seemed to be being impacted by some force, and there was a faint sign that they were about to collapse. The ban is about to be broken. How is it possible? Chu Fei was horrified. Yang Kai is just a Void King 3-layer martial artist, and under the premise of being restricted by his own strength, he can break through the restriction issued by senior brother Pang, which makes him unable to believe his own eyes. Not good. Zhou Yi thought more about it. Now he and Yang Kai have formed a death feud. If Yang Kai is really allowed to recover his strength and escape from the bone prison, then the first thing he has to deal with as the individual is probably myself. And now, he was already injured. Being imprisoned again, he has no power to fight back. That is the end of death. At this thought, Zhou Yi's face suddenly became panicked. He shouted loudly, "Junior brother Yan." As soon as he spoke, there was a burst of cracking sound from the opposite side. The rune chain that tightened on Yang Kai's body turned into dots of fluorescence and disappeared, and the aura of a Void King 3-layer powerhouse emerged. Yang Kai stood up, and before Zhou Yi could yell out a second time, his body turned into a shield and hit the front wall. With a clatter, bone fragments flew, and Yang Kai sprang out of the bone prison like a beast that had escaped from the trap. He came to Zhou Yi like lightning, stretched out a hand, and grabbed his neck tightly. Zhou Yi froze in place for a moment, not daring to move. His eyes were filled with horror, tremblingly looking at Yang Kai who was close at hand. He couldn't make any sound except ho-ho sound. Chu Fei and the others were so frightened that they took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Yang Kai stared at Zhou Yi indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly raised, revealing a cruel sneer. "Junior brother Yang." Zhou Yi swallowed, didn't struggle for anything, but looked at Yang Kai beggingly, and said with difficulty, "You won't really want to kill me. Senior brother did do something wrong before, but you and I are from the same sect after all. Forgive me, I apologize to you. I will not leak what happened today, and it is too late for you to stop now. Do you think it's possible? You idiot." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously, exerting a slight force on his hands. With a click, Zhou Yi's neck was immediately broken, twisted to the side. Yang Kai directly threw away his body, and took his space ring. He didn't go to see how much wealth he had in his space ring. Yang Kai changed hands and stuffed it into his pocket. In the cell, Chu Fei and the others were already trembling. Limp on the ground, he watched Zhou Yi die in front of him. Chu Fei and the other three don't know that they are approaching a catastrophe. Looking at Yang Kai in panic, endless regrets welled up in the depths of his heart. They also didn't expect that after offending Yang Kai, the final outcome would be like this. "Junior brother Yang, please spare me, brother, I'm wrong, please spare my life." Chu Fei cried loudly and begged for mercy. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly, his eyes filled with contempt and disgust. He stretched out his hand, and a streak of golden blood flew out, hitting Chu Fei's forehead. A bit of bright red was revealed from Chu Fei's forehead, but he remained in a stiff posture and slumped on the spot, motionless, and the vitality and brilliance quickly dissipated from his eyes. The golden bloodshot flew in the prison cell, passed through the vital points of the remaining 2 people one after another, took their lives away, and immediately rolled up all 3 of them's space rings. After doing all this, Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Shanyan, you stay here, I will come when I go." "Where are you going?" Lu Shanyan was stunned. After all, from the moment she felt the power surge in Yang Kai's body to the lifting of the restriction, and then to Yang Kai killing Zhou Yi and the other 4, everything happened too quickly. Before she could fully react, Yang Kai was already done. Lu Xian soon realized that Yang Kai was going to turn against the Jade Feather sect, otherwise she wouldn't be so decisive and ruthless. She didn't have any intention of rejecting the Jade Feather sect. Her attitude towards Jade Feather sect was the same as Yang Kai's. If it was not forced, who would join this sect inexplicably? She doesn't have the slightest psychological burden if she wants to speak against the Jade Feather sect now. The only thing she is worried about is that with the strength of the 2 of them, they may not be able to kill a bloody road, and they will only fall short in the end. Hearing what Yang Kai said at this moment, she quickly asked a question. Yang Kai didn't have time to explain, he just gave her a no-worry look, and with a flick of his figure, he walked towards the depths of the bone prison. He doesn't know what the depths of the bone prison look like, but the place where Wu Mengquan will be held is obviously a fortified wall with strict defenses. Yang Kai walked all the way. The more he walked in, the darker and damper he was, and there were obvious or hidden energy fluctuations around him. Obviously they had arranged extremely strong restraints or formations. Once touched, the consequences would be disastrous. To Yang Kai's surprise, those martial artists who were imprisoned in the bone prison all looked at him indifferently, and none of them made any noise, but seemed to have known about his arrival. Some people are even guiding him the way forward, allowing him to safely avoid the places where the restrictions and formations are located. These guys should be with Wu Mengquan. Yang Kaixin concluded that they must have received Wu Mengquan's instructions, so he was not surprised at his arrival. "Also kindly lead the way for yourself." Yang Kai observed secretly, and was shocked to find that there were at least dozens of warriors imprisoned in the depths of this bone prison. Although some of these warriors have been imprisoned, Yang Kai can still feel that they are not easy to mess with. These guys made Yang Kai feel tricky. It is obviously the existence of Daoyuanjing. What is the origin of this Wu Mengquan? Who are these people? Why are they all locked up here? Yang Kai had all kinds of doubts in his heart, faintly feeling that there should be some huge secrets involved in this Jade Feather sect. It was more than 100 feet deep into the interior before Yang Kai came to the end. At the end, there is a prison cell made of unknown material, sealed on all sides, only a hole the size of a window. Looking inside, it is dark. Can't see anything. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a breath of life in it, which seemed a little weak, and did not have the power and influence that Daoyuan third-layer warriors should have. "You are very fast, boy, it looks like you have good aptitude." Wu Mengquan's voice came from the cell in front of him, looking a little surprised. "Senior Wu," Yang Kai asked tentatively. "It's the old man. What should I do now?" Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Whether he could escape from the Jade Feather sect safely depends on how good the people inside are, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want to procrastinate. "I'll teach you a set of methods. You can open the door after breaking the restriction of this cell." Wu Mengquan's voice came out. Immediately, divine sense surged up involuntarily, and printed the cracking method into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai frowned, but did not resist. But to understand it carefully. This method is somewhat similar to the secret technique to break the self-restriction, but it is more complicated. With the previous experience, it was easy for Yang Kai to comprehend, but he started to let go when he was half a stick of incense. As one after another energy burst out from Yang Kai's body and poured into the prison door in front of him, there was a crackling sound from the dark prison door, and inexplicable formations and restrictions were peeled off and cracked layer by layer. Time passed, and with Yang Kai's palm, he hit the prison door. There was a flash of light on the prison door. All restrictions and formations were lifted. Wu Mengquan's excited voice came out again. "Good job, you are indeed a talent. Now come and help this old man pull out this damned Lingling gold chain, and this old man can regain his freedom." In his voice, there was a wave of fanatical expectation, even a little crazy. This made Yang Kai slightly hesitant, wondering if it was right for him to do this, and if he didn't release a terrible monster at that time, he would suffer the consequences. But now he didn't have any more choices in this situation, so he just hesitated for a moment and put those concerns behind him. He pushed open the cell door, and with the help of the dim light, Yang Kai focused his eyes on the inside. After seeing Wu Mengquan's appearance clearly, Yang Kai couldn't help shrinking his eyes. On the opposite wall, there is a herringbone-shaped creature, but it seems that its limbs are nailed by something, so it can only maintain that posture, sticking tightly to the wall. And this humanoid creature can hardly see its original appearance, skinny as a stick. It seems that there is not much flesh in its body, the cheekbones on its cheeks are high, it looks extremely frightening, its hair is sparse and messy. Such a guy, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is dead, he doesn't have much breath of life, Yongkai can't even feel the flow of blood in his body. But his two eyes are extremely bright, green like will-o'-the-wisps beating, making people feel horrified. Senior Wu, Yongkai frowned. He. The skinny old man pinned to the wall grinned grinningly. Boy, don't doubt it, this old man is Wu Mengchuan. You look like this. Yongkai couldn't bear to describe how much hatred Wu Mengchuan had with Beiyuzong, and he was tortured to such an extent. Being persecuted by others, the old man just endured the humiliation to survive. Wu Mengchuan said in a low voice, his voice was like the howling of a ghost coming from a ghost. To be continued. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. When you are away from home, just go to the mobile version. Chapter 1964 Sovereign. Chapter 1964 Suzerain. Someone is coming, why don't you act quickly? Wu Mengchuan's expression turned cold suddenly, and he drank in a deep voice. Yongkai also noticed the sound of someone walking in at the entrance of the bone prison, and without any hesitation, he rushed to Wu Mengchuan's side, and reached out to hold a tapered secret treasure on his right hand. That secret treasure was probably made of Yinling gold, and Yongkai just held it, and felt that all the power in his body was suppressed, and he could no longer use it. Use your physical strength, Wu Mengchuan reminded. Yongkai nodded, the muscles on his arms stretched high, bursting out the strength of his whole body. With a snort, the cone-shaped secret treasure was pulled out, bringing out a piece of dark blood, which was sticky and seemed to be drying up, without the color it should have. Yongkai did the same, and quickly removed the cone-shaped secret treasures on Wu Mengchuan's limbs. Only then did the old man who was nailed to the wall fall down from the wall and collapsed on the ground. He seemed to be out of breath, but he kept making strange laughter from his mouth. He was also wrapped around a chain made of Yinlingjin, which was extremely strong. Yongkai pulled it hard, but found that he couldn't break it. In the end, he had no choice but to use the Immortal 5 Elements Sword Chi to remove all the chains. Tear off. The Immortal 5 Elements Sword Chi is a body-quenching technique, and it is not restrained by Yinlingjin. Having regained his freedom, Wu Mengchuan stood up tremblingly, his green eyes beating faster and faster. He smiled lowly, with mad hatred and joy on his face. Zhu Junshan, Bian Yuqing, Miao Qi, Tong Kong. Are you ready to bear the anger of this old man? Yongkai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The 4 names that popped out from Wu Mengchuan's mouth were the names of the 4 great protectors of Jade Feather Sect. It is obvious that Wu Mengchuan has a monstrous hatred with these 4 people, and it can even be said that the reason why Wu Mengchuan was tortured like this is probably because of these 4 people's hands and feet. But, Wu Mengchuan's current situation can only be said to be lingering, and he just got out of trouble to speak so brazenly, making Yongkai feel that his ideas are a bit too unrealistic. He even regretted that he didn't escape here immediately after he got out of trouble, but wasted precious time on rescuing the old guy. But regretting it now is useless. Yongkai thought about it, and said, Senior, our transaction has been completed, and the boy will not stay here anymore, you and I will live and die. While speaking, he wanted to leave here. Wu Mengchuan laughed lowly, squinted at Yongkai, and said, What? You don't think this old man is a match for those people? Yongkai frowned, and said, It's not that you don't trust Senior, it's just that you are in this state. HMPH. Wu Mengchuan snorted softly, waved his hands sharply and said, Follow me, I will let you increase your knowledge. His calm and breezy appearance made Yongkai stunned for a while. He really didn't know what he was going to do next, but this old guy tried his best to save him. I'm afraid he wasn't someone who would easily seek death. Yongkai could only restrain his temper and follow him all the way forward. Not long after, the two came to the cell where many warriors were held. After seeing Wu Mengchuan, those martial artists who had been guided by Yongkai before became excited, and they all gathered at the door of the cell, looking at Wu Mengchuan eagerly. Wu Mengchuan stood in the corridor and looked around for a while. Suddenly, he gave a low laugh, and slowly opened his dry hands like firewood. Following his movement, an inexplicable attraction it came out of his body. Yongkai was startled. At this moment, he felt his own sea of consciousness suddenly turbulent, as if being pulled by something. The power of the soul was about to come out of his body. Not only that, the blood in his body was also churning violently. The whole body is as uncomfortable as being on fire. His complexion changed drastically, and he quickly used his profound arts to suppress his many discomforts. Even so, he also resisted extremely hard. But those warriors who were locked in the cells were not so lucky. After seeing Wu Mengquan posing that pose, even if someone yelled out in shock, they no longer had the hope and enthusiasm for Wu Mengquan before. Instead, like avoiding snakes and scorpions, they retreated one after another. But with the prison wall behind them, where can they retreat? There were screams, and streaks of blood-red light shot out from the prison cells in all directions. Wu Mengquan opened his mouth and sucked in all the blood-red light into his abdomen. Visible to the naked eye, his withered body began to gradually become fuller, his dirty robes moved without wind, the exposed cracked skin gradually became shiny, and his sparse white hair not only quickly turned black, but also became thick up. His whole body seemed to be re-injected with unimaginable vitality, and he got rid of the dying state all of a sudden, and transformed into a vigorous appearance. The shock in Yang Kai's heart couldn't be further increased. He could see clearly that the blood-red rays of light flying from the prison cell were clearly the energy and life essence of those warriors, but at this moment, they all became the capital and confidence for Wu Mengquan to become stronger. What kind of sorcery is this? Has such a heaven-defying effect? Yang Kai immediately thought of the set of heaven-devouring battle technique that Wu Mengquan gave him before. Although Yang Kai didn't study that set of exercises carefully, he also vaguely knew its usage characteristics. At this moment, Wu Mengquan what is displayed is definitely the heaven-devouring art of war. This skill is so evil and weird. Can forcibly deprive others of their energy, blood and life essence for their own use. How powerful is this technique? Rejuvenate a dying person in a very short period of time. What kind of exercise is this? Yang Kai didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, he also knows that the more it looks like a heaven-defying technique, the more disadvantages it will have. This heaven-eating method definitely has disadvantages that he has not discovered. Perhaps, Wu Mengquan's evil temperament has something to do with it. While he was thinking wildly, the power fluctuations in Wu Mengquan's body were increasing at an unimaginable speed. From the Saint Realm to the Void King Realm, it was only 3 blinks of an eye, and then it was the Void King's first level. Level 1, Level 3, Level 1 of Daoyuan, climbing higher and higher, it seems that they haven't reached the limit yet. This old guy said that he is a strong man in the 3rd level of Daoyuan, and it seems that he is really not talking nonsense. Sovereign, please forgive me. I followed you all the way back then. I was loyal to you and had no complaints or regrets. Even though I was imprisoned for so many years, I never compromised. Why did you act like this? In the cell, suddenly there was a scream of a warrior. Immediately afterwards, there were voices begging for mercy from all directions, and those warriors called Wu Mengquan all suzerain. Sect Master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Which sect is Wu Mengquan the suzerain? Could it be from the Jade Feather sect? When this idea came out, Yang Kai was startled. Instinctively denied it, but after thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. Because until now, he didn't know the name of the master of the Jade Feather sect. He had also inquired about the situation of the Jade Feather sect within a month of coming to the Jade Feather sect. The names of the 4 protectors had already been found out. When asked what the suzerain's name was, those senior brothers all had expressions of embarrassment. When he asked Ko Wu once, Ko Wu even reprimanded him, telling him not to make trouble out of nothing, and to be careful not to make trouble out of his mouth. Yang Kai didn't quite understand what was going on at the time, but now it seems, he understands a little bit. This is quite interesting. The suzerain of the Jade Feather sect was imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison, bound tightly by cone-shaped secret treasures and chains made by Yin Lingjun, tortured beyond human form. If there was no such a person as himself with the help of warriors with sufficient physical strength, Wu Mengquan might never even think about escaping from there for the rest of his life. No wonder the old guy taught him the secret technique of lifting the ban so effectively. If he is really the master of the Jade Feather sect, he certainly knows the secret arts of his own sect. The sounds of begging for mercy continued, and the warriors were all ashamed and desperate. They thought that after Wu Mengquan got out of trouble, they would release their old troops as well, and avenge the shame of the year, but Wu Mengquan did not do what they wanted. Deprived of the power and life essence, filling himself. Only when their trust and expectations were betrayed did they see Wu Mengquan's cruel true face. Your sincerity, I feel it, but I need strength now. You said you would follow this old man to the death, so now, this old man wants you to fulfill your promise, isn't it too much? Wu Mengquan said to the surroundings. His begging for mercy and screams fell on deaf ears. He just stood there, urging the Heaven Devourer's tactics, and said plainly. Hearing this, Yang Kai's back was icy cold. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Yang Kai finally understands why the warriors of the Jade Feather sect have so many intrigues. The same sect is killing each other. The master of a sect has this kind of virtue. How can he expect the disciples below to be better? It can even be said that the reason why Beiyuzong has the current ethos is due to the old guy Wu Mengchuan. You must not entangle with him for too long. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to leave the bone prison and escape from the Jade Feather sect, otherwise with Wu Mengchuan's heart, he might kill himself one day. Yang Kai didn't want to entrust his safety to others. Wu Mengchuan, you are a descendant of the great heaven devourer, you are a disgrace to Emperor Zun, I curse you to die. Finally someone couldn't take it anymore, knowing that begging for mercy was useless and that he would die, he cursed loudly. This explosive intelligence made Yang Kai stunned. Heaven Devourer Great Emperor. Although he had never heard of such a character as the Heaven Devourer Great Emperor, he could feel the unusual weight from these 4 words alone. A martial artist can only be called an emperor if he has reached the Emperor Venerable realm. But the General Emperor Senior realm powerhouses are not qualified for the title at all. Only the best in the Emperor Senior realm are worthy of having their own titles. The titles are different, but they often represent the most proficient in the Emperor Senior realm. The laws of cultivation, the techniques of cultivation, and even the major honors obtained in one's life. A title represents a legend, an epic, and the glory of the past and the present. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1965. If Emperor Senior realm is the best in the Star realm, then the Emperor Senior is the best among the best. The Heaven-Devouring Emperor is definitely one of them. Wu Mengchuan is actually a descendant of Emperor Zun. This kind of thing is really beyond Yang Kai's expectation. And judging from the title of that great emperor, he obviously also practiced the Heaven-Devouring art, and it can even be said that the Sky-Devouring art was inherited from the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai was stunned at that time. How can the skills practiced by the title Emperor Zun be described as precious? It is simply a rare treasure in the world. If the news spreads, even the General Emperor Senior realm will come desperately to snatch it. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He unexpectedly knew such a big secret by accident. Wu Mengchuan wouldn't turn his back on anyone and kill him, right? And, why did he pass on the Heaven-Devouring art to himself so readily? That is undoubtedly his most precious wealth. Yang Kai doesn't believe that Wu Mengchuan is really so kind. Judging from his current behavior style, this old guy is cruel and inhumane. He can kill the old men who have been following him at will. How can he treat such a talented person like himself? The warrior who met not long ago is so magnanimous. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly became vigilant, and decided to release the monster worm mother body if something went wrong. As if sensing the change in Yang Kai's aura, Wu Mengchuan turned his head and gave Yang Kai a low laugh. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little hairy. Fortunately, Wu Mengchuan didn't pay attention to his meaning, but said in a low voice, HMPH, if one of you hadn't leaked the news back then, let those 4 thieves know that this old man is a descendant of the Heaven-Devouring Emperor. After mastering the Heaven-Devouring art of war, how could this old man be what he is today? After so many years, this old man didn't bother to find out who betrayed this old man, and you're all dead, so you'll be clean. While speaking, Wu Mengchuan urged the Heaven-Devouring battle technique more and more fiercely. Standing not far behind him, cold sweat dripped down on the forehead of Yang Kai, who had worked hard to resist the devouring force. Damn, I heard a lot of exciting secrets all at once today, and I have some indigestion. Judging from the meaning in Wu Mengchuan's words, he may have been betrayed by one of his subordinates back then, and as a result, the 4 guardians learned that he had mastered the Heaven-Devouring art of war, so they rioted and sent he was imprisoned here in order to find out the cultivation method of the Heaven-Devouring battle technique. There may be some conspiracies and tricks, sneak attacks and plots or something. But Wu Mengchuan obviously did not cooperate, otherwise he would not have lived to this day, and would have been killed by the 4 guardians long ago. Who wouldn't be jealous of the skills passed down by the title Emperor? It is understandable that the 4 guardians who got the news dared to attack Wu Mengchuan. After all, their strength is at the 3rd level of Daoyuan. If they are 4-on-1 and sneak attack, they will definitely succeed. Just as many distracting thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, the screams in the surrounding cells gradually subsided, and the vitality of the warriors quickly dissipated. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, and found that the appearance of those people after death was extremely dry, as if they had been weathered for hundreds of years. Their eyeballs were protruding, their appearance was terrifying, and there was no blood in their bodies. And after devouring so many people's blood and life essence, Wu Mingchuan also changed his old image. Now he has black hair, fair skin, and a majestic body. He looks like a 3-year-old 40-year-old middle-aged people are no different. And judging from the berserk power fluctuations emerging from his body, his cultivation has already recovered to the level of the Daoyuan 3rd level. He turned his head, smiled lowly at Yang Kai, and said, "Let's go, this old man will lead you to kill a bloody road." Well, this old man smells the breath of an old acquaintance, it is really nostalgic. After the words fell, he walked straight forward. Wherever he passed, the cells on both sides continued to shoot blood, which was swallowed by him with his mouth open. Those warriors held in those cells were killed directly with slightly weaker strength, and those who were taller could not last long before being swallowed by Wumeng, the blood energy and life essence that Chuan forcibly plundered. Along the way, the fluctuations in Wu Mengchuan's power became more and more frightening. The violent fluctuation of the power of qi and blood, even Yang Kai was frightened by it. "I'm afraid this old guy can't bear the self-explosion and dies." There were a few figures approaching quickly in front of them. Obviously, something was wrong in the bone prison, and they wanted to come in to find out, but the first person was Yan Shiren, and the one who followed Yan Shiren was the one who tortured him before. 2 Void King Realm warriors who have passed Yang Kai many times. It wasn't long before these people entered the bone prison, and before they had time to figure out the situation, they were smashed into pieces by Wu Mengchuan, who was walking towards them. In the shattered flesh and blood, streaks of blood shot out, and Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth wide, swallowing them one by one. "Brother Yang," Lu Shanyan's voice came from the darkness. A cold light flashed in Wu Mengchuan's eyes, and he was about to attack Lu Shanyan. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Senior, this is my friend." "Your friend?" Wu Mengchuan looked at Lu Shanyan coldly for a while, seemed a little hesitant, then nodded after a long while and said, "Forget it, the strength is not that high, and it won't be of much use to the old man." "Thank you, Senior, for not killing me." Yang Kai exhaled heavily. If Wu Mengchuan really attacked Lu Shanyan just now, he can't sit idly by whatever he says, and he will definitely tear his face with Wu Mengchuan. Fortunately, that didn't happen. "Brother Yang, this Senior is..." Lu Shanyan didn't even know that she had walked through the gate of hell, but she also noticed that Wu Mengchuan was not easy to mess with. Cold sweat, it felt like being favored by the god of death, the breath of death rushed towards her face, making her unable to breathe. "This is Senior Wu," Yang Kai explained casually, then looked at Wu Mengchuan and said, "Senior, can you help to untie the restriction in my friend's body?" Although Yang Kai can also untie the restriction for Lu Shanyan now, it will definitely take a lot of effort. Why not try to let Wu Mengchuan take action? Wu Mengchuan didn't speak when he heard the words, but just raised his hand casually. The restraint in Lu Shanyan's body was broken directly, and his strength returned. "Boy, after you leave here later, just take your friend with you and go as far as you can," Wu Mengchuan said lightly suddenly. Yang Kai was startled. He has been thinking about how to escape from Wu Mengchuan later. After all, he has now mastered the heaven-devouring art of war, and the reason why Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned and assassinated back then was also because of this art inherited from the titled Emperor Zun. He felt that it was impossible for Wu Mengchuan to let himself leave with such a set of exercises. "But I didn't expect this old guy to say such a thing. There is definitely something tricky in this. It's just that Yang Kai still can't see it now." "What, don't want to leave?" Wu Mengchuan laughed lowly. "That's not what it means." Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "If that's the case, thank you, Senior." "Well, you don't want to die, the old man is looking forward to your growth, hehehe. Wu Mengchuan smiled strangely and strode forward. Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan looked at each other and followed closely behind. After a while, the 3 of them left the bone prison. "Let's go." Wu Mengchuan stood there with his hands behind his back, squinting and staring in one direction. In that direction, a mysterious light was rushing towards this direction. Judging from the aura, it was Yang Kai not long ago. Miao Qi, whom I had just met before. Yang Kai cupped his fists at Wu Mengchuan and said, "Senior, take care." After speaking, he pulled Lu Shanyan and left through the air. After Yang Kai left, Wu Mengchuan turned his head and glanced at the direction where he disappeared. In his eyes, the light like a will-o'-the-wisp flickered and jumped, and he laughed strangely. "The seeds have been planted, when will they germinate? Really looking forward to it." After watching for a while, he suddenly turned his head again, staring at the direction where Miao Qi was coming with a gloomy expression on his face. He was wearing a long robe without any wind, and said in a low voice, "Miao Qi, hurry up and die." In the mysterious light package, Miao Qi was shocked when he heard the words. He hurriedly stopped, and said in horror, "Wu Mengchuan. How could you get out of trouble? Hey, this old man's life should not be ended, and he has noble people to help him. Back then, this old man said that one day he would kill all of you thieves. Today, this old man is here to fulfill his promise." After experiencing that moment of panic, Miao Qi also gradually calmed down, looked at Wu Mengchuan coldly and said, "HMPH, you just got out of trouble, thought you could compete with me, don't forget, you and I are both Daoyuan San layer. How can I do things that I'm not sure about?" After Wu Mengchuan finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth, and he sacrificed a small bottle-shaped secret treasure. The world was covered in blood, and the surroundings were bright red, and even the flowing air seemed to be turned into blood, making people feel like they were in a sea of blood. "Blood spirit bottle, this thing is indeed with you." Miao Qi's horrified cry came from the sea of blood. Wu Mengchuan growled, "That's right, this thing has always been here with this old man. If it hadn't been fully repaired back then, this old man would not have encountered your poisonous hands. Miao Qi, you underestimate this old man. No matter what I say, how can the descendants of Emperor Zun not have one or two emperor treasures in their hands? In this sea of blood and spirits, the old man is the master. How much strength can you display? This old man will smash your bones one by one, swallow up your qi, blood and life essence bit by bit. Your soul will become a delicious meal for this old man, and you will never have the chance to enter reincarnation." Wu Mengchuan's venomous voice rang in Miao Qi's ears like a curse, making him pale suddenly. "Don't worry, after I kill you, I will go to Zhu Junction, Bian Yuqing and Tong Kong, you will all die." In the sea of blood spirits, Miao Qi roared in panic. The blood spirit bottle is the emperor treasure left behind by the heaven-devouring emperor. Although the Wu Mengchuan Daoyuan level 3 cultivation base cannot exert its full power, but with the help of the emperor treasure, Miao Qi is not an opponent at all. It's just a matter of time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1966 Parted Ways. More than 10,000 miles away from Biu Mountain, two beams of light flashed across the sky, swift as thunder, and shot towards a hidden area below. The brilliance dissipated, revealing the figures of Yang Kai and Lu Shanyan. "So you escaped." Lu Shanyan's pretty face was full of surprise and disbelief, and her beautiful eyes were excited. Coming along this road, she unexpectedly found that she was not hindered in the slightest. After all, she and Yang Kai are now disciples of the Jade Feather sect, and they have identity plates on them. Pass safely. After leaving Biu Mountain, the two kept speeding in this direction, and now they estimated that the distance was almost the same before landing. The distance of more than 100,000 miles is already safe enough. What's more, the Jade Feather sect is probably still in chaos, and no one will care about the escape of the two disciples. This is also thanks to Bian Yuqing and Kowu, who are not in the sect. "Brother Yang, we really escaped." Lu Shanyan was still immersed in excitement, with a smile on his face. "Shanyan, come here." Yang Kai didn't show any overjoyed expression, but waved at Lu Shanyan with a solemn expression, and immediately took out a few space rings from his pocket and released his spiritual sense to investigate. These space rings were all owned by the enemies he killed in the bone prison before, and there were only 4 of them in total. After some inspection, Yang Kai quickly knew what was in these space rings, left one of the space rings, and stuffed the other 3 into Lu Shanyan's hands, saying, "You take this." Quote, "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Lu Shanyan stared blankly at Yang Kai with a blank expression. "It's nothing, from now on, you and I will part ways." Yang Kai replied seriously. Hearing this, Lu Shanyan's delicate body trembled, and she asked a little awkwardly, "Brother Yang, do you think being a concubine is holding you back?" Yang Kai frowned, nodded in silence for a while, "Yes." Lu Shanyan looked at him seriously, and suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "No." "Brother Yang, tell me the truth, is there any danger approaching? Is it related to that senior Wu? Why do you ask so many questions?" Yang Kai looked impatient. "You women are so long-winded. Let you leave with your things and leave." Lu Shanyan gritted her silver teeth and glared at him, her towering chest heaving up and down, and said in a deep voice, "During this time, I have received a lot of care from Brother Yang, and now if Brother Yang is in any danger, Shanyan will not sit idly by." "What danger can I have?" Yang Kai was annoyed. Anyway, you and I will never cross the river, you take your Yangguan road, I take my single plank bridge, everyone, good luck. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he directly urged the power to break through the air. You want to leave like this? Lu Shanyan raised her brows, snorted coldly, and hurriedly chased him out. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai would do this, judging from her impression of him these days, Yang Kai was not such a ruthless person, so Lu Shanyan concluded that Yang Kai must have encountered some serious trouble. I don't want to drag myself down, so I have to separate from myself. But how could she, Lu Shanyan, be ungrateful, so it was naturally impossible for Yang Kai to take the risk alone. Even if one's strength is limited, two people are better together than one person alone. But what surprised Lu Shanyan was that after chasing him for a while, he found that Yang Kai was missing. His speed was unbelievably fast. That kind of speed is definitely not what a Void King 3-layer powerhouse should have, and Yang Kai in the places where it has passed, there is still a faint fluctuation of the power of space. Lu Shanyan knew about the space power that Yang Kai understood. At that time, Yang Kai had used it during the battle with Yin Lesheng in the Starlight Passage. It is undoubtedly a bit too reluctant to chase someone who is proficient in the power of space and who is determined to get rid of himself. So Lu Shanyan had no choice but to give up after chasing for a while. After landing on the ground again, she sighed faintly, stared at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared and said to herself, "Thank you for this time, please take care." Spreading her palms, she scanned the 3 space rings on her palm, and she quickly discovered that many source crystals and secret treasures were stored in these 3 rings, and one of the space rings contained the most wealth. A ring belonging to Zhou Yi. It's really in line with his character. Lu Shanyan smiled wryly. Yang Kai only took a ring belonging to a Void King stage warrior and left most of the things to her, obviously worried about her future. There was no cultivation resource for a period of time. Above the sky, Yang Kai flew alone. The reason why he chose to part ways with Lu Shanyan was actually because Yang Kai felt uneasy, and the source of that uneasiness came from Wu Mengquan. Although he didn't know what kind of plan Wu Mengquan was planning, he didn't think that old guy would let him go so kindly, especially if he had mastered the heaven-devouring art of war. He definitely has some kind of conspiracy. The old guy is a strong person at the 3rd level of Daoyuan, and it is very likely that half of his foot has stepped into the Emperor Senior realm. Yang Kai is not sure to face it at all. In order not to implicate Lu Shanyan, he can only separate from her. After all, Lu Shanyan is also at the 3rd level of the Void King, and she is also a hegemony figure in her own star realm. I believe that even in the star realm, she can take good care of herself. If it is really bad luck and some accident happens, it can only show that her chances have come to an end. Now Yang Kai only wanted to stay as far away from Jade Feather Sect as possible, so he didn't intend to stop at all, but just galloped forward sullenly. Passing along the road, I also got a taste of the scenery in the star field. The towering mountains and the great rivers of aura abound. The cultivation environment is much better than any star in the hometown star field. There are countless nebulae in the sky, and each cluster of nebula means a star field. After flying forward for more than a month, Yang Kai felt a little bit safe. Now it is only tens of millions of miles away from the Jade Feather Sect. Even if Wu Mengquan has a powerful cultivation base of the 3rd level of Daoyuan, he absolutely cannot deal with him from such a long distance. He stopped in midair, turned his head and looked around, and as far as he could see, there was desolation. He doesn't know where he is now. He just arrived here, and he doesn't know anything about the star realm. He only knows that there are 4 regions from east to west, and he should still be in the southern region. He slowed down and moved forward slowly, waiting for an opportunity to find a place where creatures gather while recovering his strength. After half a day, he finally found something. There is a flying secret treasure in the shape of a chariot flying towards you. Judging from the energy fluctuations in the chariot secret treasure, it is a Void King level mid-grade secret treasure, and its speed is extremely fast. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped aside and waved his hand at the same time, trying to stop the other party from inquiring about the location of the nearby city. How could they know that the other party didn't intend to stop at all, but flew past not far from Yang Kai's face, and on the secret treasure of the chariot, there were 3 warriors on board, and they left without even looking at Yang Kai. So indifferent. Yang Kai looked depressed, but soon, he discovered that following the chariot, there were many rays of light rushing towards this side. What's the situation? Yang Kai was at a loss, subconsciously thinking that he was involved in some killing incident, but after careful perception, he found that this was not the case, because the people who were chasing after him were not murderous, obviously not. It was aimed at the 3 warriors of the secret treasure of the chariot ahead. They looked like they were rushing towards a certain place. What happened? Yang Kai stood on the spot, waving his hands constantly, trying to find someone to ask the reason, but those people ignored him completely, and didn't want to talk to him at all. Yang Kai was very embarrassed. However, he has gained some knowledge. The art of refining weapons in the star world is really extraordinary. It can be seen from the flying secret treasures used by those warriors. Those flying secret treasures are all kinds of strange things. There are simple long swords, shuttle-shaped, chariot-shaped, building boat-shaped, sedan chair-shaped, and even windmill-shaped secret treasures. The speed is very good, making Yang Kai dazzled for a while. Hey, boy, why are you standing here in a daze? If you don't hurry up and catch up, you won't get any benefits if you are late. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. When Yang Kai heard the words, he turned his head and found a tiger-headed chariot parked beside him. The tiger's head was lifelike and majestic. On the chariot, a middle-aged man with a Void King 3-layer cultivation base looked at Yang Kai curiously. He was overjoyed, and quickly cupped his fists and said, "I met this friend." The middle-aged man nodded sharply, looked Yang Kai up and down, and said thoughtfully, "You are not from Fenggalan City." Fenggalan City? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, then slowly shook his head. "No." "How far is Fenggalan City from here?" "You go this way, it's only 100,000 miles away." The middle-aged man was not bad. He enthusiastically pointed the direction to Yang Kai, and immediately grinned, "But boy, are you sure you want to go to Fenggalan now? City, instead of joining in the fun? I just want to ask, what are you all in such a hurry, what are you going to do?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously. 30,000 miles away, someone found a miraculous fire bird in Yuqing Mountain. It seems to be a psychic weapon. They all want to catch it and refine it into their own secret weapon spirit. Fire bird, artifact spirit. Yang Kai was startled when he heard this. If you want to go to Fenggalan City, you can go straight ahead. If you want to join in the fun, it's not too late. After the middle-aged man said something, he directly sent the chariot away at a high speed. Yang Kai was dumbfounded in place, and there was an inexplicable excitement deep in his heart. Although the other party's description is not very clear, but if what he said is true, then the one in Yuqing Mountain is very likely to be Lu Yan. Lu Yan's body is in the form of a fire bird, and it is the psychic that gives birth to spiritual wisdom. Moreover, the existence of Lu Yan is very attractive to all warriors. There is no other reason. It is not easy to be born with a spirit, it requires great chance and luck. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1967 I Am So Young. In the Starlight Channel, Yang Kai's space secret technique made the channel unstable, causing Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan to scatter. During this time, Yang Kai has been worried about their safety, but unfortunately there is no channel to inquire about their whereabouts. Let's not talk about Xiao Xiao, it looks like a puppet at first glance. I am afraid that everyone will be interested in it. If it really reveals its figure in front of outsiders, it will definitely be targeted. However, the small means of escape are extremely good. It is a stone puppet, and it is naturally able to escape from the ground. It is quite difficult for others to catch it. Lu Yan is different, she doesn't have such a powerful escape method as Xiao Xiao, and her existence can also make all warriors interested. Catching her and merging it into one's secret treasure is equivalent to making one's secret treasure produce a weapon spirit, which is enough to raise the power of the secret treasure to a higher level. Not only that, some warriors who are proficient in the power of the fire element can even directly devour Lu Yan and integrate its power into their own bodies, thereby greatly increasing their strength. Even if it is useless to you, you can sell it if you catch it. I believe it will definitely sell for a good price. So Lu Yan's situation is much more dangerous than Xiao Xiao's. But at this moment, after Yang Kai heard the information provided by the middle-aged man, he couldn't help being anxious. If the one in Yuqing Mountain was really Lu Yan, then her current situation is not good. With so many warriors rushing to the past, Lu Yan couldn't deal with it at all, and it would be a matter of time before someone caught him. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Kai also quickly used his body skills, chasing those people and galloping away. The distance of 30,000 miles is actually nothing to a martial artist at the Void King stage level, and Yang Kai arrived at the bottom of Yuqing Mountain in less than half a stick of incense. A lot of warriors have already gathered here, roughly counting, there are about 200 people. But what makes Yang Kai feel at ease is that these people's cultivation bases are not high. Most of them are at the level of Void Return Mirror and Void King stage. Dao Origin stage is extremely rare. It seems that the overall level of warriors in Fengdalan City is not too strong, Yang Kai secretly guessed. The warriors gathered here had no intention of entering the mountains to search, instead they began to shout and form a team in groups, apparently wanting to rely on the advantage of numbers to act. There are also some guys who look bruised, and the injuries can be seen as being burned by flames, and there are even a few dead bodies on the ground, which look horrible and burnt all over. That fire bird is really ferocious. Although it can be inferred from the power fluctuations in its body that it is only at the third level of the Void King, the flames it spits out are extremely difficult to resist. Brother Zhao and Brother Zhang are also veteran Void Kings. We were in a terrible situation, but after meeting each other, we were directly burned to death. Fortunately, we ran fast, otherwise. The person who spoke was sitting right next to those corpses, and while he was dealing with his injuries, he explained with lingering fears about his previous encounter with Firebird. Many people gathered around them, inferring the strength of Firebird from the injury. It is precisely because of the encounters and explanations of these people that those Void King realm who are not very strong gave up their plans to eat alone and turned to form groups. Yang Kai naturally heard his words, and couldn't help being excited. The power fluctuations of the third layer of the Void King, and the terrifying flames, are in line with the characteristics of Lu Yan. If Yang Kai was still doubting whether the fire bird in Yuqing Mountain was Lu Yan, then now he is basically more than 80% sure. Lu Yan also has the power fluctuation of the Void King third layer, and because she has swallowed too many strange fires, even the sun's real fire has been swallowing things, so her flames are extremely terrifying, even Yang Kai can't bear it. Don't dare to get contaminated easily. Several, in this way, have you seen the fire bird? Yang Kai pushed aside the crowd and went forward to ask. Of course I saw it. The person who spoke looked up at Yang Kai, and smiled bitterly. How else would we come back with a disability? Then dare to ask what the firebird looks like. I can't tell. It looks weird. The tail is extremely long, but it's not big, only about 10 feet. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard the words. If Lu Yan's main body appeared, it should be a colossus, which doesn't match Lu Yan's image. Then it only has the form of firebird. Will it change into something else? Yang Kai continued to ask. The man suddenly laughed. Then what do you think it will look like? Could it be a cold-faced red-haired beauty with revealing clothes? The onlookers suddenly laughed, looking at Yang Kai with weird eyes, as if looking at a guy with a sperm on his head. Thank you very much. Yang Kai laughed and withdrew from the crowd. Although there is not much information obtained from others, it can be considered somewhat rewarding. Whether the firebird in Yuqing Mountain is Lu Yan or not, you can tell if you go in and see it. He secretly activated the soul imprint in the sea of consciousness, silently perceiving it. There is a layer of soul connection between him and Lu Yan, which was planted when he subdued Lu Yan. As long as the distance is not too far, they can perceive each other by urging the soul brand. But to his disappointment, he didn't feel Lu Yan's response. It seems that we can only go in and explore. Just when he made up his mind to enter Yuqing Mountain, suddenly a person approached from behind without a sound. Yang Kai frowned, looked back, and saw a girl with a petite figure but a surging chest looking at her with a smile. Look at yourself. That girl was supposed to be a beautiful woman, but she had a brown crescent-shaped birthmark on half of her cheek. That ugly birthmark directly destroyed her capital as a beautiful woman, and made many men who saw her feel like his eyes lit up first, and then he sighed. The girl was wearing a long green skirt. The loose skirt still couldn't hide the magnificence of her chest. There were several cloth bags tied around her waist, and she didn't know what was inside. They were bulging. With a flattering expression on her face and a harmless smile on her face, she looked at Yang Kai and said timidly, "This uncle, can you take a step to speak?" Yang Kai's face darkened, and he said fiercely, "Who is your uncle? I am so old." Although from the perspective of ordinary people, Yang Kai's age is indeed not young, but at the level of a warrior, he is still very young. Just looking at his appearance, he is only in his early 20s. Suddenly being called uncle by a girl, Yang Kai's mood suddenly turned bad. It seemed that Yang Kai's fierce appearance scared the young girl. She couldn't help but took a few steps back, with an aggrieved expression on her face. Yang Kai looked her up and down, his eyes lingering in the full position for a moment, and his eyes shrank involuntarily. Shuang 3-layer. He was stunned to discover that this girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old was actually in existence, whose cultivation level was not weaker than his own. But how old is the real age of the other party? Yang Kai can't say for sure. maybe this girl is an old witch who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and Yongkai will definitely not be so naive as to think that the grievance on her face is real. It is commonplace for this kind of old hag to act on occasion, their wonderful performances can fool themselves, let alone Yongkai. But that long-lost address reminded Yongkai of a person. Lin Yuner. Back then when she was in Lingxiao sect, this girl only talked about an uncle, shouting with joy, calling Yongkai much older for no reason. I don't know what's going on with this girl now. When Yang Yan left, no one took her with her, not even Yi Xian, but Lin Yuner alone. Obviously, she took a fancy to Lin Yuner's strength, the special constitution of the body. The expression on Yongkai's face gradually softened, the girl stretched out her small hands and patted her chest, and said boldly, "Then this big brother, can you take a step to talk?" "It looks like it." Yongkai sneered inwardly, nodded calmly and said, "What do you want to say to me?" The girl looked around for a while, she was extremely cautious, and then her red lips squirmed, and she sent a sound transmission to Yongkai. Yongkai frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Did you lie to me? I have no grievances with you, why did I lie to you?" The girl had a wronged expression on her face. "Lead the way." Yongkai gestured. The girl smiled immediately, and sure enough, she led the way ahead. She didn't have the slightest defense against Yongkai, and she didn't know if she was pretending or being confident. Yongkai guessed it was the latter. After walking for a short time, he left the crowd. In that remote location, there were two other people who had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the girl come back, they all had happy expressions on their faces. Yongkai observed the words and expressions, and secretly released his divine sense to scan them, and found that they were also warriors of the Void King third layer. These two people were a man and a woman. She is beautifully dressed, with an enchanting figure, and a pair of scissored eyes seem to contain a strong magical power, which makes people attracted to them involuntarily, and the slightly squirming red lips are even more seductive. A man with poor concentration is afraid that his mouth will dry up just by looking at her. Yongkai showed a sluggish expression at the right time, and then quickly returned to normal. His performance caught the woman's eyes, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching slightly, revealing a smile, as if she was very satisfied with her charm. "Sister Qi, have you found someone?" the woman asked with a smile. The girl nodded when she heard the words, and said happily, "This big brother should be able to do it, and he is also very interested in our plan." While speaking, she pointed at Yongkai. The man nodded at Yongkai with a smile, cupped his fists and said, "Shu Qing, dare to ask my friend what to call him." Yongkai. Anyway, few people in this star realm knew him, so Yongkai simply didn't make up a pseudonym. "My concubine, Yu Ruome, met Brother Yang." The woman bowed gracefully beside her. Yongkai quickly returned a salute. "My name is Mo Shaoqi." The girl who led Yongkai over also introduced herself. Yongkai nodded and said, "Miss Seven, you just said that you know where the fire bird is now, is that true? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 1968 Big Delivery. If this girl named Mo Shaoqi hadn't told Yongkai that she knew the exact location of Firebird, Yongkai would never have followed her here. The intrigues in the star boundary are much more serious than those in the star field, so how could Yongkai act carelessly? But the news that Mo Shaoqi threw made him unable to refuse at all. Hearing Yongkai's question, Mo Shaoqi nodded his head and said, "Of course it's true." "Where is it?" Yongkai asked directly, while Shu Qing and Yu Ruome also focused on it, as if they wanted to listen more carefully. Mo Shaoqi had just uttered a word, but he suddenly realized that he quickly swallowed the second half of the sentence, and said with a smile, "I won't tell you now, just follow me." She had an innocent look on her face, as if she really planned to reveal the exact location of the fire bird. Yongkai snorted coldly and said, "How can I trust you? Since you know the exact location of the fire bird, why don't you call together familiar people and go find it yourself, instead call us people?" Shu Qing nodded at the side, and said, "Brother Yang is right, Miss Seven, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that we don't know each other before. Shu also has this question in his heart, and I hope Miss Seven can answer it." Mo Shaoqi frowned delicately, taking it for granted, and said, "I went in and saw it before, so I naturally know where it is." "Did you see those injured guys? I followed it before they went in quietly behind them, and then they met the little guy, and they died and fled. I followed the little guy all the way to find its habitat. As for why I didn't find acquaintances, I don't know anyone here, I may not be able to beat it by myself, so I came to you." Yongkai and Shu Qing looked at each other and nodded slightly. There was no flaw in Mo Xiaoqi's words, or in other words, even if there was a flaw, they would not be able to track it down. Seeing that the few people were silent, Mo Xiaoqi couldn't help feeling a little nervous, and hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid, although the little guy is powerful and difficult to deal with, he is a larva after all, so it is not difficult to deal with, as long as we prepare enough sufficient, there is no problem in taking it." On the side, the enchanting Yu Ruomei pursed her lips and said, "Sister Qi, it's not that we are afraid, it's just, there is only one fire bird. If we really get it, how should we distribute it?" Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi was a little twitching immediately, and said embarrassedly, "I'm just going to discuss this matter with a few big brothers and sisters, that little guy will be of great use to me, if I really get it then, give it to me, is it okay?" As soon as this remark came out, not only Yang Kai looked at her with a strange expression, but even Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei's faces were not looking good. Everyone is a martial artist at the third level of the Void King, so why is there no benefit in doing so in vain? Not to mention that Yang Kai had his own plans in mind, Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei would definitely not agree to such ridiculous conditions. This old witch, pretending to be innocent is a little too much, right? Yang Kai secretly despised her, didn't she know that going too far was too late? Mo Xiaoqi saw that the faces of several people were not very good looking, and said quickly, "Of course I won't let you work in vain. I can give you enough compensation." Compensation? Shu Qing snorted coldly, her attitude was no longer as friendly as before, and she sneered, "I don't know what kind of compensation Miss Seven will give us." Mo Xiaoqi didn't answer him, but buried her head and let out her spiritual thoughts, and felt them in her space ring. After a while, the brilliance flashed in her hand, and she took out 3 secret treasures. Among the 3 secret treasures, one is a pink gauze dress, as thin as a light gauze, dotted with colorful gemstones, and the gemstones are not ordinary things, but a wave of magical energy fluctuations. The second piece is a ruler, the length of 2 fingers, and it is pitch black. Although it is not big, it gives people a very heavy feeling, as if even the spiritual thoughts of warriors can be suppressed. The last one is a machete with a thick back. The blade is thick and engraved with intricate patterns. A bloody aura emanates from the blade. One can tell at a glance that there are a lot of strong people who died under this blade. And these 3 secret treasures, the energy fluctuations from the ups and downs are quite not weak. Shu Wang level secret treasure. Shu Qing's eyes were straightened, and Yu Ruomei's breathing became even more rapid. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Because the 3 secret treasures that Mo Xiaoqi took out were actually 3 virtual king level secret treasures, and they were definitely high-grade virtual king level secret treasures. The heavy tasseled ruler and the everlasting hate knife are top-grade secret treasures of King Shu, and each has its own magic. It is woven with pure silk thread, the 5 elements are not intrusive, and it has a very good protective ability. The extraterrestrial sand dotted on it can also be turned into a fierce attack, and the offense and defense are integrated. Well, let me give you these 3 things as compensation first, okay? If it works, I will thank you very much. Mo Xiaoqi looked at the 3 people in front of him timidly, and asked eagerly, "Is it possible?" Shu Qing couldn't help swallowing hard, but Yu Ruomei's beautiful eyes had already bitten on the colorful gauze like leeches, and she couldn't bear to look away. Yang Kai forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, and looked at Mo Xiaoqi calmly, feeling extremely vigilant deep in his heart. The other party casually took out 3 such high-end virtual king-level secret treasures, which shows that her family background is not ordinary, and such a person is definitely not an unknown person. Otherwise, how could he act so carelessly? No matter how ignorant she is of the world, she should still understand the simple truth of not revealing her wealth. She should be confident in daring to expose her wealth like this. However, if she can really hide the Tao origin realm from her perception and prying eyes, then at least she should be a strong person in the Tao origin 2nd and 3rd layers, so why does she ask herself and others? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. No, Mo Xiaoqi couldn't help showing a look of disappointment when he saw that the 3 of them hadn't answered for a long time, and wanted to take back the 3 secret treasures. What did little sister Xiaoqi say? Yu Ruomei was the first to come back to her senses, giggling, "The first time my sister saw her, she thought she was a good girl. Since my sister wants that little guy, my sister will naturally not compete with you, this favor, my sister helped you." What she said was awe-inspiring, but her movements were not slow. She directly took the colorful gauze dress and stuffed it into the interspatial ring. Not to mention whether the Firebird in Yuqing Mountain is worth as much as a Void King level middle-grade defense secret treasure, even if there is, it will definitely not be worth the Keilu Shei if it is divided equally among 4 people. Moreover, Mo Xiaoqi has already given her a colorful gauze dress before she started to act. If she really succeeds, there may be more benefits. So she didn't hesitate any longer. Seeing that Yu Ruomei had already attacked, Shu Qing couldn't help coughing lightly and said, Miss Shaoqi's sincerity has been felt by Shu. If that's the case, then it's Shu's share. Saying this, his gaze wandered over the remaining heavy tasking ruler and the everlasting regret knife, as if it was difficult to make a choice, and finally he picked up the heavy tasking ruler and put it in his space ring. Mo Shaoqi turned his gaze to Yang Kai, looking at him expectantly. Yang Kai frowned. Instinctively he didn't want to get involved in this muddy water, but thinking that Lu Yan would most likely be attacked by countless strong men, he could only pretend to be a snake. Shu Qing also persuaded from the side, Brother Yang, Miss Seventh is so sincere, why do you hesitate? Yang Kai sighed and said, I'm not hesitating, it's just. I don't need a knife. When Mo Shaoqi heard the words, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, then what kind of secret treasure does Brother Yang want? She is not afraid that Yang Kai is demanding, but she is afraid that Yang Kai does not ask. Sword, do you have any? Ice-type sword-type secret treasure. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the monster worm mother body still lacked a decent weapon, and asked quickly. Oh, I'll look for it, I remember I have it. Mo Shaoqi said while putting away the everlasting hatred knife, and buried himself in his space ring to find it. Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei stared at her ring with fiery eyes, as if staring at some peerless treasure. It's no wonder they are like this. Mo Shaoqi's kung fu performance at this moment has already convinced them that this girl is carrying countless treasures. She can take out 3 or 4 virtual king-level secret treasures, who knows how many treasures are in her ring. Who wouldn't covet such a space ring? Yang Kai observed the words and expressions, and sneered constantly in his heart. He doesn't believe that Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei can't see Mo Shaoqi's problem, but people die for money, birds die for food, the eternal truth, no matter what they think, Yang Kai doesn't bother to care. After a while, Mo Shaoqi raised his head, looked at Yang Kai with embarrassment, and said, Brother Yang. I seem to have misremembered, I don't have a Void King level high-grade ice attribute longsword secret treasure. Her expression was like that of a child who has done something wrong, eager to be forgiven by others. Yang Kai said lightly, since there is no one, forget it. Anyway, it's not something to worry about. The demon worm mother has no weapons, so it can still display good combat effectiveness. Double swords are fine. After Mo Shaoqi finished speaking, he suddenly took out 2 cold long swords, one of which was purple and about 3 feet 3 long, and the other was blue and about 2 feet long. 5 feet in length, 2 swords, one long and the other short, are handed over to Cheng Wei, and the brilliance flows, like a perfect match, without giving people any sense of abruptness. What people care about the most is that these 2 long swords both exude the power fluctuations that a Void King level top-grade secret treasure should have. The eyeballs of Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei turned red all of a sudden, and their breathing was slightly short of breath. Double swords. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, he never expected that Mo Shaoqi would give him such a huge surprise. In essence, the twin swords are already another form of sword-shaped secret treasure, and the difficulty of driving is several times that of a simple sword, but correspondingly the power that can be exerted will also be greatly improved. It is for this reason that the value of the twin swords is far above that of ordinary secret treasures, and is equivalent to the value of defensive secret treasures of the same level. The 2 matching Void King level top-grade long swords are no less valuable than ordinary Daoyuan level secret treasures. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1969 Not Luyan. Are you sure you want to give me these 2 swords? Its value is not low. Yang Kai looked at Mo Shaoqi and asked with a frown. Brother Yang, if you think it's inappropriate, can I exchange that heavy tassel ruler with you? Shu Qing asked earnestly from the side. Value gap. Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled coldly. Shu Qing couldn't help but look embarrassed, and scratched her head in embarrassment. Mo Shaoqi smiled and said, but I don't have the secret treasure that Brother Yang needs, only these 2 swords reluctantly agree to the request. If Brother Yang doesn't dislike it, please accept it. Cough. Since you said that, I'd rather be respectful than obedient. Yang Kai took the purple and blue swords from Mo Shaoqi, then threw them into the mysterious boundary bead, and sent them to the demon worm mother's body, let it get familiar with refining this secret treasure. It wasn't until this time that Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei withdrew their reluctant gazes, but when they remembered that the rich man was by their side, and maybe there were more benefits waiting for them, they calmed down and looked at each other. It seems that something is being exchanged secretly. Mo Xiaoqi didn't notice this scene at all, seeing that the three of them had accepted their benefits. He said with a happy smile on his face, "Then we've made a deal. If we can really catch that little guy later, we can still please keep your promises." Xiaoqi has another big thank you. It should be. Zhang Feng Wei and Shui CFWX Net Shu Qing once again had a warm smile on his face. "It's not too late, let's go," Yang Kai urged, and it took a while for a few people to discuss. Many teams had already gathered towards Yuqing Mountain. He was very worried about Lu Yan's recent situation, and couldn't wait to find her quickly. "Follow me." Mo Xiaoqi turned around and led the way ahead. "Brother Yang, please." Shu Qing smiled and stretched out her hand to signal. Yang Kai calmly said, "The two go first, I will be the queen." Shu Qing smiled slightly, did not refuse, and said, "In that case, Brother Yang." While speaking, he immediately followed, and Yu Ruomei also nodded slightly at Yang Kai and walked into Yuqing Mountain. Yang Kai looked left and right. The last to enter. Yuqing Mountain, the mountains stretch for thousands of miles, the forests are deep and secluded, and there are many fierce beasts. However, the four of them are all warriors of the Void King's third layer realm. Together, even a monster at the level of Daoyuan would be able to fight. So I wasn't too afraid, and it didn't go deep into Yuqing Mountain. So there are no powerful monsters. It seemed that Mo Xiaoqi really knew the exact location of the fire bird. After entering Yuqing Mountain, he didn't need to distinguish the direction at all, and directly led the people all the way forward, at an extremely fast speed. Her performance also gave Yang Kai a little confidence in her. But what surprised Yang Kai was that Mo Xiaoqi seemed to have no intention of fortifying the other three along the way, as if he really trusted the three of them. But between Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei, who were sandwiched in the middle, there were hidden fluctuations in the power of the soul. Obviously they were secretly communicating. It's ridiculous that they think they're acting covertly, but in front of Yang Kai's powerful divine sense that doesn't belong to a Void King third layer warrior, there's nothing to hide. In a team, Mo Xiaoqi has a mysterious origin, Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei are sneaky, Yang Kai also has other plans, and it is not known who will have the last laugh. Passing along the road, I could hear the sound of flying through the air in the distance. It was obvious that other teams were searching for the whereabouts of the firebird. However, as time passed, such movements became less and less, and the place where the four of them were located was getting deeper and deeper into the depths of Yuqing Mountain. Half a day later, Mo Xiaoqi, who was leading the way, stopped suddenly, and the other three naturally also hurriedly stopped. "The last time I saw it was in the mountain depression ahead, everyone get ready to fight." Mo Xiaoqi reminded everyone. Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei nodded, secretly mobilizing the strength in their bodies, ready to strike at any time. Yang Kai frowned tightly, because if Lu Yan was in front, he should have sensed it, but until now he has not felt the breath of Lu Yan. There are only two possibilities. One is that Lu Yan has left the mountain in front of him and is looking for another place to inhabit. The second possibility is also what Yang Kai doesn't want to see in Yuqing Mountain. It's not Lu Yan, so he can't perceive it. Mo Xiaoqi has already performed the secret technique of hiding his figure, restraining his own breath and power fluctuations. Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei have also done the same. The secret techniques of the three are different, but it is clear at a glance which is stronger and weaker. After Mo Xiaoqi performed the secret technique, the fluctuations in breath and life completely disappeared. If she didn't observe with the naked eye, even Yang Kai would have difficulty finding her whereabouts. It can be seen that the level of the secret technique she cultivated is extremely high. And Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei are far behind. Although they are not bad from Yang Kai's point of view, they are completely incomparable with Mo Xiaoqi. Yang Kai also used the secret technique of restraining breath. Nothingness. However, he didn't use all the power of nothingness, but only used it a little bit. In this way, while being concealed enough, he didn't have to worry about exposing the secret of space secrets. But what Yang Kai couldn't think of was that when he cast the weakened version of the void secret technique, Mo Xiaoqi in front of him looked back at him, her beautiful eyes flashed with doubts, and immediately she looked blankly. "Turn your head away." This girl, did she see something? Yang Kai was shocked. The four of them quietly approached the front, and after a while, they came to the top of the mountain depression, looked down, and Mo Xiaoqi couldn't help but yelled. "What's wrong?" Shu Qing was surprised. "It's not here anymore," Mo Xiaoqi said, then stood up and flew directly to the mountain depression below. The remaining three looked at each other, didn't bother to hide their figures, and followed closely behind Mo Xiaoqi. In the call, it seemed that a fierce battle had just happened. There were traces of being burned everywhere, and there were a few charred corpses on the ground. Such a scene made everyone's eyes shrink. However, the situation in front of him also proved from the side that Mo Shaoqi was not lying. The firebird was indeed inhabiting here before, but it might have been disturbed by these people. After a battle, he killed the enemy and then left. This is the third elder of the Zhang family. Shu Qing looked down at an old man in a brown robe and let out a low cry. He obviously recognized the old man. Although the old man was burned to death, his appearance was barely recognizable. What strength is this person? Yang Kai asked. Shu Qing's face was solemn, and he said, the strength of the Zhang family is not weak in Fenggulan City. The third elder has the cultivation base of the Void King's third level, which is comparable to us. This is the Deputy Palace Lord of Hongye Palace. He died here too. Yu Ruome covered her red lips with her hands, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. As the dead warriors were identified one by one, these corpses were all warriors of the second and third levels of the Void King, and there were quite a few of them, as many as 8. The 8 powerful Void Kings at the second and third levels joined hands, but they were all killed here by the fire bird. This discovery made Shu Qing and Yu Ruome's complexion suddenly look bad. The 8 corpses in front of them made them suddenly feel that this action was a bit too hasty, and everyone seemed to have underestimated the strength of the firebird. After all, the 2 of them, together with Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi, only had 4 third-layer Void Kings. In terms of numbers and comprehensive strength, they were definitely not comparable to the 8 people who died in front of them. They were all brutally murdered. How could the 4 of them succeed? Thinking of this, both Shu Qing and Yu Ruome couldn't help retreating, their faces gloomy. Yang Kai also frowned. Because he is very clear about Lu Yan's strength, even if Lu Yan is not easy to provoke, he is not capable of killing so many enemies at once. The hesitation of the 3 caught Mo Shaoqi's eyes, and she suddenly said, you don't have to worry too much. Although the little guy killed many people, he was also injured. How do you know? Yang Kai looked up at her. There are bloodstains of it on the ground. Mo Shaoqi said with a slight smile, pointing to a certain place on the ground. On the ground, there seemed to be a pool of dark red, but the surrounding area of the bright red was burning with raging fire. Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to it before, but now he finally noticed it after listening to Mo Shaoqi's reminder. Not Lu Yan. The moment he saw this pool of blood, Yang Kai was filled with disappointment. The firebird in Yuqing Mountain is obviously not Lu Yan. Because Lu Yan is a weapon spirit, not a body of flesh and blood at all, even if she is injured, it is impossible for her to bleed. And judging from the situation around the bloodstain, the blood contained an unimaginable scorching power, which caused the surrounding ground to ignite a raging fire that could not be extinguished. Realizing this, Yang Kai lost all energy. The reason why he came to Yuqing Mountain was because of Lu Yan, but now that he learned the truth, he was naturally extremely disappointed. So, we do have some chances. Shu Qing frowned thoughtfully. Although the Zhang family's third elder and his party were wiped out, they caused damage to the fire bird. If the 4 of them were well prepared, they might have a chance to succeed. It's just that if we really encounter that fire bird at that time, what should we do? Do we need to discuss it carefully? Yu Ruome asked. The 8 dead people in front of her made her feel uneasy. Thanks to what Shaoqi said before, I'm afraid she will leave now. Although treasures are good, they must be enjoyed with one's life. It's time to have a good discussion. Let's talk briefly about the secret techniques and powers you are proficient in, so that everyone can cooperate. Shu Qing suggested. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai immediately glanced at him meaningfully. Mo Shaoqi waved his hand with a smile and said, no need, I will meet it when the time comes. The 3 of you just need to delay me for a while, I have my own way to deal with it. She had a winning expression, but she didn't know where the confidence came from. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. When you are away from home, just go to the mobile version. Chapter 1970 Teammate Pig. Mo Shaoqi feels mysterious to Yang Kai. He faintly felt that the innocence shown by the other party were all disguised, but he couldn't find any flaws, and judging from her generosity of actions and the hidden secret technique she mastered, her background might be a bit unusual. In the general Void King realm, how could there be so many Void King level secret treasures stored in the space ring, and all of them are of extraordinary grades, especially on her body, where the powerful fluctuations of power are looming, obviously wearing a lot of powerful secret treasures. This girl definitely has a background, and her background is not small. This made Yang Kai keep an eye on her from beginning to end. But now that she said that there is a way to deal with the fire bird, Yang Kai also believed it. Cannibalism is short-mouthed and soft-handed, although Yang Kai doesn't want to interfere with the affairs of Yuqing Mountain, but after all, he has accepted the benefits of others, so it is not good to quit halfway, so he can only go one way to the dark. Miss Seven, you said that you have the means to deal with that fire bird, can you tell me in detail? After all, that beast is very powerful, we really don't want to follow in the footsteps of others. Shu Qing asked with some concerns. Yu Ruomei also nodded, agreeing with Shu Qing's point of view. Mo Xiaoqi frowned, looking a bit embarrassed, and after a while she seemed to make up her mind, and said, it's not convenient for me to go into details, but I have a secret treasure that restrains its power, everyone. Just trust me, I won't let you do anything too dangerous. Hearing this, Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei looked at each other and nodded slightly. The former smiled and said, since Miss Seven said so, then Shu won't ask any more questions. I just hope that Miss Seven will be successful by then. No problem, it's all on me. Mo Xiaoqi was overjoyed when he heard the words, patted his chest with a big bag, then let's track its location now, although I don't know where it is now, but if you follow the traces, you will definitely be able to find it. While speaking, she led the way again. All the way to the interior, after walking for more than an hour, Mo Xiaoqi stopped walking again in the tense and uneasy atmosphere of the group. The trace ahead suddenly broke. Just when she was frowning and trying to find clues again, an extraordinary power suddenly came out from somewhere. The power was extremely hot. The moment you appeared, the temperature in the air rose sharply, and the surrounding verdant trees were affected. Under the influence of this high temperature, it withered and dried up in an instant, and immediately burned. Be careful, Yang Kai quickly shouted. It is no longer necessary for him to remind, the 4 people present are all Void King 3rd layer warriors, and are extremely sensitive to the tidal fluctuations of power. When the scorching wave came, the 4 of them had already avoided in different directions. Call. A group of pitch-black flames, the size of a washbasin, directly bombarded the place where everyone was originally, turning that place into scorched earth, and the black flames were burning blazingly, as if they would never be extinguished. Whether it was the color or the terrifying damage, people couldn't help but change their faces slightly. Sure enough, here it is. Mo Xiaoqi was not surprised, but overjoyed. His delicate face was full of joyful expressions, and he stared at a certain position. On that position, there was a fiery red strange bird about 1 foot long, looking at the 4 of them fiercely. The long tail has a beautiful appearance, just like a fire elf. Lu Yan. Yang Kai was taken aback. Judging from the appearance of the sudden appearance of the fire bird, it was almost carved out of the same mold as Lu Yan's body, but he soon understood that the fire bird in front of him was not Lu Yan. Because no matter how much it looks like it is made of flames, it still has flesh and blood, and Yang Kai also vaguely felt a faint coercion from its body, which is an inexplicable force. Better than myself in front of it, I feel a little palpitating and uneasy. Bastard, who rumored that this thing is a weapon spirit? Shu Qing cursed on the other side, extremely annoyed. Outside of Yuqing Mountain before, many warriors rumored that there was an intelligent weapon spirit in the mountain, which led to countless people rushing here, but now it seems that this is clearly not the case, and I don't know which blind bastard spread the news. But it's pointless to pursue these now. It's coming again. Yu Ruomei screamed, her delicate body swayed, bringing out an afterimage, and suddenly dodged away from the spot. The next moment, a mass of pitch-black flames bombarded the position where she was standing before. After Yu Ruomei showed her figure from another direction, she had lingering fear on her face. She could clearly feel the powerful lethal power hidden in the black flame. If she accidentally got infected, she might end up no better than the 3rd elder of the Zhang family. So many Void King realm powerhouses have explained the difficulty and terror of this fire bird with their bodies and death. How could Yu Ruomei dare to be careless? Guys, please hang on to it for a while, I'll start preparing now. After Mo Xiaoqi said hastily, he suddenly jumped away from the spot, pinching a mysterious spell with both hands. His whole temperament suddenly changed. The innocence faded away from her, and Mo Xiaoqi suddenly became solemn and awe-inspiring. Her red lips twitched slightly, following the change of the spell in her hand. She didn't know what she was muttering about. At the same time, there appeared in front of her a water blue ball was formed, and the inside of the ball was filled with extremely surging water power. It was deep and vast, like a vast ocean. Listen carefully, and you can even hear the sound of waves and tsunamis coming from inside. Daoyuan level secret treasure. Shu Qing's eyeballs turned red immediately, her breathing was rapid, and she greedily stared at the water blue ball in front of Mo Xiaoqi. Although he is a warrior at the 3rd level of the Void King, he has never owned Daoyuan level secret treasures. Although judging from Mo Xiaoqi's generosity before, this girl is very likely to have many Daoyuan level secret treasures in her hands, but seeing it now, Shu Qing was shocked. What's more, the water blue round bead is an unusual Daoyuan level secret treasure at first glance, and it is very likely to be the existence of the top-ranked Daoyuan level. Such a treasure is invaluable to Shu Qing. Brother Shu, it's not good to be on a short errand at this time. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and rushed to Mo Shaoqi in a hurry. When Mo Shaoqi took out the water blue round bead secret treasure and began to mutter words, a pair of eyes of the fire bird on the opposite side suddenly stared at the girl, as if it also felt the threat to its life that the girl brought to it. Consider her your number one enemy. The bird's beak opened, and a dragon-like pillar of black flames sprayed straight towards it. Yang Kai's face changed greatly, and his first reaction was to avoid it immediately. Help me resist it, I can't move now. Before Yang Kai could dodge, Mo Shaoqi's nervous words came into his ears. Pig. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. He really didn't know whether Mo Shaoqi was really stupid or fake, and in the face of such a strong enemy, he even used a secret technique that made him unable to move. Isn't this courting death? Now as long as he avoids it by himself, Mo Shaoqi is bound to be more powerful than He Yan. Judging from the terrifying damage of this He Yan, this girl is absolutely doomed. Could it be that her nature is the same as before, not a disguise, and my previous guesses about her were all wrong? Otherwise, how could her combat experience be so shallow? Anyone with a little common sense in combat would not choose this approach, unless the people around them are extremely trustworthy companions who can entrust their lives. And himself, Shu Qing, and Yu Ruome are obviously not companions who can entrust their lives to Mo Shaoqi. For a moment, various thoughts drifted through Yang Kai's mind, but soon, he shouted, "If you don't want to die here, come and help." While speaking, he gave a loud shout, and colorful rays of light bloomed on his body. He stretched out his hand and pushed it forward, and whispered in his mouth, "The sword energy of the earth, the Dian Aegis." The khaki light stripped from his body, and soon formed a shield-like protection in front of him. Yang Kai cultivated the immortal 5 elements sword chi and absorbed a large amount of Dian Shensha's energy as an earth attribute power. Now he can naturally display the power of Dian Shensha to form a defense. The soil is thick in the main defense. The defensive power of Dian Aegis is absolutely impressive. But this is not over yet. Yang Kai stripped the light blue light from his body again, and the wood attribute sword energy suddenly turned into an illusory jungle in front of him, turning into a second protection, arranged behind the Dian Aegis. Immediately afterwards, there are water attributes, metal attributes, and fire attributes. The 5 elements sword chi was fully used, and the multicolored glow that originally covered Yang Kai's body disappeared in a very short period of time, replaced by a 5-layered defensive network that echoed from a distance. Boom! The dragon of black flame hit the Dian Aegis, and in just a moment, it tore through the protection of the Dian Aegis, rushed into the illusory jungle, and burned all the scenery. The water curtain was evaporated, and the gleaming copper and iron walls were melted. Only the fire sword energy of the main attack could entangle with the opponent's black flame for a while. After all, it was Yang Kai's sword energy cultivated by absorbing the sun's true fire. It was definitely not inferior to the opponent's black flame in terms of grade, but it was dwarfed by the number, and fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. The scorching heat and murderous intent that rushed towards him made Yang Kai's hairs stand on end, and the breath of death rushed towards him, as if he saw the call of the god of death. It wasn't until this time that Shu Qing and Yu Ruome finally came to their senses. Although the two of them were secretly sneaking, they were not fools. They knew that they were no match for the fire bird. If they wanted to survive, they had to save Mo Shaoqi's life first and let Mo Shaoqi complete her secret technique. So seeing that Yang Kai had already made a move, they would have to go if they didn't. Skynet slash. Boundless Holy Seal. The two tricks bombarded from the direction where Shu Qing and Yu Ruome were, blocking the powerful black flame dragon. With the two joining hands, Yang Kai's pressure was greatly relieved in an instant. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1971 Why Did You Sneak Up on Me? Chapter 1971 Why Did You Sneak Up on Me? Mystery, Exile. Yang Kai knew that if he didn't use his whole cards, he would have no chance, so he didn't care about exposing anything at this moment and quickly displayed his space power. In front of him, a void black hole suddenly opened wide, like the mouth of a hungry beast, greedily devouring the weakened black flame dragon and banishing it into the endless void. Looking around, the violent and chaotic power fluctuations gave Yang Kai's secret technique a good cover, so that people who don't know the truth seem to think that the strength of the two sides is too large, and the space collapses after the collision. At the very least, Shu Qing and Yu Ruome, who saw the exile secret technique with their own eyes, didn't think about the power of space, but stared at all this with horror, their faces trembling. On the contrary, Mo Xiaoqi, who had been concentrating on preparing the secret technique and mobilizing the power of the secret treasure, suddenly lit up and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Yang Kai was unaware of all of this, and now he is unable to get off the tiger, and he is indescribably annoyed. If he doesn't dodge, he will bear the brunt of Huo Nao's attack, but if he dodges, Mo Xiaoqi will be in danger. This made him scold Mo Xiaoqi bloody in his heart, but at the same time he had to stand still and act as a meat shield. And Yang Kai, Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei's joint attack obviously let Firebird know how difficult the opponent is. The red eyes were full of anger, and when he spread his wings and waved them lightly, countless pitch-black fireballs overwhelmingly attacked the three of them respectively. Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei screamed again and again, and kept using their exquisite body skills to dodge, but the number of fireballs was too many, they had no choice but to sacrifice their own defensive treasures, hoping to gain a sense of security. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Shu Qing and Yu Ruomei moved freely, but he could only stick to the spot, forced to sacrifice the golden blood thread, turning it into golden light, and blowing away the incoming fireballs. Although the effect is not cheap, but Yang Kai can't tell, the golden blood thread was burned a lot as soon as it came into contact with those fireballs. These are all things transformed by his own golden blood, each one is extremely precious, and a lot of effort has been lost in this moment, making him want to cry without tears. Ah, my sad cloud mirror. Shu Qing's scream came into his ears, and Yang Kai sneaked up to look up, and saw a precious mirror in Shu Qing's hand wrapped in black flames, and in the blink of an eye, it started melting. He was so panicked that he quickly threw the secret treasure away, so as not to catch fire. And judging from the power fluctuations from the mirror, this is clearly a Void King level middle grade secret treasure. It seemed that he was not the only one who suffered heavy losses. If your own golden blood thread is damaged, you can use the golden blood to repair it, or you can just practice again, but if the opponent's Void King level secret treasure is burned, then there is really nothing. With this in mind, Yang Kai's mood suddenly improved a lot. Not only did Shu Qing lose her sad cloud mirror, but a hairpin-shaped Void King level secret treasure in Yu Ruomei's hand was also destroyed by He Yan. The two who had suffered a huge loss suddenly felt a little jealous, and looked at Huo Nao with endless eyes. However, he was frightened by the ferocity of the fire bird, so he didn't dare to go forward at all, so he could only dodge in embarrassment. Gee, Firebird suddenly chirped, and the voice was mixed with an inexplicable anger, which was transmitted directly to Zhu Xiao. The moment the voice sounded, everyone's face changed drastically. Because in this way, it is very likely to attract the attention of others. If all the warriors who went deep into Yuqing Mountain are drawn here, the efforts of the four people will all be used as wedding dresses. And at the moment when Yang Kai lost his mind, a ball of fire suddenly shot in front of him. Yang Kai's face sank, and he wanted to use his old tricks to exile him, but what he never expected was that the fireball went straight to him. It exploded in front of him, and in an instant, the pitch-black rain of fire shot towards him like raindrops. Yang Kai's eyes shrank suddenly. Without even thinking about it, he directly used another secret technique. Dragon transformation. Accompanied by the high-pitched sound of the dragon chant, the huge dragon's head flashed behind Yang Kai's back. At that moment, the dragon's might filled the air, and the fire bird on the opposite side was obviously stunned for a moment, and there was a hint of fear in the red eyes. Pieces of dragon scales emerged, covering half of Yang Kai's body, and even the real dragon scales appeared on Yang Kai's chest, covering the vital parts of his chest. Boom boom boom. A series of sounds came, and countless black fires hit Yang Kai's body, and Yang Kai spurted out a mouthful of blood. The black fire stained his body surface, burning blazingly, and the power in his body began to melt at an extremely fast speed. Like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai's face sank like water, desperately urging the original power of Jin Shenglong, which curbed the spread of the black fire. However, his appearance looked extremely miserable, and his aura dropped a lot. Miss Xiaoqi, I've reached my limit. Yang Kai hurriedly said, and was about to leave here. He had done his best, and if he stayed any longer, he was afraid that the situation would be bad, so he stood in front of Mo Xiaoqi and fought for her. For a long time, even his own body has been traumatized, and what he has done is enough. I'm done, Mo Xiaoqi shouted, and suddenly waved her hand. The sound of tsunami and waves suddenly came from the water blue ball in front of her, which made people feel like standing in the sea and listening to the impact of the waves. Illusion. The water blue ball also exploded suddenly, turning into a little bit of water mist, attacking forward like life. The mist swayed over Yang Kai's body, instantly extinguishing those burning black flames. Immediately afterwards, the water mist came in front of the fire bird, directly wrapped it in it, and turned it into a water blue ball again. But this water blue ball is many times bigger than before. No matter how much Firebird struggles inside, it still can't get rid of the ball's package. After doing all this, Mo Xiaoqi also seemed to be somewhat exhausted, her delicate face was pale, and her towering chest heaved violently. It was obvious that using this secret treasure also had a huge burden on her. Although the price is not small, the result is gratifying. Hee, I finally caught you, little boy, let's see where you go. Mo Xiaoqi looked forward with a smile. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and he whispered, be careful. While speaking, he hurriedly dodged from the spot, and a figure appeared behind him strangely, hitting Yang Kai's afterimage with a secret technique, smashing the afterimage. The figure showed his figure, frowning tightly, as if he didn't expect that Yang Kai would see through the sneak attack he planned everywhere. Who is this person if not Xu Qing? At the same time, Yu Ruomei's figure also appeared behind Mo Xiaoqi. The slender palm contained violent power, and there was a cruel and greedy smile on her charming face. She slapped Mo Xiaoqi hard. Back best. Mo Xiaoqi let out a miserable cry, opened his mouth, and a blood arrow spurted out, and while falling forward, his beautiful eyes were still full of disbelief. Ah! Interspersed with Mo Xiaoqi's miserable cry was Yu Ruomei's exclamation. After a move, Yu Ruomei seemed to have suffered a serious injury, and she couldn't stop falling back. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her palms were in burning pain. She raised her palms and looked down. Suddenly, her face became ugly and she said, how is it possible? What is this? On the palm of her hand, an extremely weird imprint actually appeared. The imprint looked like a grimace, horrifying, extremely distorted, and a shrill howl could be faintly heard, making one's hair stand on end. At this moment, in that grimace, two gloomy lights appeared at the position of the pupils. Through the glints, Yu Ruomei seemed to see a superior existence, staring at her indifferently. She lost her mind for a while, and she shuddered and collapsed on the ground. Ruomei, what's wrong with you? On the other side, Xu Qing, who failed in the sneak attack, couldn't help shouting when he saw Yu Ruomei fell to the ground. However, Yu Ruomei's eyes were absent-minded, and she just sat on the ground in a daze. If someone could use divine thoughts to invade her sea of consciousness, she would be able to see that in her sea of consciousness at this moment, there was a piece of paper that was exactly the same as the one in her palm. The grimace was crazily devouring the power of her soul, the less power of consciousness, the more dim the look in her eyes. On the other side, Mo Xiaoqi stood up while coughing lightly. Judging from her state, although she was attacked by a sneak attack, she was obviously fine. She turned her head and looked at Yu Ruomei blankly. The face said incredulously, why did you sneak attack me? She looked distressed, not like a fake. After all, she was attacked from behind by her trusted companion. If she hadn't been protected by a powerful armor, she would have been a dead body at this moment. You are really a stupid woman. Yang Kai looked at her like an idiot. Mo Xiaoqi turned his head to look at Yang Kai, his big eyes were watery, and he said to himself, where am I stupid? Yang Kai stretched out his hand to support his forehead, he really didn't know how to explain it to her. What did you do to her? Seeing that Yu Ruomei didn't respond no matter how she called, Xu Qing suddenly turned her head and roared at Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi's delicate body trembled, she looked terrified, and waved her hands. I didn't do anything to her, I was wearing a treasure armor, anyone who attacked me would suffer the backlash of the evil ghost mark, she. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Is it really appropriate to reveal your own details so simply? Now, he was finally sure that this girl named Mo Xiaoqi was not the extremely treacherous existence he had imagined before, but a really innocent little girl who didn't know much about the world. She can't really be as big as she looks, can she? Yang Kai was taken aback by the thought that emerged in his heart. If so, it would be terrible. Evil ghost seal. Xu Qing frowned, obviously he had never heard of this kind of secret technique, but soon, he shook his head and said lightly, forget it. It's good if there are fewer people, Xu just happens to monopolize all of them, the benefits of. He no longer cared about Yu Ruomei's life and death, and started grinning grinningly. Yang Kai curled his lips violently when he heard this, and sarcastically said, Brother Xu, where did your inexplicable confidence come from? Did you not see the situation clearly? There are two people on our side. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1972. Who are you? It's useful if there are many people. Shu Qing sneered, looked at Yang Kai with disdain and said, how much strength can you two display at this moment? After all, from his point of view, Yang Kai stood in front of Mo Shaoqi to resist the fire bird's attack. It must have consumed a lot, and then he was covered by the black flame, so it was a fluke that he did not die. And after Mo Shaoqi used the secret treasure, he also looked exhausted. These two are obviously not in their heyday, and the strength they can display is greatly reduced. But he himself is in good condition, so he is happy and not afraid. Yang Kai laughed and said lightly, if Brother Shu really thinks so, then you might as well give it a try. Seeing Yang Kai's confident appearance, Shu Qing couldn't help frowning, unable to figure out whether Yang Kai was playing tricks or if he was really confident. Not far away, Mo Shaoqi was still standing there with a disappointed face, looking at Shu Ruomei who had lost her spirit and turned into an idiot. She murmured, why did you sneak attack me? So. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, and couldn't help cursing, idiot, people die for money, birds die for food, I don't understand such a simple truth. Do your parents know that you ran out like this to kill yourself? I don't know. A look of panic appeared in Mo Shaoqi's eyes. He waved at Yang Kai and said, you must not tell my father that I am here, or he will beat me up. I don't even know your father, how can I tell him? Yang Kai almost died from the girl's vomiting of blood. That's right. Mo Shaoqi suddenly showed a look of rejoicing. Enough. Seeing the two of them communicating with each other as if there was no one else present, Shu Qing roared angrily, and said in a ferocious voice, Brother Yang, if you don't want to die, you should leave here quickly, you don't want to fight against Shu reason. Yang Kai chuckled. The old god looked at Shu Qing from the ground, and said, we really have no reason to be enemies, but Brother Shu's picture is exactly what Yang thinks. Shu Qing was startled, looked at Yang Kai in amazement, and said in astonishment, Brother Yang is hiding deep enough, but if that's the case, then how about you and I working together? All things add up to 5. Not good, not good. Yang Kai shook his head, raised a finger and said, I have a shortcoming, I always like to eat alone, and I don't want to share it with others. If Brother Shu is acquainted, it is too late to leave now. Brother Yang, aren't you afraid of eating too much? I have a good appetite. Mo Shaoqi looked at the two of them blankly, and interjected, what do you want to eat? I have some spiritual fruits here, do you want them? While speaking, he really took out 2 tender spiritual fruits from his space ring. In an instant, the fragrance overflowed, making people move their index fingers when they smelled it. Judging from the energy fluctuations emitted from the spiritual fruits, obviously, this spiritual fruit is not a mortal thing, it is very likely to be an extremely rare treasure. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Yang Kai glared at her angrily. Mo Shaoqi was wrong. HMPH, Brother Yang said so it's not negotiable. Shu Qing swallowed, and his expression gradually became crazy. The good things Mo Shaoqi took out made him extremely greedy, and he became more and more sure of Mo Shaoqi. There are countless treasures hidden in the ring. When she thought that as long as she snatched the ring into her hands, maybe she would not have to worry about the cultivation resources for the rest of her life, how could Shu Qing be patient? From Brother Shu's attack on me, we have nothing to say. Yang Kai sneered. Okay, then let Shu come to test how capable Brother Yang is. As soon as Shu Qing finished speaking, the power in his body suddenly surged out, and immediately his whole body became bigger several times. The clothes on his body made a hissing sound, and turned into strips of cloth in an instant, scattered on the ground, and on Shu Qing's exposed skin, countless golden hairs grew visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths of time, Shu Qing's image has undergone tremendous changes. At this moment, he is more than 5 feet tall, with a slightly stooped figure, unusually long arms, and high muscles, with an indescribable fierce light shining from his eyes, and a low roar like a beast from his throat, covered in fur, making him look like a giant golden ape. Yang Kai stayed for one. This is the first time he has seen this kind of secret technique, at least in his hometown star field. He has never seen this kind of beast-like secret technique. The splendor of the star realm is really extraordinary. However, what made Yang Kai somewhat disgusted was that even in the dangerous situation just now, Shu Qing didn't use his whole card, but when dealing with him, he used it without hesitation. Beast-soul coexistence. Golden retriever giant ape. Mo Shaoqi exclaimed from the side, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, and immediately she made a movement that made Yang Kai feel unreasonable. She stretched out her hands and covered her eyes, not daring to look at Shu Qing, who was almost naked, even though the broken clothes on his lower body were enough to cover his vitals. This silly girl, Yang Kai had nothing to say to her, and completely rejected his plan to join hands with her. And Shu Qing, who had used the secret technique of his whole card, roared angrily at this moment, turned into a golden light, and rushed directly in front of Yang Kai at an unimaginable speed. The fist, which was bigger than the casserole, smashed down from top to bottom, with the potential to split mountains and seas, enveloping the whole world. So fast, Yang Kai instantly realized Shu Qing's difficulty at the moment, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, but he didn't mean to dodge, but shot out the strength of his whole body, straight punching. There was a look of sarcasm and mockery in Shu Qing's eyes, and he said with a sneer, "A mantis is like a cart, and he is overestimated." The huge fist fell at a faster speed. Boom! A loud noise came out. Yang Kai let out a muffled snort, half of his body was smashed into the soil, and Shu Qing's body, which was more than 5 feet tall, staggered slightly, almost being blasted out. His golden-haired face was full of astonishment, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai's physical strength to be so powerful, but soon, he stabilized his figure, raised his other fist high, and once again it fell down like a meteorite falling from the sky, and the whistling sound was extremely ear-piercing. Half of Yang Kai's body was stuck in the mud, making it difficult to move, and he couldn't dodge this blow. As a last resort, I can only raise my arms to block. There was another loud bang, and Yang Kai's whole body was smashed into the ground, leaving only half of his head. Shu Qing didn't even look at Yang Kai, and didn't pay attention to his life or death. Instead, he swayed and rushed towards Mo Shaoqi. In his opinion, it is meaningless to compete with Yang Kai for life and death. As long as he snatches Mo Shaoqi's space ring, then his goal will be achieved. Mo Shaoqi was still standing there, covering his eyes, unaware of the imminent danger. His face was red, and even the roots of his ears were pink. For Mo Shaoqi, who is as simple as a piece of white paper, even if she sees Shu Qing's naked upper body today, it is not something she can bear. There was a burst of panic in Fang's heart. It's broken, you won't just go blind like this. Aunt Fang's teaching words are still in my ears. Never look at a man's ugly body, it will blind your eyes. Mo Shaoqi still remembered the serious expression and serious tone when Aunt Feng said this to herself that day, so she was uneasy. Shu Qing's speed was extremely fast, and he came to Mo Shaoqi's side in an instant, looking at the girl who was defenseless against him, and the gleaming space ring in her hand. Shu Qing couldn't help grinning. He snapped at Mo Shaoqi's space ring. Because of the lessons learned by Yu Ruomei, he didn't dare to kill Mo Shaoqi at all. God knows what kind of power the treasure armor she wears has. If she follows in Yu Ruomei's footsteps, it will be a lot of fun. His goal from beginning to end is Mo Shaoqi's ring. But when his big hand was still a foot away from Mo Shaoqi, the 2 earrings worn by Mo Shaoqi's ears suddenly made a ding-dong sound, and then, the 2 seemingly inconspicuous earrings swayed slightly and turned into 2 rays of light, stabbing at Shu Qing like arrows flying off the string. The sharp edge caused Shu Qing's pores to shrink suddenly, and the golden hair all over his body couldn't help standing on end. His complexion changed drastically. How dare he attack Mo Shaoqi, and hurriedly backed away. Those 2 rays of divine light were relentless, one on the left and the other on the right, attacking Shu Qing. At the critical juncture, Shu Qing couldn't help roaring. A golden light glowed on his body, and his already huge body seemed to grow bigger again. There were 2 soft chirps, and the golden light on Shu Qing's body suddenly shattered, and he himself was even shaken. He couldn't help snorting, and fell back a few steps. The 2 rays of light returned and turned into earrings again, which were worn on Mo Shaoqi's delicate earlobes. But there was a huge gap in Shu Qing's abdomen, blood flowed out of it like a fountain. He panicked and used his power quickly to stop the flow of his own blood. He looked at Mo Shaoqi in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the girl in front of him couldn't even move her hands, and she suffered such a big loss just by relying on the self-defense of the secret treasure. Yu Ruomei's death was not wronged. Who the hell are you? Shu Qing growled. At this time, if he still can't guess that Mo Shaoqi's background is not young, he is also a Void King Realm warrior, he secretly regrets it, and actually called Mo Shaoqi's attention. Such a person must be a descendant of some big man. If you deal with her by yourself, if your hands and feet are clean, then it's okay, but if you make a slight mistake and cause the information to leak, then what awaits you will be an endless pursuit. If it falls into the hands of her elders, life would be worse than death. But there is no turning back when the bow is opened, and regretting it now will not help. The only thing to do is to kill people and silence them. Just when he was in a daze, a ray of murderous intent suddenly bloomed from behind. Shu Qing was startled, turned his head quickly, and suddenly found that Yang Kai was furious and madly jumping down. His body was shining with dazzling multicolored rays of light. His face was full of anger, the berserk power was brewing in his hands, like an enraged beast, which made people shudder. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1973 Descendants of the Holy Spirit. Chapter 1973 Descendants of the Holy Spirit. Yang Kai underestimated the power of the beast like Shu Qing, mainly because he didn't know the golden-haired giant ape. If he knew that this golden-haired giant ape was known for its strength even in ancient times, he wouldn't have taken it so lightly and been thrown directly into the ground. In ancient times, this kind of powerful alien species could easily uproot mountains. Fortunately, he has rough skin and thick flesh. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was not injured. But Shu Qing's attack made him completely angry. The domain of the third layer of the Void King suppressed Shu Qing, and the domain hidden with the power of space aroused the instability of that space, and countless small fish-like space cracks began to disillusion. Yang Kai grinned grinningly, waved his hands, and the moon blades shot wildly. Shu Qing's complexion changed drastically. Although he couldn't judge what kind of power the moon blade belonged to at the first time, the power of Yang Kai's field and the solidification of the whole made him feel the threat of life. Regardless of the injury in his lower abdomen, he roared to the sky, his golden hair stood on end, and he turned into a steel needle-like existence. With his unparalleled divine power, he got rid of the suppression of Yang Kai's domain and dodged from the spot. The sound of chi-chi-chi-chi could be heard endlessly, Moonblade's attacks all hit the empty space, splashing mud and flying. After Yang Kai turned around and locked onto Shu Qing's position, he saw a big axe appearing in his hand at some point, turning twice in the air, and slashing straight down. Yang Kai stared angrily, and the multicolored glow on his body was even worse. At the same time, the dragon transformation secret technique was also displayed, and his right arm was covered by a layer of dragon scales, and he waved towards the axe. When the two breaths collided, it was like two mountains colliding, and the earth trembled. What? Shu Qing's complexion changed drastically. He watched helplessly as his secret treasure axe was thrown out. While Yang Kai was unscathed, he took off the opponent's strength with just a slight pause, and killed him again. His blow, even if it is a martial artist who is also a third-layer Void King, he should have suffered serious injuries or even died directly if he was hit in the front, but Yang Kai seemed to be unscathed. How strong is his physical defense? Shu Qing was full of anger, and did not back down, instead roaring and rushed over to meet Yang Kai. The two quickly fought together in the sky was dark, and from the very beginning, Shu Qing was at a disadvantage. Yang Kai fought more and more bravely, and various secret martial arts impacted, causing Shu Qing to complain incessantly. How could this be? I have displayed the beast-soul symbiosis of the golden-haired giant ape. Even if it cannot be said to be an invincible existence among the Void King realm warriors, no one can suppress it. Could it be that his source power? Shu Qing's eyes were full of surprise. Whether it was fear or worry, it was difficult to calm down. It's just that although Shu Qing was in a state of embarrassment and was completely suppressed by Yang Kai, he didn't have any new wounds, all he suffered were internal injuries. After half a cup of tea, Shu Qing couldn't hold it anymore. He realized that if he stayed and entangled with Yang Kai, he might lose his life here. As soon as he thought of this, he already had the idea of retreating. But at this moment, a piercing sound suddenly came from far and near, and it was accompanied by a person's laughter. God has treated me well, and I picked up a ready-made one here. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the words fell, a building boat suddenly blocked the sunlight above the head, and on the building boat, a group of 7 or 8 warriors with deep breaths were looking down coldly, and an old man at the head was staring at the person who was caught in the sky with bright eyes. A firebird imprisoned by a water blue ball. Yang Kai and Shu Qing were shocked at the same time, and hurriedly retreated. The next moment, Yang Kai came to Mo Shaoqi's side, frowning tightly. He raised his head and looked up. At the same time, his divine sense spread out, looking around. Yang Kai's complexion suddenly turned ugly. He noticed that countless warriors were rapidly approaching here. Apparently it was the mournful cry of the firebird that attracted these people here. And that building boat was just the first batch to arrive here, and the old man in the lead has a powerful cultivation base of the Tao origin realm. Just as the old man finished speaking, a figure flashed not far away, and a middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar appeared in everyone's field of vision. He sneered and said, "Old man Zhu, you are quite fast." Hearing this, the old man glanced at the middle-aged Confucian scholar with extreme disgust, and said coldly, "Chen Shiqi, are you here to join in the fun?" The middle-aged man named Chen Shiqi smiled when he heard the words, and said, "Why, you old man Zhu can come, but Chen can't." That's right, I also want to join in the fun in the fire palace, old man Zhu, you won't be unwelcome. Another voice came in, and as three tiger-like chariots appeared from a certain position, the leading figure, the burly man, leapt lightly and jumped off the chariot. He was as strong as a bear, and there was an extremely obvious wave of fire power all over his body, even his hair and beard were dark red. HMPH. Seeing the arrival of the man from Raging Fire Palace, Old Man Zhu and Chen Shiqi couldn't help but snorted coldly, with a hint of displeasure on their faces, as if they were extremely afraid of this strong man. 3 Dao Origin Realm. Yang Kai frowned tightly. From his feeling, he could vaguely estimate the strength of these three people. The Old Man Zhu and the Chen Shiqi who came first were probably Dao Origin first stage. The later strong man was actually a strong man at the second level of Dao Yuan. That's why as soon as the strong man appeared, Old Man Zhu and Chen Shiqi stopped arguing, and after looking at each other, they seemed to hug each other to keep warm. Master Luo's coming is beyond the old man's expectation. Doesn't Master Luo need to sit in the Raging Fire Hall? I heard that your hall has not been very peaceful recently. Old Man Zhu snorted coldly. The strong man surnamed Luo chuckled and said, I'm sorry for Lao Zhu's concern. It's just some small disputes in the hall, which have been easily resolved by Luo. Hearing this, Old Man Zhu's face darkened, knowing that the easy solution he said would probably be accompanied by the death of many people. Don't look at this Lord Luo's big-hearted and carefree appearance, but he is actually a cruel and merciless person, which makes many people around Fenggalan City fearful of him. While the few people were talking, more and more warriors gathered here. These warriors basically came in groups, and those who were alone like Chen Shiqi were extremely rare. This situation made the 3 Daoyuan realm extremely dissatisfied, and they wanted to drive away these miscellaneous fish, but no one was the one who stood out, causing public anger. Yang Kai frowned secretly, feeling that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. While he was hesitating, Hall Master Na Luo suddenly asked, Old Zhu, you are well informed, do you know what kind of monster this thing is? He had been staring at the firebird wrapped in a water blue ball, but he didn't seem to recognize the species, so he had to ask. Zhu Lao frowned, and said, from my point of view, this little thing seems to have the bloodline of Phoenix. Phoenix, ancient holy spirit. When many warriors heard this, not only were they not surprised, but they all took a step back in horror. The name of the ancient holy spirit is really too big, so big that ordinary warriors will feel horrified when they hear it, but it is a very troublesome existence that even the top 10 peak emperors feel. It is a powerful holy spirit that was born in ancient times. Power enough to destroy a world. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard the words. If this is the case, it can explain why he has been feeling a faint coercion from the firebird's body. The dragon has the majesty of the dragon, and the phoenix has the majesty of the phoenix. If this firebird really has the bloodline of the phoenix, it will naturally have an innate coercion in its body, which is a deterrent to any living being. Chen Shiqi nodded aside and said, Chen also agrees with Zhu Lao's opinion, but Chen can't see clearly which lineage this thing belongs to. Hall Master Luo chuckled. I heard that in ancient times, there was a holy spirit called Luanfeng, which had the bloodlines of Phoenix and Qingluan at the same time. Luo is not talented, and he has seen some records and patterns in ancient books, which are related to this little thing. Very similar, just not sure at the moment. Luanfeng. Zhu Lao frowned, and suddenly shouted at Xu Qing who was standing aside. Boy, let me ask you, has this little thing used any power before? Xu Qing has long been released from the state of symbiosis with beast souls, and has returned to his original appearance, but his face is a little pale, obviously exhausted in the battle just now. Eloquently. All Daoyuanjing listened to it, and their expressions became more and more excited. Because judging from Xu Qing's description, this firebird may really be of the Luanfeng lineage. That is the ancient holy spirit. In other words, this little firebird is a descendant of the holy spirit, and it is still a hatchling. If you can catch it and bring it back to captivity, when it grows up, you can get a holy spirit as a helper for nothing, then its status will be no different from that of the top 10 peak emperors. With this in mind, many people's breathing became short of breath. This is a good opportunity to reach the sky in one step. Zhu Lao, Chen Shiqi and Luo Dianju all looked at the little fire bird with extremely greedy eyes. It's time to go. Yang Kai observed his words, realized that this place is not a place to stay for a long time, and quickly whispered to Mo Shaoqi. Can I take my hand off? Mo Shaoqi asked timidly. What are you covering all the time? Yang Kai couldn't get angry, and moved her hands away from her eyes. Regaining his sight, Mo Shaoqi looked around for a while, and was startled, so many people. Yes, if you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. But, my little Luanfeng. Mo Xiaoqi bit her red lips and looked at the fire bird imprisoned by her secret treasure. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that it was impossible to take the fire bird away under the eyes of everyone. Go. Do you know it's Luanfeng? Yang Kai looked at Mo Xiaoqi in astonishment. I knew it the first time I saw it. Mo Xiaoqi took it for granted. Yang Kai was stupid for a long time, and it took a long time before he cursed viciously. If he had known that the larva in Yuqing Mountain was a phoenix juvenile, he would not have come here no matter how many benefits Mo Xiaoqi gave him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1973 Competition. Chapter 1973, Competition. Not to mention that a man is not guilty of a crime, but if he really got a Luanfeng, he would definitely be in trouble. Let's say it is a holy spirit, and if there is a young one, there must be an old one. Yang Kai doesn't want to be chased by a mature Luanfeng all day long. Kill. This little Luanfeng is obviously a hot potato, but it's ridiculous that so many people are blinded by the beauty of the future and want to keep it for themselves. But in the face of this stupid girl, what else can Yang Kai say? If he reasoned with her, Yang Kai would probably vomit blood from his anger. Just as the two were communicating in secret, the elder Jew asked again, what kind of secret treasure is this? It seems a bit uneasy to be able to restrain a holy spirit larva. He stared at the water blue ball with burning eyes, with greed on his face. The same is true for Chen Shiqi and Dianju Luo. Even though the phoenix in front of me is a larva, it also has the blood of the Holy Spirit, and it cannot be bound by some secret treasure. The water blue ball is not too eye-catching at first glance, but if you feel it carefully, it is very eye-catching. I was shocked. The three Daoyuanjing couldn't see its quality for a while. This thing is brought by that girl. Xu Qing'an didn't know what was on his mind, but when he heard Zhu Lao's question, he smiled slightly and pointed at Mo Xiaoqi. Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened, and he greeted the 18 generations of his ancestors in his heart. Xu Qing obviously wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone. He had already offended Mo Xiaoqi. He was afraid of being chased and killed by the forces behind Mo Xiaoqi. Sure enough, Zhu Lao and the others couldn't help looking at Mo Xiaoqi with bright eyes when they heard the words. Lord Luo smiled and said, young girl is not bad, do you want to join my raging fire palace? Luo can provide you with good training resources. He actually opened his mouth to win over Mo Xiaoqi. As long as he can win over Mo Xiaoqi, he will naturally let her work for him, and then Luanfeng, who was imprisoned by Mo Xiaoqi's secret treasure, will also be in his hands. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even if she refused, it would not be too obvious, but Mo Xiaoqi, a girl with a head full of pits, is obviously not so smooth. Hearing this, she shook her head decisively and said, Aunt Feng said that there are various forces outside. It's worth mentioning like nothing, I don't want to join the Raging Fire Palace. On the forehead of Lord Naluo, blue veins twitched wildly, and his eyes turned cold all of a sudden. On the contrary, Zhu Lao and Chen Shiqi laughed gleefully at the side. Yang Kai had black lines on his face, the corners of his mouth twitched and he cupped his fists and said, Master Luo, please don't worry about it, this girl is a bit crazy. What did I say wrong? Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai blankly. Shut up. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Oh, humph, how dare you insult my Raging Fire Palace, little girl, you are quite courageous, if you promise something to Luo today, Luo will walk around you and not die, otherwise. How could Palace Master Luo pay attention to Yang Kai's pleading? Mo Xiaoqi's answer made him lose face, and he had already had murderous intentions. If he didn't want to use Mo Xiaoqi's secret treasure to subdue Luanfeng, he might have already made a move. Master Luo, please don't attack her rashly. This girl is full of secret treasures, many of which have the ability to protect herself. One of my companions was caught by her poisonous hands when he didn't notice for a while, and became an idiot. Even this junior himself almost fell into her trap. Xu Qing yelled loudly, so that everyone could hear him clearly. A body full of secret treasures, can you protect yourself? Hall Master Luo heard the words, and lost his voice, a secret treasure with a spirit of weaponry. The secret treasure is just a dead thing, and it can protect itself, which means that the secret treasure has already been born with a spirit. Such a secret treasure is definitely not low grade, and its value is extremely high. This is really interesting. Zhu Lao also looked at Mo Xiaoqi with bright eyes, and his eyes were constantly circulating on her earrings, hairpins, necklaces, and bracelets. It is said that the jewelry Mo Xiaoqi wears are all secret treasures, and the grade is not low. Chen Shiqi's expression was also flickering, and his eyes were greedy. Shu Qing, dog day, you must die. Yang Kai cursed angrily, grabbed Mo Xiaoqi and said, go. As soon as the words fell, Yang Kai let go of Mo Xiaoqi like an electric shock, because the moment he grabbed her, Yang Kai felt as if he had been pricked by a needle, and his palm hurt. Sorry, I smeared it on my hand. Stop talking, it's more important to save your life first. Yang Kai didn't bother to tangle with her, and after finishing speaking, he circulated his power to wrap her around and rushed out. My weak water bead and little Luanfeng. Mo Xiaoqi exclaimed coquettishly while making a formula with both hands, as if he wanted to take back the weak water bead and the imprisoned Luanfeng. But how could the 3 Daoyuan realm present watch all this happen? Dianju Luo and the others just waved their hands violently, suppressing the weak water droplets and phoenixes that flew up to the original place again. Quickly take back the weak water drops. Yang Kai said hastily. Mo Xiaoqi was very obedient, and he didn't care about that Luanfeng anymore when he heard the words, and with a thought, he took back the weak water droplet. Without the confinement of the weak water droplets, the phoenix larva immediately regained its freedom. It spread its wings, and countless pitch-black fireballs shot towards it in all directions, causing the surrounding warriors to panic, while its main body shot up into the sky. It seems to be fleeing from a place of right and wrong. Where to go? The 3 Daoyuan realms shot together, sealing off all the escape routes of the phoenix larva, but they didn't dare to get too close. After all, the black flame was too deterrent to people. Once it was contaminated, it would be extremely difficult. Off. And after stopping Luanfeng, Naluo Palace Master even had time to slap Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi who were fleeing from the air. Thinking to leave like this? How naive, Lord Luo snorted coldly. Even if it was just a casual blow, the blow of the Daoyuan second layer powerhouse triggered the laws of heaven and earth around him, making Yang Kai feel a sense of crisis, and quickly cast the void secret technique, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. The power of that palm arrived as expected, passed through Yang Kai's body, and hit the empty space, while on the other side, an oval-shaped energy protection flashed on Mo Xiaoqi's body, which completely dispelled Palace Master Luo's attack without any injuries. When Yang Kai showed his figure again, he immediately looked at Mo Xiaoqi like a monster. He was able to avoid Dianju Luo's attack because he used the space secret technique, and Mo Xiaoqi was obviously because of the dazzling array of secret treasures on her body. This young girl possesses a richer background than I expected. Both of them were extremely fast, and they escaped far away in the blink of an eye. In the rear, Palace Master Luo and the others were caught in a battle to snatch the phoenix. There was a lot of fighting and killing, the energy was extremely chaotic, and the secret treasure was shining brightly. It is estimated that there is no way to trouble Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi in a short time. After running for dozens of miles, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Mo Xiaoqi also stopped, looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and said, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly and grinned grimly. Mo Xiaoqi's face paled immediately, she took a few steps back, and said sternly, "What do you want to do? I'm not easy to mess with." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. "What do you think I want to do? I just want to observe here." Mo Xiaoqi frowned, thought for a while, and suddenly jumped up and said, "You mean, the mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole follows?" She looked extremely excited, as if she had found something fun. "I just want to ambush and see if Shu Qing will come over. Those who dare to bully me are destined to end badly." Yang Kai sneered again and again. "I'll help you, that guy doesn't seem to be a good person." Mo Xiaoqi volunteered. "He is not a good person, you should have already seen it, right?" Yang Kai was completely speechless to her. Immediately, the two of them lay in ambush, restraining their breath. But Mo Xiaoqi is far away from Yang Kai. It's not that Mo Xiaoqi has a heart, not afraid that Yang Kai will be unfavorable to her, but Yang Kai is afraid. This girl is covered in thorns all over. Just now, when she accidentally bumped into her, her hand was covered in blood. God knows what would happen if she got too close. So under Yang Kai's strong request, Mo Xiaoqi lay in ambush 100 feet away from him. At the moment, he was pursing his lips, muttering something with a displeased look on his face. Although it was 30 miles away from there, under the perception of Yang Kai's powerful spiritual sense, the situation there could still be clearly understood. More and more warriors rushed to that position and were involved in the battle, many of them had the Dao origin realm. These warriors were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 7 or 8, and they fought with great joy. From time to time, people fell down and died, but the blood flow and the screams of death did not calm them down, but instead aroused the ferocity in their hearts, and almost everyone was red-eyed. And those who are strong in Daoyuan are undoubtedly much calmer. While dealing with others, they blocked Luanfeng's escape route, making it forced to stay in place and unable to leave. Yang Kai found Xu Qing's trace in the crowd. This guy once again displayed the secret art of beast-soul symbiosis, turned into the appearance of a golden giant ape, and was trailing behind that old Jew, killing all directions. Of the hundreds of warriors who entered Yuqing Mountain, at least 80% of them were attracted to the battlefield in just 2 hours. In that battlefield, blood flowed like rivers, and the scene was extremely chaotic. And with the passage of time, the Daoyuan realm powerhouses also began to get injured. Up to now, almost everyone has played a real fire. It is not just a matter of snatching Luanfeng, but a matter of revenge and revenge. Almost all of them are warriors from near Fenggalan City. There are many gaps among them, and many people have hatred. Now is naturally a good time to liquidate. More and more warriors fell. The powerhouses of Daoyuan realm finally found out that something was wrong, and they didn't know who made the suggestion. In the end, the battle subsided, but the remaining warriors were only half of the original. The phoenix larva is still surrounded by warriors in the center. At this moment, it has long since lost its previous ferocity, but is lying on the ground weakly, with blood dotted on its beautiful hair. The burning flame floating on its body seems to be it's all about to go out. This battle seems to have hurt its origin. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1975 Burning the Four Parties. Chapter 1975 Burning the Quartet. The chapter serial number of the previous chapter was wrong again, so congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, my sister. It seems that I keep making this kind of mistake recently. Well, it must be Xiaomo's fault, but the content is not wrong, so it does not affect reading. It's the end of the month. Ask for a monthly pass. It seems to be a double period now. Vote for one and get two. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The phoenix larva is doomed to have nowhere to escape. Under the gaze of so many warriors, where can it escape? The remaining question is who can subdue it. However, judging by the posture of no one backing down, it is certain that no good results can be negotiated in a short period of time. Sure enough, those warriors who were still alive had been arguing for an hour, but there was no good countermeasure. The situation was still deadlocked. The atmosphere in the air gradually solidified, and it seemed that a second battle was about to break out. During the whole process, the Luanfeng larva has been lying on the ground, whistling softly. Yang Kai, who was hiding 30 miles away, frowned, no longer had the patience to continue waiting. Once those people discuss the ownership of Luanfeng, then the next target is very likely to be Mo Xiaoqi. After all, her value seems to be no less than that of Luanfeng larva. Just when Yang Kai was about to evacuate from this place, his skin suddenly tightened, and a sense of crisis and horror surged into his heart for no reason. This made him frown, not knowing what happened to cause him to feel this way. Turning his head to look to the other side, Mo Xiaoqi seemed to be aware of it, and was looking around ghostly at the moment. Suddenly, the sky darkened, as if dark clouds covered the sun above the head, and a huge shadow covered the ground. At the same time, the temperature of the air rose suddenly, causing the green trees on Yuqing Mountain to wither and burn. Gee! From the top of the head, a high-pitched and sharp cry resounded through the sky. Yang Kai was startled, looked up, and the next moment, he completely froze in place. In the sky that day, an existence exactly like the phoenix larva was waving its wings and flying over its head. But this existence is countless times bigger than the phoenix larva, just like a magnified version of the phoenix larva. Where it passed, even the sky left traces of burning, the space was shattered, and the unimaginable coercion came down like a mountain collapsed, and the suppressed Yang Kai's bones crackled. Luanfeng, ancient holy spirit, Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. This is a truly mature Luanfeng, a powerful existence that can only appear in legends, and a peerless overlord who can wrestle with real dragons. Yang Kai kept groaning in his heart, although he had already guessed that since there were phoenix juveniles, there must be a mature phoenix, but he never thought that this mature phoenix would appear in front of his eyes. The deterrent force brought by that huge body alone almost made Yang Kai unable to move, not to mention the black flames burning all over his body, which was enough to destroy a world of black flames. His eyeballs trembled violently, and he wanted to move his fingers, but found that there was nothing he could do. He could only watch Luanfeng fly past his head. Hey! 30 miles away, the Luanfeng larva uttered an urgent mournful sound, stood up with its extremely weak body, as if a lost child saw its parents, and kept screaming in response to the high altitude. Dianju Luo, Zhu Lao, Chen Shiqi and the others all froze in place. When the shadow that obscured the light fell on their heads, everyone knew that disaster was imminent. Beads of sweat rolled down from their foreheads, and everyone desperately immobilized his own strength and wanted to escape from this place quickly. However, under the coercion of the ancient Holy Spirit, they were as vulnerable as young children. This is true for Daoyuan realm powerhouses, and those Void King realm and Void Return mirrors are even more unbearable. There were even a few Void Returning mirrors that were too weak to vomit blood and died. Luanfeng hovered in the air, as if seeing the tragedy of her own child, her eyes suddenly turned red, and violent hostility escaped from her body, sweeping all directions. It stopped in midair, opened its mouth wide, and its abdomen shrank slightly and then swelled, and the black flames that destroyed the world swept down from the air like a tsunami. No, Palace Master Luo could only yell out such a word desperately. The next moment, he was burned by the black flame and instantly turned into nothingness. Where black flame passed, everything ceased to exist, and none of the more than 200 warriors who survived the catastrophe. The black flames soared into the sky, even if they were hundreds of miles away, they could still be seen clearly. The flames seemed to burn the sky and the earth together, extremely ferocious. The earth turned into scorched earth, not a single blade of grass grew, and within a radius of 10 miles, it turned into a dead zone, and this dead zone was still spreading towards the periphery at an extremely fast speed. 30 miles away, Yang Kai was terrified, seeing the black flames burning towards him like thunder. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He urged his own golden holy dragon's original power to resist the violent pressure from Luanfeng, finally regained a little freedom. The next moment, he directly sacrificed the mysterious boundary bead and hid in it. At the moment when Yang Kai disappeared, black flame burned his hidden position, and he was afraid that if he was slow, he would follow in the footsteps of Dianju Luo and others. It's broken. After hiding in the mysterious boundary bead, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he forgot about Mo Shaoqi. Although Mo Shaoqi is a powerful secret treasure, he is probably powerless in the face of the peerless fierce flames of the ancient Holy Spirit. It was too urgent just now, and he didn't have time to think about Mo Shaoqi's affairs at all. Thinking about it now, even if he went out to save her, it might be too late. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Although he has no friendship with Mo Shaoqi, but this simple to stupid girl has no intentions, let her be buried in the black flames like this. Yang Kai is also a little guilty. I hope she will be auspicious in her own way. Yang Kai thought to himself, although he knew that the possibility was very slim. Yuqing Mountain was burning, black rays of light enveloped the range of hundreds of miles, and all living beings were wiped out. It wasn't until this moment that the Luanfeng flying in the sky flickered, and suddenly turned into a young woman, with her hair tied up in a bun. Her temperament was high and cold, and her clothes were luxurious. Her beautiful eyes were devoid of any emotion, only a cold murderous intent. Only when looking at the phoenix juvenile on the ground, will there be a trace of rare tenderness. The Luanfeng juvenile also changed its shape at this moment, and suddenly turned into a child who looked only about 3 or 4 years old, with a sky cannon pierced on its head, looking like a tiger. The young woman stretched out her hand and hooked it, and an inexplicable force wrapped around the child and held it in front of her. The young woman gave the boy a hard look, as if she was blaming him, but the boy grinned and crawled into the arms of the young woman on all fours, posing in a comfortable position, closing his eyes and falling asleep soundly. The young woman sighed faintly, hugged the child with one hand, and disappeared at a very fast speed. Before leaving, Dai Mei frowned and looked in the direction where Yang Kai was before, as if she was a little puzzled. After 10 full days, Yang Kai quietly ran out from the mysterious boundary orb. As soon as you appeared, he felt an unbearable heat coming from all directions, and it was not just heat, but also mixed with a power that seemed to burn the soul. Yang Kai was horrified, and quickly jumped into the air. He looked down, horrified. At this moment, Yuqing Mountain is centered on the battlefield that day, and the black flames are burning for hundreds of miles. Although 10 days have passed, there is still no sign of extinguishing, especially in the area of 10 miles in the center. The burning black flames, there was an aura of annihilation, and it was impossible for anything to grow there within hundreds or thousands of years. There were no corpses on the ground either, and all the corpses had been burned clean, leaving no dust behind. He looked again at the place where Mo Shaoqi was hiding before, and his expression darkened. There, it seemed to be affected by the black flame, the burning fire was especially dark, and most Shaoqi had long since disappeared. That girl, I'm afraid it's too bad for her. Yang Kai thought to himself. If there was a chance at that time, he definitely would not have refused to save him, but at that time he and Mo Shaoqi were not close, life and death were only a moment, and he didn't have time to think too much. Is this life? If he hadn't been stabbed by Mo Shaoqi, he wouldn't have been separated so far. If she was by his side at that time, Yang Kai could have taken her to hide in the mysterious boundary bead together. Shaking his head, Yang Kai wanted to leave this place. But at this moment, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and looked in one direction. Over there, something seemed to remain. In front of Luanfeng's world-destroying black flame, the things that can be left behind are definitely not mortal things. He looked happy, and hurriedly flew over there. It was only when he got closer that he really saw what it was. It was actually a feather, about 2 feet long, not black, but radiating fiery red light, lying quietly in a corner. The feather of the phoenix. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and hurried forward. He didn't dare to reach out to grab it hastily, but cast out the golden blood thread and received it in front of him. Unexpectedly, this Luanfeng feather is not scorching hot. Through the golden blood thread, Yang Kai can feel that it is not the slightest threat at the moment, as if it is an ordinary thing, but if you feel it carefully, you can feel the heat inside the feather. It contained peerless, ferocious and terrifying power fluctuations. This is a good thing. If the feather of the Holy Spirit is handed over to an outstanding craftsman, it will definitely be able to refine a good secret treasure, even a debao is possible. After all, this is considered the top refining material. Yang Kai searched for a moment, then happily put it away. This trip to Yuqing Mountain was not fruitless. From Mo Shaoqi, he got the ice attribute purple and blue swords, and picked up a piece of Luanfeng feather. Compared with the time spent, this kind of harvest is already extremely rich. It's just a pity that Mo Shaoqi. Yang Kai secretly sighed, adjusted his mood, and flew out. His goal is Maplewood City. When he came to the Star Realm, he was caught by Ko Wu, and he was forced to enter the Jade Feather sect. He didn't have time to appreciate the many wonderful things in the lower Star Realm, so he was still looking forward to the nearby Fenggalan City. He is only at the 3rd level of the Void King now, and the power in his body has not been fully converted into source power, and he doesn't even have the qualifications to attack the source of Tao, so his most urgent task now is to transform his power. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1976 Maple Forest City. Fenggalan City is more prosperous than any city that Yang Kai has seen in his hometown Starfield. Even the Water Sky City of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce cannot compare with it. But in the Star Realm, this is just one of the countless unknown cities, and it is not too eye-catching even looking at the entire southern territory. Yang Kai really opened his eyes. The only thing that made him a little disgusted was that he had to pay 10 low-grade source crystals to enter the city. This made him feel extremely distressed. The current him is no different than in his hometown Starfield. Now every source crystal is extremely precious to him, so naturally he dare not use it casually. The source crystals in his hands were all found from the space rings of the disciples of the Jade Feather sect, and they were not many, only a few thousand. Originally there were 4 space rings, and there was even a ring for a Daoyuan First Order warrior, but Yang Kai gave Lu Shanyan 3, and he only kept 1. In that ring, apart from a few thousand source crystals, there were only 2 not-so-high-grade secret treasures, and there were some miscellaneous materials which were not of much use. After entering Fenggalan City, he was not in a hurry to find a place to live. Instead, he walked around, looked around and listened to the conversations of the warriors around him, and obtained information that was beneficial to him. After a day, he also gained a lot. Just as he expected, the warriors in Fenggalan City are not that strong, and even some small forces around them don't have 2 powerful warriors to sit in their command. The city lord Duan Yuanshan is a Daoyuan 2nd level strongman, and the 2 deputy city lords are Daoyuan 1st level warriors. The 3 of them work together to govern the entire Fenggalan City. As for the small families in the city, except for one Zhang family apart from the ancestors who are at the 1st level of Daoyuan, there are no warriors at the level of Daoyuan. Most of the small forces in the surrounding area only have warriors of the 1st level of Daoyuan sitting in the town. There is only one Raging Fire Palace, and there is a 2nd level of Daoyuan, who can faintly compete with the city lord's mansion of Fenggalan City. But Yang Kai knew that Lord Luo of the Raging Fire Palace had already died in Yuqing Mountain, and he was afraid that the power structure in Fenggalan City would change soon. The tragedy in Yuqing Mountain has already spread to Fenggalan City, and it is even spreading to the entire southern region at a very fast speed. After all, it is the appearance of the Holy Spirit Luanfeng, which may attract the attention and investigation of many powerful people. Of course, this is not what Yang Kai needs to care about. What he cares about is whether Fenggalan City can become his temporary foothold. So far, it looks good here. Not having too powerful a martial artist means that he will not encounter too much threat, and he has enough time to grow up slowly. So after finding out enough information, Yang Kai immediately decided to stay in Fenggalan City for the time being. At the very least, he had to convert the power in his body into source power before making other plans. As night fell, he came to a side hall next to the city lord's mansion, and went to the person on duty in the city lord's mansion to go through his identity plate and various procedures. After a lot of tossing, Yuan Jing spent another 3,000, and the distressed Yang Kai gritted his teeth. However, although the cost is high, within a year he can live in Fenggalan City with peace of mind, and he also has a nice cave. This cave was built by the city lord's mansion of Fenggalan City, and any foreign warrior can rent it, but depending on the quality of the cave, the fees that need to be paid are also different. Yang Kai was not stingy in this regard, because he knew that the speed of cultivation was inseparable from a good environment, so he directly rented a cave that was considered to be a good one. Leaving from the side hall, it took a lot of twists and turns to find out the location of the cave, and finally came to the place where I stayed. Use the identity nameplate to open the restriction of the cave, and Yang Kai entered it. It is said to be a cave, but it is actually just a well-built house with a lot of good restrictions inside to prevent outsiders from peeping. Yang Kai turned around inside, and found that it was not bad. The aura of heaven and earth in the cave was much richer than that in the city. It seemed to be due to the use of some magic circle to gather aura, and there were several rooms with different functions inside, can be used by Yang Kai. He doesn't have much requirements in this regard, as long as he can have a place to live. There was nothing to say all night. Yang Kai just sat cross-legged and meditated, transforming his source power while recovering his spirit. It was not until the second day that he came out of the cave. Walking on the street, looking at all kinds of warriors and the streets where people come and go, Yang Kai's thoughts are flying. When I first entered the star field, my mood seemed to be almost the same as now. I was full of curiosity and desire to explore everything, and I grew from weak to strong step by step. I could do it then, and I can do it now. With this in mind, Yang Kai's gaze became firm. It's just, I don't know what my two big helpers, I-O, and Guizu are doing now, and where they are. If you don't disperse with them, it's better to unite the strength of everyone than to be alone. Yang Kai shook his head, didn't think too much, and went straight ahead. Not long after, he stopped in front of a shop called Dianfeng, pondered for a moment, and walked in directly. The waiter on the opposite side immediately nodded and bowed to greet the customer. What do you need? I'm not bragging. Our panacea shop has everything you need, and the price is fair. You are guaranteed to have the panacea you need. In addition, I will tell you quietly, we have the city owner's share here, so you don't have to worry about buying fakes when you buy things here. The shop waiter looked mysterious and lowered his voice. Yang Kai smiled slightly, knowing that he must have said so to every guest who came here, but this spirit pill workshop might really have the role of the city owner, and in this Fenggalan city, he didn't dare to speak nonsense, otherwise, a few lives are not enough to lose. I'm not here to buy spirit pills. Yang Kai waved his hand. Then what does the customer need? The waiter in the shop was quite good-tempered, and said with a smile, we only sell panacea here, and nothing else. Dianfeng, do you have any? Yang Kai raised his brows. The shop waiter frowned when he heard the words, forced a smile and said, this. I really can't decide. Why don't you wait for the customer? I'll ask the shopkeeper. Yang Kai nodded. The waiter immediately turned around and went inside. The reason why Yang Kai came to buy the alchemy was entirely related to what he encountered in the month of alchemy in the Jade Feather sect. Although he was very popular when he was refining alchemy in the Jade Feather sect, he was also sought after by many Jade Feather sect disciples, but many times, Yang Kai had never even heard of the pills that those warriors came to ask for, let alone refining them, made. After all, the materials and products of the Star Realm are much richer than those of the hometown Star Realm. Many medicinal materials that cannot be seen in the Star Realm can be found everywhere in the Star Realm, which promotes the development of alchemy in the Star Realm. The alchemy formula came into being, and Yang Kai's knowledge of alchemy was enough to be used in the star field, but it paled in comparison when it came to the star field. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to earn source crystals, and the only way he could think of was to return to his old business and make alchemy for others. Perfecting one's own prescription is a preparatory work. Sharpening a knife is not a mistake in chopping firewood. Moreover, Yang Kai is also in urgent need of a kind of pill, the pill recipe of Yuan Ning pill. The function of Yuan Ning pill is to help Void King Realm fighters transform the power in their bodies into source power, and be welcomed by Void King Realm fighters. After all, at this level of strength, promotion is too difficult, not to mention all kinds of opportunities. The accumulation of time, but compared to the promotion level, transforming the source power can also improve the combat power. Void King Realm warriors naturally need a large amount of source condensing pills to assist, shortening the time for transforming source power. When Yang Kai was promoted to the Void King third layer, the starlight in his body had been consumed, and the speed of transforming the source power suddenly slowed down. If he wanted to increase the speed, he could only start with the Yuan Ning pill. Moreover, this kind of elixir is extremely popular among Void King Realm warriors, and the price is expensive, and the materials are not too difficult to find. As long as he can buy the elixir formula of this kind of panacea, Yang Kai can freely refine it. Even if he only refines Yuan Ning pill, Yang Kai feels that he can make a lot of money. While waiting, he wandered around the elixir workshop and saw many elixirs he had never heard of, but the effects were all kinds of strange, which made him very excited. As an alchemist, he was naturally eager for the alchemy formula. He secretly thought about how to ask someone to buy the alchemy formula later. Not long after, the waiter in the store went back and forth, and said with a smile on his face, "My guest, our shopkeeper asked you to come in and have a talk." Yang Kai raised his brows, he seemed a little surprised. After all, he was just here to buy a pill, and he had never met the shopkeeper, so why is he so enthusiastic? But after thinking about it carefully, it took it for granted, and nodded, "Okay, I'm sorry. This way, please." The shop boy led the way attentively, and after a while, he brought Yang Kai to a side room, and he gave a signal before bowing and retreating. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door, and an old voice came from inside, "Please come in." Pushing the door open, the room is filled with sandalwood fragrance and the decoration is simple. A half-old old man was standing there with his hands behind his back. When he saw Yang Kai, he clasped his fists with a smile and said, "Saran, the shopkeeper of the old elixir shop, I don't know the guests. How to call it?" Yang Kai met shopkeeper Kong. Yang Kai smiled back. Saran nodded, looked Yang Kai up and down, and said brightly, "Young Master Yang is young and promising." Yang Kai naturally knew that he said this because he saw through his own cultivation, and this Saran was also a Void King 3-layer martial artist. But Yang Kai can feel that the power in his body is very pure, not messy. It is obvious that it has all been transformed into source power. If there is a chance, maybe he can be promoted to the source of Tao. The other party praised so much, Yang Kai was naturally humble. "Come on, Mr. Yang, please sit down and try the yufeng churui that I personally fried." Saran enthusiastically filled Yang Kai with a cup of steaming hot tea, and the fragrance of the tea overflowed in no time. Saran pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai, and stretched out his hand to signal him to taste it. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1977 Dan Recipe. In the wing room, Yang Kai took his seat, but he didn't rush to touch the tea in front of him. The shopkeeper of Dianfeng was a little too enthusiastic, which made him feel like he was being courteous for nothing, and he was either rape or stealing, so he showed the caution he should have. Saran obviously also noticed this, and didn't care about it. He smiled slightly and said, "I heard that the customer is here to buy Dianfeng." "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded. Saran's eyes lit up, and he said, "So, the guest is an alchemist." Yang Kai frowned, and said lightly, "While selling things in your shop, will you also inquire about the details of the customers?" There was already a bit of blame in these words, but Saran was not angry, but said apologetically, "Don't blame Mr. Yang, it's the old man, isn't it? The old man here uses tea instead of wine, and I'll make amends for you." While speaking, he really drank the tea on his cup in one gulp. He wiped the water on his chin, and said, "If the guest is really an alchemist, and your alchemist level is high enough, what kind of alchemy do you need? I can give it to you." What does this mean? Yang Kai was confused by him. Saran gave a wry smile when he heard the words, but didn't reply immediately. He seemed to be considering his words, and he said after a while, "If that's the case, then the old man will cut to the chase. Shopkeeper Kong, please tell me. It's actually like this. Kong Saran pondered for a moment. Our alchemy workshop is not enough for alchemists now. If the guests are alchemists above Zhuang level, I want to hire customers as alchemists in the alchemy workshop. In terms of treatment, absolutely generous. I have 2 proposals for you to choose, give you a certain amount of monthly salary, or you and our dianfeng will take a share of the income, everything depends on your own wishes. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard the words, you don't have enough alchemists in the alchemy workshop. To be honest, Kong Saran seemed to have been troubled by this matter for a long time, and now he saw a glimmer of hope, so he didn't intend to hide it. We originally had 3 alchemists in our alchemy workshop, but they left a while ago. I lost 2 of them, and now there is only 1 left. The elixir refined is really beyond the means, so. But don't worry, you can look up any elixir recipes in our elixir workshop. We'll keep it private. This answer can't help but make Yang Kai a little bit excited. After all, he doesn't have many source crystals in his hands now. If he really picks up and buys pill formulas, he might only be able to buy 1 or 2 ordinary pill formulas. Dianfeng must be extremely valuable, and it is absolutely unbearable with his current financial resources. Originally, he just planned to inquire about the price of the pill first, and then go to raise source crystals to buy it. Unexpectedly, when I came to this elixir workshop, I encountered such an unexpected surprise. Yang Kai asked calmly, why did those 2 alchemists leave suddenly? Could it be that shopkeeper Kong didn't pay enough? How can there be such a thing? Kong Saran kept smiling wryly. I ask myself that in this Fenggulan city, the price of doing business is fair, and people are honest, and the prices offered by the dianfeng to the alchemists are definitely not low, but people go to high places, whoever goes to low places, the eternal truth, in the face of greater interests, they choose to leave dianfeng, it is also a matter of course. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai understood a little bit. Someone poached a corner. When Kong Saran heard this, a hint of annoyance surfaced on his face, he nodded and said, exactly, our spiritual pill workshop is actually owned by the Ziwan Chamber of Commerce, and the pill artifact pavilion across the street is owned by the Qiao Chamber of Commerce. It's only natural that they would target us. Ziwan Chamber of Commerce, 7 Luminaries Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai frowned. Haven't the guest heard of it? Now it was Kong Saran's turn to be surprised. Yang Kai smiled embarrassingly and shook his head. Kong Saran was stunned for a while. He didn't seem to think that Yang Kai, a 3rd-layer Void King, had never heard of the names of these 2 major chambers of commerce. After all, in the Southern Territory, apart from the Supreme Overlord Star God Palace, the next level of power is the big powers such as Ziwan Chamber of Commerce and Qiao Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai's strength is not low, how could he not even heard of this? But Kong Saran is a business person after all, and he is the best at observing words and expressions, so in order to avoid Yang Kai's embarrassment, he quickly smiled and said, it seems that the guest is a hard worker, no wonder he has a cultivation base that is not inferior to the old man at a young age, the old man admires it. Yang Kai laughed dryly and didn't answer. However, judging from the information revealed by Kong Saran, the relationship between the 2 chambers of commerce seems to be hostile. The Qiao Chamber of Commerce offered a higher price and poached the 2 alchemists from the Spirit Pill Workshop, which led to the current embarrassing situation in the Spirit Pill Workshop. Without enough alchemists, there would naturally be no sufficient panacea. As time passed, no one would patronize the panacea, and Kong Saran, as the shopkeeper of the pan, naturally saw it in his eyes and was anxious in his heart. These days, he has been looking for suitable alchemists, and wants to win them into the Spirit Pill Workshop, but Fenggulan City is not big in the Star World. Even if there are alchemists, they have already belonged to them, and those low-level alchemists, even if the teacher is hired, it will not be of much use. That's why he was so enthusiastic about Yang Kai, so when he heard that Yang Kai was here to buy the elixir formula, he immediately asked the waiter to invite him in. People who will buy pills must be alchemists. Ordinary warriors will not care about pills at all. They only need to collect materials and pay enough rewards for alchemists to make pills. Dare to ask, what is the level of the alchemist of the guest? Kong Saran confessed his predicament, and then looked at Yang Kai with some nervousness and some expectation. If Yang Kai's alchemist level is not high, then he doesn't need to waste time with Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought for a while, and said, it's no problem to refine the King Void Spirit Pill. His answer was not complete, and he concealed something, but this answer was enough to satisfy Kong Saran. Hearing Yang Kai admitting that he is a Void King rank alchemist, Kong Saran was already extremely excited, his eyes were full of sincerity. Before he opened his mouth to speak, Yang Kai said, Shopkeeper Kong, Don't say any more. I am alchemy just because I need source crystals. It is a means of making money, and it can be regarded as a kind of cultivation. I will not refine it for a long time, maybe I won't refine it for a day, so shopkeeper Kong should hire someone else. The attitude of the other party is very sincere, and Yang Kai doesn't want to deceive anything, so he speaks out. After all, for him, alchemy is just a means of cultivation, and he will not invest too much energy and time. If he agreed to Kong Saran's request, it would be tantamount to selling himself to the spirit pill workshop, and his time and freedom would be restricted in the future. This is not what Yang Kai wants to see. It won't be refined for a long time. Kong Saran was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as the guest can help the old man refine it for 3 months. No, 2 months is enough, the old man won't delay you too much. More training time. Only 2 months. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. That's right. In fact, I have already reported the situation here to the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce. They also promised to send 2 alchemists over there, but it still takes a little time. After all, the journey is far away, and this is a small place, so the headquarters will not pay too much attention to it. It will take about 2 months before and after, so you only need to help the old man survive these 2 months." "So it is." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "What do you think, guest? Do you want to think about it carefully?" Kong Saran asked nervously. He was almost tormented mad by this matter during this period of time. Seeing that this suitable candidate was presented to him, he was unwilling to miss it no matter what. "If it's 2 months, I might as well try it, but shopkeeper Kong, those prescriptions from Guifang." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Kong Saran waved his hand boldly and said, "If the guests really become our own, those pill formulas can naturally be searched casually, and even copied. May I ask what kind of pills are there? Is there Yuaning Dan among them?" "Yuan Ning pill, almost every alchemy workshop will have it, but because each one is different, there will be some small differences in the alchemy recipes. Why, since the guest is a king-level alchemist, he still can't make alchemy. Congealing the source of pills." Kong Saran suddenly felt a little uneasy, wondering if Yang Kai was talking nonsense just now. Which virtual king-level alchemist doesn't have the formula of Yuan Ning pill? This is the elixir most demanded by Void King Realm warriors. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, and could only say, "The place where I was born is relatively remote, and there are no 2 powerful warriors, so." Although this explanation is full of loopholes, it can be regarded as a reason anyway. Kong Saran didn't go to the bottom of it, which was annoying. "How about this, shopkeeper Kong, you list the dianfeng owned by your workshop and give it to me. I will go back and think about it carefully. If possible, I will definitely come back within 3 days." Yang Kai did not rashly agree to Kong Saran. After all, he is not familiar with this panacea, and Kong Saran himself, who knows if he is a decent person. It's always good to be careful about everything. "That's fine, the old man is waiting for the guests, and please think about it as soon as possible, the pills in our elixir workshop are not enough." Kong Saran knew that there was no rush, so he could only agree to Yang Kai's proposal require. At that moment, he sorted out a catalogue of dianfeng and handed it to Yang Kai. Farewell to Kong Saran, Yang Kai did not return to the residence, but still wandered around the city. Every time he saw a shop selling elixir, he went in and asked about it. Although the discussion with Kong Saran has been settled, he still wants to see if he can buy the elixir formula from other places. After all, if he can do it by himself, it is better than getting a commission from the elixir workshop, and the benefits he will get will be more. Of course, cooperating with Lingdanfeng also has some advantages, such as a fixed source of customers, sufficient materials, no worries about sales channels, and so on. Both have pros and cons. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1978 The Deed of Soul. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai returned to his residence with a depressed expression on his face. Today's trip was not very smooth, although I went to a lot of shops, but those shops either cherished themselves and regarded the pill recipes as treasures, and did not show them to outsiders, or they offered sky-high prices, which made Yang Kai helpless, and those shops were willing to sell pill recipes, or some remote prescriptions, basically useless. They don't even sell the really useful and best-selling recipes. Of course Yang Kai will not be taken advantage of. He can also understand the practices of those shops. The alchemy recipes of each shop are improved and refined by many alchemists. It is his own business secret, so how can he easily reveal it to outsiders? So he had to seriously consider Kong Saran's proposal. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. On the third day, Yang Kai came to Spirit Pill Workshop again. Kong Saran seemed to have ordered him long ago. The waiter in the shop immediately greeted Yang Kai courteously, and said with a smile, "Master, you are here, please come inside, the shopkeeper has been waiting for a long time." Yang Kai nodded slightly, signaling him to lead the way ahead. Still entering the room last time, Kong Saran saw that Yang Kai was as punctual and trustworthy as he had agreed before. His old face was all smiles. He warmly greeted Yang Kai to sit down, poured tea for Yang Kai, and then take out a piece of paper from the space ring, hand it to Yang Kai and say, "This is the catalogue of pill recipes young Master Yang needed before, you can see if you are satisfied." Yang Kai said his thanks, and took over the alchemy catalogue to browse. Just sweeping his eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help but shine. Because the list of pill recipes contained 40 or 50 kinds of pill recipes, he carefully looked at them one by one, and the one that ranked first was the Yuaning pill that he continued. In the future, although most of the pills have been mastered by themselves, the pills are not static. According to the geographical environment and the production of materials, in different regions, a kind of pills can be derived into many. Different versions have somewhat different effects of the refined panacea. So even if it is the alchemy that I have mastered, I can learn some experience from the alchemy in this elixir workshop and improve it, which is not worthless. Of the 40 or 50 kinds of pills, there are only about a dozen that I don't have. However, this result has made Yang Kai extremely satisfied. He nodded and put the paper down. Kong Saran has a pair of piercing eyes, and has been observing the words and expressions. He didn't know that Yang Kai was moved, and asked immediately, "Young Master Yang, are you satisfied with the catalogue provided by the old man?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Treasurer Kong has a heart, these pills are hard-won, right?" Kong Saran said with a smile, "Young Master Yang's eyes are bright, only a small part of these alchemy formulas are owned by our alchemy workshop, and the rest are obtained from some old friends. They are not commercial secrets, so you don't need to worry about them." Quote, "There are so many kinds of spirit pills in your workshop. Does this mean that if I am here to refine alchemy, I need to refine all these spirit pills?" "No, no, no." Kong Saran quickly waved his hand. "The elixir that our dianfeng mainly deals in is the top 15 elixir in this catalogue. There is not much profit. Especially the Yuaning pill, which is the most important thing in our alchemy workshop. It is not an old man boasting. The Yuaning pill from our alchemy workshop is at least 10% better than the Yuaning pill on the market. And being sought after by the warriors of Fenggalan City. Why is this?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised. In fact, he has also noticed before that many warriors who come to the Spirit Pill Workshop to buy spirit pills need Yuaning pills, and these warriors are undoubtedly Void King Realm exceptions. Hearing this, Kong Saran smiled proudly, stroked his beard, and the old god said genuinely, "Because our Yuan Ning Dan Dan formula was improved by Master Wangfu in the headquarters himself." After finishing speaking, Kong Saran seemed to realize that Yang Kai was somewhat ignorant, and quickly added, "Master Wangfu is an emperor-level alchemist and enjoys a high reputation in the entire star world." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Only then did I understand why the Yuaning pill in Lingdanfeng was so popular. It turned out that the alchemy recipe was improved by an emperor-level alchemist himself. In this way, it is only natural that the effect is better than other people's Yuaning pill. But this is good news for Yang Kai. Because what he needs most now is Yuan Ning Dan, alchemy with the alchemy formula improved by an emperor-level alchemist will naturally help him immensely. Perhaps, he can also spy on some mystery from the alchemy formula indefinite. Hee, Mr. Yang, I am open and honest, I don't know Mr. Yang. Kong Saran looked at Yang Kai with a smile. At this moment, he was not as eager as before, because he had already seen from Yang Kai's expression and tone, Yang Kai will probably join the Spirit Pill Workshop temporarily. As expected, Yang Kai heard the words and nodded and said, "It is Yang's honor to be able to make alchemy for Guifang, and the shopkeeper Lao Kong will take care of him in the next 2 months. It's easy to say, easy to say." Kong Saran laughed loudly. The haze that had been covering his face for the past few days was finally swept away, and he was in a good mood. The current situation of the Spirit Pill Workshop can be said to be stretched. Because of the good sales of Yuan Ning Pill, the Spirit Pill Workshop has always had a steady stream of customers. Before that, there were 3 Zhuang-level alchemists sitting in the town, and the refined spirit pills could barely keep up with the sales. But when 2 of them were poached by the Pill Artifact Pavilion of the Qiao Chamber of Commerce, the last remaining person worked overtime and tried his best to refine, but he still couldn't make ends meet. Now the supply of Yuan Ning pills in Ling Danfeng is completely in short supply, causing many old customers who come to buy pills to complain constantly. What matters in business is a steady stream of water. Once there is a shortage of supply, it is very likely to lose many customers. This is a fatal blow to dianfeng. Now it's finally over, with Yang Kai's joining, although it won't return to normal immediately, but it can finally breathe a sigh of relief, and the rest is just to survive these 2 months, waiting for the two transferred from the headquarters. As an alchemist, everything will be fine. Mr. Yang, this old man is a businessman, so I say one thing, and another thing. If I offend you, please forgive me. After the joy, Kong Saran suddenly became solemn again. Shopkeeper Kong, if you have something to say, please tell me. Well, young Master Yang can observe and refer to these pills, and even copy them, but they must not be leaked to others, especially the pills of Yuan Ning Dan. I need Yang Kai to sign a contract with me with a soul mark. I wonder if young Master Yang will agree. This is naturally possible. Yang Kai nodded readily. That's great, then please ask Mr. Yang to see if this contract needs to be changed. Kong Saran had been prepared for a long time, and directly took out the prepared contract from the space ring. This contract does not know what material it is made of. Yang Kai will not recognize it for a while, but there is a trace of energy fluctuations in the contract. Yang Kai held it in his hands and looked at it. The contract clearly stated the responsibilities and obligations that both parties should perform, especially the key issues of those pill recipes, and Yang Kai was never allowed to reveal the secrets of those pill recipes. After a while, Yang Kai nodded and said, "No problem." Kong Saran said, "Then please ask Mr. Yang and the old man to imprint the soul brand on this contract, and we'll be done." While speaking, he took the lead in bursting out the power of divine consciousness, and branded it on the contract. Although Yang Kai had never done this before, with Kong Saran's demonstration first, he could learn it easily. After the two people's soul imprints were all branded into the contract suddenly became ignorant, and as the contract burned, a trace of inexplicable power split into two levels, pouring into the sea of consciousness of Yang Kai and Kong Saran respectively. In the dark, Yang Kai felt that there was an inexplicable restriction in his sea of consciousness, and the restriction usually had no effect on him, but if he was going to reveal something that shouldn't be revealed, he would definitely be backlashed by the restriction. This thing is a bit miraculous. Yang Kai thought to himself, I don't know which strong man with open eyes and hands developed it, and it will undoubtedly be of great help to those who do business. Kong Saran knew that Yang Kai didn't have much knowledge, so he took the initiative to explain. This kind of soul contract was handed down from the Yuhun Palace, and it was researched by Yuhun Emperor, who is one of the top 10 emperors. He researched it. This kind of soul contract can guarantee the integrity of both parties to the contract. If young Master Yang travels in the future and needs to cooperate with strangers as a last resort, he can sign this kind of soul contract, but this thing is not cheap. A contract at least 150,000 low-grade source crystals are needed, and there is no market for them, so it is extremely difficult to obtain. It's so expensive. Yang Kai couldn't help being moved. He only earned 30,000 low-grade source crystals in Jade Feather Sect for a month of helping people make alchemy. You can buy it. This old soul deed was obtained by accident in his early adventures. Kong Saran had a painful expression on his face. Although he was reluctant to use his soul contract like this, but in order to keep the spirit pill workshop, Kong Saran had no choice. Pill Master Yang, please take care of me for the next 2 months. Kong Saran restrained his pained expression, and smiled at Yang Kai with a warm face. To each other, Yang Kai replied, well, since we signed the contract of spirit and soul, let's talk about the issue of remuneration. Kong Saran sat down after speaking. The soul contract just now was just to guarantee that Yang Kai would not reveal the alchemy formula, the reward was not written on it, this needs to be discussed in detail between Kong Saran and Yang Kai. And at this moment, there was a knock on the door from outside. Kong Saran frowned, and said coldly, what's the matter? He clearly instructed that no one should bother him when he was going to discuss important matters with Yang Kai today, but he didn't want to still have ignorant buddies, which made him very annoyed. The shopkeeper is not good, Master Fan is leaving our alchemy workshop. The panicked voice of the waiter came from outside. What? Kong Saran stood up abruptly, his face livid and astonished, obviously extremely surprised. Shopkeeper, go and have a look, Danshi Fan said he quit. It's really unreasonable. Kong Saran was furious, heard the words and rushed out. When he got to the door, he suddenly thought of Yang Kai and asked, will Pill Master Yang go with you? Can you? Of course, you are not an outsider now. My biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1979 Poaching, Happy New Year's Day. It's 2015, I wish you all a happy New Year's Day, a new year, a new start, a new atmosphere, and a great body. By the way, ask for a monthly ticket. Kong Saran has had a hard time in the past month. His opponent, Lord Pill Artifact under the jurisdiction of Kiao Chamber of Commerce, is mean and shameless. He has no regard for professional ethics and poached his 2 pillars of alchemy. He has suffered so much that he cannot tell. If it really caused the Spirit Pill Workshop to close down because of this, then his future in the Z1 Chamber of Commerce would be over. After finally finding a Yongkai, he just signed the soul deed, and it is hoped that he will become the second alchemy master in the Spirit Pill Workshop to stabilize the situation. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, there is news that Pill Master Fan is leaving. If Pill Master Fan really left, then the situation that he worked so hard to restore is very likely to tilt again, and the future is worrying. His throat was burning with anxiety, and he led Yongkai to rush towards the backyard. Before he arrived, he heard Fan Hong's yelling, "Who dares to stop me? Fan Mo quits, get out of here. No more, get out and stop blaming Fan for being rude." In the backyard, several guys were trying to persuade Fan Hong, but they still seemed unable to stop Fan Hong. Hearing this, Kong Saran knew something was wrong, so he hurriedly speeded up, and arrived at the backyard in the blink of an eye. He saw Fan Hong's angry face, and his whole body was surging, as if he was about to fight. But after seeing Kong Saran, Fan Hong frowned, and a hint of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Danshi Fan, what are you going to do?" Kong Saran, although annoyed that Fan Hong was making trouble at this time, did not dare to speak too seriously, and could only ask with a sad face. Fan Hong sighed, and said, "Shopkeeper Kong, it's Fan Hong who's sorry for you, but Fan Hong has already made up his mind to go, so please forgive me." Fan Danshi thinks that the reward given by Kong is not enough. Is there a better price offered elsewhere? If so, we can discuss it. Kong Saran knew that the most important thing now is to understand that Fan Hong is leaving the Elixir Square reasons, so as to prescribe the right medicine. Treasurer Kong is insulting Fan by saying that Fan has settled in the Spirit Pill Workshop since he came to Fenggalan City. He has refined pills for the Spirit Pill Workshop for 10 years. No matter how high the price is, Fan won't be greedy. Fan Hong looked impassioned, as if he was insulted by Kong Saran's words. Kong Saran smiled wryly. If it's not for this reason, then why did Pill Master Fan leave suddenly? Fan Hong sighed, and said, "Shopkeeper Kong, in the past month, Fan has been refining alchemy day and night, and he has almost run out of fuel. If this continues, Fan may not be able to bear it. Shopkeeper Kong, you please do me a favor, let Fan leave." Hearing this, Kong Saran was immediately at a loss for words. When the two were talking, Yongkai was also observing Fan Hong, and found that it was indeed as he said. This person was most likely exhausted, the mental state of the whole person was not very good, the strength of his body was fluctuating, his hair was messy, and his eyes were deep concave. It seems that it is due to excessive fatigue. And this Fan Hong's strength is not high, only the peak of the 3rd layer Void Return Realm. With such a cultivation base, Yongkai estimated that even if he was a Void King level alchemist, he would only be a Void King level low rank at most. After all, sometimes alchemy requires the support of internal strength. The weaker the strength, the less hope of refining a good panacea. But the alchemists have been dealing with supernatural herbs and wonderful medicines all year round, so where do they have the time to practice? How can there be great power if you don't practice? Without strong power, how can you support high-intensity alchemy? This has almost become a vicious circle in the alchemist profession. It's Kong who didn't think carefully, please forgive me, Master Fan. Kong Saran also knew that Fan Hong had really paid too much this month, so he bowed quickly after hearing this. Fan Hong was shocked and said, "The shopkeeper Kong is serious." Kong Saran shook his head. "It's Kang's fault, but now it's all right. Kong has found another alchemist, and there is no need for alchemist Fan to refine the elixir like before. How about it, how about going back to rest for a few days before coming back to Dianfeng? Find another alchemist." Fan Hong was stunned when he heard this. His eyes scanned the crowd, and finally fixed on Yongkai, who looked strange. Yongkai smiled slightly at him. Fan Danshi's dedication to Dianfeng, Kong certainly sees it in his eyes, so I won't say much about being grateful. You can go back and rest for a while, and come back when you feel comfortable. Kong Saran said sincerely. Looking at Fan Hong, he was unwilling to let Fan Hong leave anyway. Fan Hong looked troubled, as if hesitating. Just when Kong Saran was about to strike while the iron was hot and try to persuade Fan Hong, a clear and sweet voice suddenly came from outside. Danshi Fan is here, the time has come, I have personally come to pick you up. As soon as the man finished speaking, Fan Hong's complexion changed drastically. A purple color suddenly appeared on his pale face due to excessive consumption, like a pig's liver, extremely embarrassing. But Kong Saran was startled, and quickly gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Ningxi. He had a look of extreme hatred, as if he had a great hatred with that woman named Zhou Ningxi. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, vaguely understood something, and looked towards Fan Hong with a smile. Fan Hong felt uncomfortable all over, his eyes were erratic, and his lips twitched, as if he was cursing. And when Kong Saran's gaze shifted over, Fan Hong's face turned red even more, he wished he could find a hole in the ground and drill down. I understand. Kong Saran sneered, Fan Danshi really found a better place, if that's the case, you might as well say it earlier, the old man will also congratulate you, why bother making excuses for what you don't have? Fan Hong gritted his teeth, and became angry from embarrassment. What does shopkeeper Kong mean by this? Could it be that Fan's efforts in the previous month were fake? In order to make the elixir for the alchemy workshop, Fan vomited blood several times. With Fan's support, the spirit pill workshop has long been closed. The more he talked, the more excited he became, and he was impassioned for a while. Hearing this, Kong Saran frowned deeply, and after a long while, he sighed leisurely, his whole body seemed to have aged a lot, he nodded slightly and said, Fan Danshi is right, if not for your support, Dianfeng it's really closed down a long time ago. HMPH. Now that you understand, there is no need to say any more. Fan Hong snorted coldly, Fan is also thinking about his own future, and people don't want to kill the world for themselves. Shopkeeper Kong should also know this truth. Shopkeeper Kong, you take care, Fan is bidding farewell. After saying that, Fan Hong pushed aside the two guys who stood in front of him, and went straight to the layman. When he got to Yang Kai's side, he turned his head and smiled at Yang Kai, gloating and saying, you will be miserable in the future. Yang Kai shrugged, noncommittal. Kong Saran stood on the spot, pondered for a moment, then turned around suddenly, followed Fan Hong and left. Outside the Dianfeng, a beautiful woman in somewhat revealing clothes stood outside the gate with a smile and a few beautiful maidservants by her side. She smiled sweetly and was full of charm. Her exposed snow-white skin and looming white gullies attracted countless people. The eyes of past warriors. But she didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, she seemed to be enjoying the eyes of those men, throwing a few winks around from time to time, making many men fascinated. Fan Hong hurried out of the spirit pill workshop, came to the beautiful woman, and said in a low voice, didn't you say that I will go there, what do you mean by coming here now? Zhou Ningxi smiled coquettishly, her red lips twitched and said, what's the matter, is it okay for someone to come and pick you up in person? You woman, hey. Fan Hong looked helpless. Zhou Ningxi said, if you want people not to know, unless you do nothing yourself, you have been hiding it for a while, do you still want to hide it for the rest of your life? Besides, it's just another place to practice alchemy, what's there to be ashamed of? Fan Hong had a gloomy face and did not answer. He knew that Zhou Ningxi didn't come here to meet him, but to hit the morale of Dianfeng, and he was just a pawn that Zhou Ningxi could use. So he knew what he said was useless. While the two were talking, Kong Saran had already walked out, looking at the graceful woman with fiery eyes. Zhou Ningxi gave a strange cry, and patted her tall chest with jade hands. Shopkeeper Kang's eyes are so fierce, as if he wants to eat my concubine's body, but Shopkeeper Kong, you are so old, are you really okay? Speaking of the latter, she covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. Treasurer Zhou, Kong Saran was not moved by her beauty at all, but just smiled coldly, good method, I admire you so much. Hey, what does Shopkeeper Kong mean by this? I don't understand. Zhou Ningxi swayed her willow waist, and suddenly a lady's fan appeared in her hand, and she started to swing gently. They are all sensible people, so why pretend to be confused, but Shopkeeper Zhou thinks that this will make my spirit pill workshop close down, then you are very wrong. Kong Saran sneered again and again. Hee hee. Zhou Ningxi covered her small mouth with a lady's fan, stared at Kong Saran with her beautiful eyes and said, I remember that Shopkeeper Kong used to have 3 virtual king-level alchemists under his command, but now they all seem to go the pill artifact pavilion that has become a concubine. Is it possible that Shopkeeper Kong himself is also a master of alchemy, and he is going to go into battle in person? You are not young, old man, but you must take care of your health. HMPH, Fenggalan City is so big, how hard do you think it is to find a king-level alchemist? Kong Saran smiled upon hearing this. Zhou Ningxi was astonished, and asked in surprise, does Shopkeeper Kong have other alchemists? Fan Hong leaned over and whispered a few words in Zhou Ningxi's ear. Zhou Ningxi frowned, her eyes immediately shifted to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with a coquettish smile, "This alchemy master, dare to ask your name?" "Yang, so it's Pill Master Yang, I'm being polite." Zhou Ningxi pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Pill Master Yang is young, his cultivation is good, and he can make alchemy, so I really admire him. There are always a lot of people who admire me." Yang Kai chuckled. Zhou Ningxi hesitated slightly, as if she didn't expect Yang Kai to be so brazen. She didn't care, she still smiled and said, "I don't know if Pill Master Yang is interested in coming to my Pill Artifact Pavilion to refine alchemy, I can give it to Pill Master Yang." Quote, Zhou Ningxi. Before she finished speaking, Kong Saran roared angrily. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.